Rahul. Right, Rahul. Okay. Good afternoon, all. So by now, obviously, you would have gone through the GS papers and everything. There's no need to no much time to discuss everything. So directly, we should go to the points. So we'll be discussing GS2 section first. Under GS2, I'll be handling the polity and governance topics. So make sure that if in case you want to note down anything, you can note down, or at least focus mostly on what, how to structure the part, I mean, what do you call as this answering part and everything. Fine. If in case you note down, it is much better, because most of the points you will be able to, at least subheadings, this, that, everything. Better you have to be very, very quick, no dictation, nothing, you have to just keep on noting it down. Fine. Yeah, so look at the first question. They have made as a very, if you have gone through the most, I mean, I will not comment on the other GS papers, especially GS2, what they have done is they have deliberately made the questions as broad as possible. Understood? Means getting very, very specific points had become very difficult for most of the people who have written mains. But that is how the UPSC game is. Got it? Yeah, so look at the question now. Obviously, it was highly in use. Examine the need for electoral reforms as suggested by various committees with particular reference to one nation, one election principle. Understood? So exactly how to define is a bit difficult here. Broadly, what you can say is you can talk about election itself. For example, let's say, how can you define this? Let's say, Rahul, idu slide at least open maಡು board, view board. ಇದು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಾಂ ಫೈನ್ ಬಿಡೋದು. Okay, so the question is about electoral reforms. Let's say in introduction part, how can you start? Because the question is clearly telling, examine the need for electoral reforms. Look at it, need for electoral reforms. Maybe in the introduction part, what you can say, tell about elections broadly. Like how you can say that elections is broadly considered as what? Elections is considered as the festival of democracy. Elections are considered as festival of democracy. Fine. It is the link between, I'm just broadly dictating, please keep on noting it down. It is the link between citizens and elected representatives. It is the link between citizens and elected representatives. Correct? And what is it? It is the foundation of democracy based on social contract theory. Link between citizens and elected representatives, foundation of democracy in or based on social contract theory. Foundation of the democracy based on social contract theory. Fine, this is a broader angle. Introduction part, you can define it multiple ways. Got it? Foundation of democracy based on social contract theory. Now what they are telling? Need for electoral reform. That means first what you have to tell, again keep that in mind, it's a 10 marker. But okay, I am telling you how to broadly structure it. Let's say what you can say is in the next part that in the present election scenario or in the present electoral system, there is a vital need for, there exists vital need, significant need for electoral reforms, because that is a key word, vital need for electoral reforms. You have to be very, very quick. Fine, like what? That is not your core demand, hence what you can say, maybe something like that, electoral reforms, broadly you can say, and then tell things like criminalization of politics, in bracket you write 46% according to whom? Association for Democratic Reforms, 18th Lok Sabha, and so that is one angle. Then huge role of money and muscle power, huge role of money, muscle power in election, money and muscle power in election. Then next one, what you can say is very low representation of women in Lok Sabha, women MPs, very low representation of women in Lok Sabha. Again, if you quote the ADR fact, it is 13.6% 18th Lok Sabha. Very low representation of women in Lok Sabha. Got it? Then if you want to add another one, impact of paid news, fake news on elections. Then within that, need for electoral reform or need for reforms within ECI. Like that, so many are there. Need for electoral funding. I'm just broadly telling, you don't in exam, even if you mention some 3-4, it's fine, because they're just telling need for electoral reforms. Needs for which one? Election funding or political party funding. All those things are broadly part of your which one? Need for electoral reforms. But that is not our core concern. I'm just repeating, criminalization of politics, 46%, 18th Lok Sabha, low representation of women, 13.6%, impact of paid news, misuse of money, muscle power in elections, need for reforms in electoral funding, election commission funding or election commission reforms, all those things are need for electoral reforms. Fine. Now what you have to go through, look at need for electoral reforms as suggested by various committees. Then the core demand is what? Particular reference to one nation, one election. Understood? Now what you can say, you can either put a subheading, one nation, one election. One nation, one election. In bracket, obviously, it is also called as what? Simple term, simultaneous elections. Now here you have to refer to so many committees or commissions, simultaneous elections. Write a brief definition of what do you mean by that. What do you mean by that? Restructuring of the election cycle. Restructuring of electoral cycle or election cycle. Restructuring of the election cycle in such a way that which one? Both Lok Sabha and Assembly elections conducted same time. Assembly elections conducted. So this is the basic definition. I am again repeating. It is about restructuring of the election cycle in such a way that the elections for both Lok Sabha and Assembly is conducted same time. Understood? And when did we follow simultaneous election? It was followed till 1967, means 52, 57, 62, 67. was simultaneous automatically. Clear? 60 till when? Till 1967 election. That is basic idea of what do you mean by simultaneous, or you can say one nation, one election. Now, what is the need for it? Then comes your next one. Need for need for one nation, one election. Now here obviously you have to refer to, because look at the question, it's clearly telling what? Committees. At least you should have a reference to it. Got it? Yeah, of course, most of the points you will be knowing. What is the first one? Obviously, because of one nation, one election, what will happen? First is reduction in the election expenditure, or reduction in expenditure by ECI, first point. So on ECI expenditure will get reduced. Reduction in expenditure by Election Commission of India. Fine, to conduct such a huge election. That is one. Second is obviously what? What you can say? Frequent elections. Frequent election obviously will lead to what? Model code of conduct. Thereby, what we technically call it as what? Thereby leading to policy paralysis. Understood? In fact, you can say that very famous statement, according to Niti Aayog, India is described as what? Or India is described as a country in perennial election mode. Perennial means continuously we are in an election mode. According to Niti Aayog, India is a country with or in a perennial election mode. In a perennial election mode. That you have to be quick. India is a country in a perennial election mode. But next one is what? Obviously, next aspect is misuse of identity politics. So that all you can reduce. Misuse of identity politics. Identity politics means what? Based on caste, based on religion, all those things can be reduced. Misuse of the identity politics can be reduced. That's another one. Next is efficient use of security forces, administrative machineries. Efficient use of security and administrative machinery means bureaucracy. Administrative machinery. Understood? So like that, still there are so many, of course, where you have to refer to the committees, then refer. Fine. Law Commission plus Parliamentary Standing Committee plus Election Commission of India plus obviously the recent which one? Ramnath Kovind panel report, high level committee. Ramnath Kovind panel. All of them have, plus if you want you can also say Niti Aayog. All of them have supported the concept of one nation, one election. Clear? There are still so many advantages, but broadly it's okay then. Law Commission, Parliamentary Standing Committees, Election Commission of India, Ramnath Kovind panel plus Niti Aayog. All of them have supported one nation, one election. Clear? Now obviously, now the committee angle you have referred. Now what comes is your what? Challenges, or you can say broadly criticisms of one nation, one election. Understood? First aspect is what? As suggested by Ramnath Kovind panel itself. Ramnath Kovind panel itself says what? To introduce one nation, one election, we need 15 constitutional amendments plus 18 changes in various laws like RP Act, like electoral rules, everything. 18 changes in election laws. That means it needs lots of significant changes. 15 amendments means 15 provisions you need to amend in the constitution plus 18 changes in the election related laws. To be more precise if you want, most importantly which one? Most importantly the RP Act 1951. That means it's a huge legal challenge this is. If you want to call it as, it's a legal challenge. It is a legal challenge. 2. You have a political challenge. What is a political challenge? The political challenge is what? Studies suggest that, studies by Center for Good Governance, studies by so many institutes suggest that one nation, one election, in other words, simultaneous elections, high chances will favor whom? National parties. Is the studies. We don't know how will be the impact. It will favor national parties. In other words, who is a disadvantage then? Regional parties disadvantage. This is what the studies have shown. We don't know what is the real impact. Regional parties will be affected. Fine. How do you expect then the parties to agree to this? That's a political challenge. Clear? It will favor the national parties, that means affecting the regional parties. Then there is a federal challenge or democratic challenge also you can say. Democratic federal challenge. That is when, because we need to what? Early dissolution of state assemblies will create a challenge again. For that also they have a solution, we are not saying no. Early dissolution of state legislative assembly will affect obviously what? Affects federalism. Fine, that's another one. Then logistical challenge. According to Election Commission, what is ECA itself is saying? If you want to conduct elections for the entire country at same time, ECA is saying we need extra VVPATs, we need extra ballot units and everything, and they are expecting almost say 10,000 crore, let's say 8 to 9,000 crore at least additional expenditure we need, and that itself will take a lot of time. That's one logistical challenge. Second logistical challenge is mostly related towards security. If you conduct elections for entire India at one time, imagine how much of security, CAPF you need. What about the other aspects then? Will it threaten India's security on the borders or anything? That's a security challenge. Got it? Like that, so many challenges are still there. Fine, but for this concept, there is no looking back, you have to always support it. So broadly what you can say, irrespective of the broader conclusion, or not irrespective, you can use the word, despite various challenges, to one nation, one election, it is an idea whose time has come. Like you can use any words, it is an idea whose time has come. Globally, countries like South Africa, Sweden, Belgium follows it. Globally, South Africa, Belgium, Sweden follows it. Fine, but what we need? Broader consensus among political parties is necessary. Broader consensus among parties is necessary. Before implementing one nation, one election. Broader consensus among the parties is necessary before implementing, before enforcing whatever, one nation, one election. Clear? This actually for a 10 marker will be little more only, but I am telling you the broader structure angle. Got it? Yeah, so that is the first question. We will not have so much of time to discuss everything. Come back. Now let's go to the next question. Explain and distinguish between Lok Adalats and arbitration tribunals, whether they can enter. Look at the okay, I think you can easily understand that. Explain and distinguish between Lok Adalats, arbitration tribunals, whether they can enter. So that means you have subpart 1 and then you have subpart 2. First what you have to do, distinguish, and then meanwhile you have to tell which one can they entertain, civil or criminal cases. Fine. So now, if you want to note down the question broadly, distinguish between Lok Adalats, arbitration tribunals, whether they can entertain civil as well as criminal cases. Fine. Quick. Fine, or you just put it as question number 2, you go back and look at the question, gradually you can understand that. Yeah, so then how to structure it? So the question is about what? Lok Adalats arbitration tribunal. Before getting into that, what you can tell, broadly first talk about ADR, alternate dispute resolution. First briefly define what do you mean by ADR, alternate dispute resolution mechanisms. Alternate dispute resolution mechanisms are amicable way of resolving the disputes. Amicable way of resolving the disputes. General broader point. Amicable way of resolving the disputes outside the conventional judicial system. Means outside typical your Supreme Court, High Courts and subordinate courts. Outside the conventional judicial system. Fine. And broadly what are them? ADRs are what? They are quasi-judicial mechanisms, or quasi-judicial, yeah, mechanism is a better word. Quasi-judicial mechanisms. So this is brief introduction. They are amicable way of resolving the disputes outside the conventional judicial system. What are they? They are quasi-judicial authorities, quasi-judicial bodies. Clear? Now under this comes your, which one? Arbitration types of ADR I am telling. Conciliation, you don't have to write details about this because you will not have that amount of time. Arbitration, conciliation, mediation, negotiation. This is not our core part, this is just for your introduction part I am telling you. Got it? Arbitration, conciliation, mediation, negotiation. These are types of ADR. Now let's jump to directly, we should talk about which one? Lok Adalats. Either you have multiple ways of writing, either what you, because they have typically distinguished, you can make 2 columns and write, or you can write one directly, first write Lok Adalat and then you can write about tribunals, any which way, that's your wish. First, if you put the heading as Lok Adalats, first tell a brief of Lok Adalat first. What is it then? It is a statutory body established under, or you can make 2 columns itself. Why to make it separate then? Lok Adalats arbitration tribunals. Fine. It is statutory body. Statutory body under which act, if you can recall? Legal Services Authorities Act 1987. Understood? Arbitration tribunals are what? They are also statutory bodies. They are also quasi-judicial authorities. Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. That is Legal Service Authorities Act. This is Arbitration Conciliation Act 1996. Clear? Now 2. Lok Adalats functions based on which principle? They function based on conciliation. Now here the name itself telling it is functioning based on arbitration. Understood? Then here what you have to do? Voluntarily parties should approach. Voluntarily parties should approach them. You have to go. Voluntarily parties should approach them, or sometimes who can also direct? Courts can forward such cases. That is also allowed. Voluntarily parties should approach them, or the courts can forward it. Fine. Here what happens? It will be mentioned in the contractual agreements itself. It will be mentioned in the contractual agreements. So in the agreement itself they will mention, like mostly it will be what? Agreements between 2 companies or Government of India and a company, something like that. Got it? Then next differences. Lok Adalats administrative tribunal. Lok Adalats is what? Lok Adalats is very informal in procedure. Informal in procedure. Understood? This is more formal. Formal means what? They'll ask for your evidences, witnesses, everything. More formal, based on, fine, based on legal aspects like based on legal aspects like evidences, material witnesses or materials. So it's a more formal procedure. Understood? Then Lok Adalats, award is final and binding. Award is final and binding. In other words, no appeal. You can't appeal it in the courts also. You have to file a fresh case. Here, appeal allowed. Here, appeal is allowed in limited circumstances. That they'll tell you in the agreements. That they'll clearly mention in the agreements. Appeal is allowed in limited circumstances. That's more formal, informal procedure. This is more formal procedure. Clear? Then, if we can recall Lok Adalats, and then okay. So let's leave it here. Now they are typically telling you what kind of cases do they handle. Civil, criminal cases, something like that. For that type of cases handled by, of course you have only major differences, 1 or 2 differences, that's it. Because they have asked it as a separate subheading, I have mentioned it as a separate subheading. Lok Adalats, understood, based on the 1987 Act, based on 1987 Act, handles mostly civil cases. It handles mostly civil cases related to which one? Related to matrimonial disputes. It mostly handles the civil cases related to matrimonial disputes. Fine. Land acquisition issues. Land acquisition issues, landlord-tenant matters, etc. Understood? However, what they also handle? Also handles compoundable criminal offences. Like cheating cases, like simple ones, compoundable criminal cases. Compoundable criminal cases means based on CRPC, in simple terms it means what? Petty case, very non-serious case. That's what you call as compoundable criminal cases. In other words, non-compoundable criminal you can't handle, means like murders, rapes, that kind of cases they can't handle. Only compoundable criminal cases, that is petty cases. Understood? This is type of cases handled by Lok Adalats. Same point if you put it for administrative tribunal, what kind of cases do they handle? Again based on 1996 Act. Mostly they handle what? Civil, not mostly, only civil cases. Only civil cases related to, only civil cases related to contracts, agreements, commercial disputes. Contracts, agreements, commercial disputes. Fine. And if you have seen, recent famous case was what? Amazon versus Future Group. That's a very famous one. The Kishore Biani, all those things, big bazaars. Amazon versus Future Group. Clear? This is the broader aspect. Of course, if in case you had time, what you can say is what? Lok Adalats and administrative, before conclusion I am telling, Lok Adalats and administrative tribunals suffer from various limitations. You cannot make it as a separate subheading because that's not a core demand. Suffers from various limitations. Both Lok Adalats and the administrative tribunal suffers from various limitations related to lack of awareness about ADR, related to lack of awareness about ADR or about them. Fine. Resource constraint. Resource constraint. Fine. Then overlap with overlap with judicial mechanisms. Overlap with the judicial mechanisms, etc. So then comes your conclusion. Understood? Lok Adalats and administrative tribunal, just broadly write the conclusion, have significant potential. Lok Adalats and administrative tribunals have significant potential to contribute to judicial reforms. Lok Adalats and administrative tribunals have significant potential to contribute to judicial reforms. How? Especially by reducing the burden, case burden. They have significant potential to contribute to the judicial reforms, especially by reducing the case burden on the courts. Case burden on the courts. Hence, holistic reforms are needed to improve them, especially by reducing the case burden on the courts. Hence, holistic reforms are needed to improve them. Holistic reforms are needed to improve them. Fine. This also a lot of students, I mean whoever has written mains, so it's not so easy to generate points in the real time. Broadly you'll be knowing maybe 3-4 points, but how to structure it according to a 10 marker is the biggest challenge. Fine. That's okay. That's how UPSC plays the game. Now look at the third question. This is relatively, you can say, easy. Growth of cabinet system has practically resulted in. So the keywords are, you have to talk about the cabinet system. Next one is what? Marginalization of parliamentary supremacy. Understood? In simple terms, what they are telling, do you think that because cabinet system, or in other words cabinet ministers are becoming very powerful, so that is indirectly or whatever, it is negatively affecting whom? The power of parliament. That is what they are telling. Of course, broadly answer is yes only, but you have to counter it the other way also. Fine. So then how do you structure it then? Because the question is about what? Parliamentary system or cabinet system. First write about what is that cabinet. Understood? First write briefly about parliamentary system. You can't write in detail features of CAPA, that all is not necessary. Directly you have to, because it's a 10 marker, keep that in mind. Parliamentary system. Parliamentary system is based on the principle of, parliamentary system is based on the principle of collective responsibility of, principle of collective responsibility of COM to House of People. Article 75 clause 3. Correct? So that is the first basics. It is based on the principle of collective responsibility of Council of Ministers to House of People. Lok Sabha 75 clause 3. Now you cannot keep writing about parliamentary system features everything directly. It is also called as cabinet system. It is also called as cabinet system, as it is the most important decision maker, as it is the most important decision maker. It is the most important decision maker. Understood? And what is it famously called as? It is famously called as nucleus of parliamentary system. Famously called as nucleus of parliamentary system. So you have just introduced the term parliamentary system and cabinet system. It is the most important decision maker, and it is famously called as the nucleus of parliamentary system. Now they are talking about growth and everything. First tell, now at least in one sentence, cabinet mostly consists of, or cabinet consists of prime minister and most important ministers. Prime minister and the most important ministers. If you want a constitutional angle, what you can tell? it is mentioned in penna. It is mentioned in in Article 352. Fine, that is the only place where they have mentioned the term cabinet. Fine. Yeah, so now the concept comes is what? Growth of cabinet system they have linked. For that you have to understand. You can either put a subheading also. Growth of cabinet system. Growth of cabinet system. Obviously, first point is what? Cabinet size has increased over time, especially at the national level. Cabinet size has increased over time, especially at national level. If you want, you can write what? Approx less than or equal to 15% of Lok Sabha 91st Amendment 2003. Cabinet size has increased over time, especially at national level. To be more precise, especially when you have coalition governments, less than or equal to 15% of Lok Sabha strength, 91st Amendment 2003. Clear? 2. So what they do? It takes the most important decisions. It takes most important decisions which is just formally discussed or formally passed in parliament. It takes the most important decisions. Okay, you can say sometimes bypassing parliament, because they are using the word parliamentary supremacy. Sometimes bypassing parliament. Bypassing the parliament. Simple example is decisions related to what? Demonetization. Demonetization decision. Even you have bypassed the parliamentary supremacy or parliamentary scrutiny. Fine, you can also say next one. Parliament has transformed into a formal procedure or formal house for passing the decisions, for passing cabinet decisions. So they have already decided, you are just passing it, for passing cabinet decisions. Understood? Like for example, so many are there. Farm bills. Fine, or you can say CAA. CAA is with Jammu Kashmir, this abrogation of 370. So you have just become a formal house for passing the cabinet decisions. Fine, that is another aspect. Next aspect is what? Increased use of ordinance through increased use of ordinance. Increased use of ordinance through president. Of course, you can say governor also. Increased use of the ordinances through president compromises parliament's authority. If you want to use the same word, compromises parliamentary supremacy. Understood? Obviously, so many they have taken. Example, even what all ordinances? Ordinance on farm bills itself was an ordinance. If you want, you can add other examples. Ordinances on farm bills, Essential Commodities Act, etc. Even on cooperative banks also they had done. Ordinances on the farm bills, Essential Commodities Acts, etc. That's another aspect. Like that, broadly you can say, even with respect to budget, cabinet plays a crucial role. Budget, bills, policies with respect to budget, bills and policies, cabinet dominates. Even with respect to the budget, bills and cabinet, policies, cabinet will dominate. Another aspect is what? Anti-defection law, whip, has affected debates in parliament, parliamentary debates. Anti-defection law and thereby strong whip has affected the debates in the parliament. So this is broadly the angle. Even if you generate 4 or 5 points, it is more than enough. But you can write a counter angle also. Anti-defection law and whip has affected the debates in the parliament. Now the counterpoint is what? However, parliament even today remains. However, parliament even today remains most important platform, remains as most important platform for debates and discussions. You can generate a counterpoint for debates and discussions. Fine. For example, how you can say Rajya Sabha had blocked GST bill, land acquisition bill, GST bill, land acquisition bill. Understood? Then parliamentary standing committee report on data protection bill, surrogacy bill, data protection bill, surrogacy bill led to significant changes. Understood? Parliamentary standing committee reports on data protection bill, surrogacy bill also led to significant changes. You can broadly what you can say, even today tools like what? Question hour, 0 hour, no confidence motion, adjournment motion are frequently used. So that is broadly how you can counter both the perspectives. So then how you can justify it? What you can tell is cabinet is a tool to take swift decisions. Cabinet is a tool to take swift decisions. However, Parliament is the real temple of democracy. Parliament is the real temple of democracy. Hence, it can never be marginalized, or hence it should not be also you can say, hence it can never be marginalized, or you can say bypassed. Because you should always support Parliament. Cabinet is a tool to take swift decisions. However, Parliament is the real temple of democracy. Hence, it should not be marginalized or bypassed. Clear? So, broadly, this is how you can structure the question answer related to cabinet system, marginalization. Of course, yes, you have to tell, counter it. Then, duty of CAG is not merely to ensure legality, but also propriety. So, CAG is the keyword, obviously. Legality is the keyword and propriety is the keyword. Obviously, how do you have to start the answer? Because the question is about CAG. First, write about CAG basics first. Fine. CAG is what? Constitutional body. Constitutional body mentioned in where? Article 148, Article 149. Understood? 148 is broadly what? 148 is broadly appointment, oath, service condition. Appointment, oath, service conditions. Then what is 149 then? 149 is about the powers, functions. Clear? So then Ambedkar described CAG as what? CAG as most important. Ambedkar describes CAG as the most important public office. Fine, and that famous statement or famous description, and it is watchdog of public purse. So this itself will give you the, if you write that itself, at least evaluator will feel, at least you know what is of major importance or significance of CAG. 148 is about appointment, oath, service condition. 149 is about the powers and functions. Ambedkar describes CAG as the most important public office and watchdog of public purse. Clear? Now comes here, obviously depending on, broadly first write functions of CAG. Just few, just sum up quickly because this is not our core demand, at least some 3, 4 or something like that. Obviously what it does, audit reports of union government, audit reports of Government of India, fine, appropriation accounts, finance accounts, all those things. Then accounts plus audits of state government, accounts plus audit of state government, accounts plus audit of the state government, fine. 3, then finalizes or determines net proceeds of tax, determines net proceeds of tax, net proceeds of tax. Then advises president with respect to maintenance of account, with respect to maintenance of accounts, of course audit reports. Fine, like that you can say broadly these are the functions. You can still keep adding that, but that's not our core concern. This is only for your basic aspects. Advises president with respect to the maintenance of format of the maintenance of accounts, determines net proceeds of tax, accounts plus audit of state government, only audits of Government of India. Now comes here, what are the words they have used? Not merely legality but also propriety. Fine, now you have to get to the type, which is what? CAG prepares different types of audit reports. That is your core demand of the question. CAG prepares different types of audit reports. That is where comes your first one, legal or regulatory or procedural audit report. That's what is your first one. Explain 1 or 2 points about, at least 2, 3 points about it. Legal or regulatory or procedural audit report, which is your this aspect, ensure the legality of expenditure. Fine. What do you mean by that? As the name itself says, the focus is on what here? Focuses on adherence to, laws, rules and procedures. Means, did you follow the rules, regulations properly or not? Focuses on adherence to the laws, rules and procedures. Fine. That means focus is more on what? Focus more on output, focus more on financial aspects. Focus is more on output and it is more on financial aspects. Adherence to the rules, regulations, whatever procedures, focus is more on the output, focus is more on the financial aspect. That means what is not focused here? Financial discipline or financial prudence was the tell, propriety, Financial prudence and propriety is not the criteria, is not the, we can say, for purpose or focus, is not the focus. Understood? So they'll only focus on while raising the income or expenditure, did you follow the rules properly or not? They'll not tell you why did you follow this or that. That means what also they'll not question? Policy decisions are not questioned. Policy decisions not questioned. Policy decisions are not questioned. Clear? So every year whatever reports they give, these are all typically procedural audit, or what do you call this, regulatory audit. Now comes your second major type of audit, which is the audit name itself is proprietary audit. That's what, look at the term, but also it's propriety. That's what is your proprietary audit. That means then automatically if you think, the point is what? Not just rules and procedures. So they'll not see, did you follow the rules and procedure properly? Not just the rules and procedures, but also the wisdom of the policies. Means what policy did you follow, but also wisdom of policies. So that's the key. But it will also check the wisdom of policies. That means focus more on what? Focus more on outcome. Focus is more on outcomes. Understood? Obviously, what is this? Very broad in scope. Very broad in scope. Which one? Proprietary audit. They'll see first of all, did you take the policy decision properly or not? Now, what are the examples for this proprietary audit? Example, CAG audit reports on 2G spectrum, CAG audit report on coal block allocation. They were all actually proprietary audits. Reports on 2G spectrum allocation, reports on the coal block allocations. Fine, even recent report if you want, CAG reports on defense acquisition, the CAG report on which one, MG Narega, all of that are proprieties. Of course, it's a kind of overlap. Famous ones are 2G coal block, recent ones are what? CAG audit reports on defense acquisition, MG NRE GA. If you want, you can write those examples also. CAG report on MG NRE GA highlighted. Narega highlighted misuse of, this is a kind of both overlap, misuse of funds, misuse, misallocation, everything, delay in payment of wages. Like that, so many reports are there, you can keep on identifying. Fine, and what Supreme Court has said? Supreme Court in Munimji case, MUNIMJI, Supreme Court in Munimji case upholded proprietary audit by CAG. MUNIMJ in Munimji case upholded proprietary audit by CAG. Understood on what it said? CAG Act 1971 allows both types of audit. CAG Act 1971 allows both the types of audit. Supreme Court in Munimji case upheld proprietary audit of CAG. Clear? So this is broadly the points. If in case you had space, you could have written about the criticisms, this, that, everything, or else you could have directly gone to the conclusion and said CAG ensures financial accountability of executive to parliament, legislature. It ensures financial accountability of the executive to the parliament. And what is it? It is one of the bulwarks of parliamentary system. Bulwarks means defense wall. It is one of the bulwarks of parliamentary system. It is one of the bulwarks of parliamentary system, and what we have to do, CAG should be or should conduct both, or should ensure both, you can say. CAG should ensure both legality and propriety. I am just repeating the keywords of the question, of government expenditure. It ensures financial accountability of the executive to parliament. It is one of the bulwarks of parliamentary system, and it should ensure both legality and propriety of the government expenditure. Clear? So that is broadly how you should have structured it. Got it? Quick. You can, but because the words used are legality and propriety, you should structure your answer around these two words. You can, transparency, accountability words also you can use, but whatever you use, focus should be on legality and propriety, because that is the key. If evaluator does not find that you are addressing the aspect of legality and propriety, he will feel you have written about CAG, you may not have addressed the core demand, he may feel. That's why I structured it around legal and propriety aspect. Clear? Yeah, this is relatively, the second part is a bit challenging. Analyze the role of local bodies in providing good governance. That's the first aspect. Analyze the role of local bodies in good governance. Second aspect is what? Pros and cons of merging rural local bodies with urban local bodies. So two subheadings you have. Analyze the role of local bodies in good governance. What is the advantages and challenges of merging rural local body with urban local body? Now, how do you structure it? First aspect is what here? Role of local bodies in good governance is your first subheading. Role of local bodies in good governance. Understood? Of course, for that, first what you have to write? First write about panchayats, municipalities briefly, and then get to what is its importance. That means what? Panchayats, fines, and municipalities. Panchayats and municipalities given constitutional status. Panchayats and municipalities were given constitutional status through which amendments? 73rd and 74th 1992 respectively. Through 73rd, 74th amendments 1992 respectively. Correct? Because first you need to mention that legal and constitutional angles first. Now when you say panchayats, that means article 243 to 243 wo. Understood? Obviously, which one? Part 9, schedule 11 or 11th schedule, whatever. 11th schedule. This is the constitution angles. Then municipalities means 243P to 243 ZG. Automatically you know part 9A 12th schedule. 243 to 243 O, 243P to 243 ZG, part 9 11th schedule, part 9A 12th schedule. 73rd, this aspect should be there in your introduction whenever the question is on panchayats or municipalities. 11th schedule, obviously that is 12th schedule. Now question is about what? Local bodies and good governance. That aspect you have to understand. That aspect you have to address it. And so local bodies and good governance. Write broadly because they are telling you analyze also. Again remember it's a 10 marker. You can't keep on writing because space issues will be there. Broadly tell how it is important for good governance. Obviously first keyword is what? Play with the keywords. What it ensures? Democratic decentralization. That's the first keyword. Democratic decentralization. Understood? Means decision or extension of this bottom-up development process, bottom-up planning. Like what? For example, Gram Panchayat development plans. Every Gram Panchayat has to come up with a Gram Panchayat development plan. Fine. Second, obviously, is what? Customization of development according to the local needs. Customization of development. Understood? That means what is it opposite of? Moving away from, in other words, opposite of one size fits all approach. Opposite of one size fits all approach. Opposite of the one size fits all approach. Customization of the development. Fine. So keywords obviously has to come up. Then obviously question is local bodies and good governance. What it ensures? Local bodies leads to transparency and accountability of bureaucracy. Sir, how do you say that if you want? Example, social audits. Social audits of RDPR or social audits of rural development programs like MG Narega. Fine. Then transforms representative democracy into participatory democracy. Transforms representative democracy to participatory democracy. Obviously, how? Gram Sabha is the decision maker for most of the development programs. RDP means rural development programs. Gram Sabha is the decision maker in most of the rural development programs now. Okay, so obviously it will transform representative democracy into participatory democracy. Then obviously what it has done? Social reform. Increase in representation of women, SC, ST. Understood? If you want, link it to the Ambedkar statement. As said by Ambedkar, political representation is the first step of true empowerment of any community. As said by Ambedkar, political representation is first step for true empowerment. First step for the true empowerment of any community. Answered. Political representation is the first step for true empowerment of any community. Actually, they are told analyze. That means what? You can also write the loopholes also, what do you call as limitations. But what you have to understand is, analyze the role of local bodies in good governance is one subpart. What is the second subpart? What is the pros and cons of merging rural local body with urban local bodies? Now, you cannot keep on writing about the loopholes of local bodies because that itself will take a lot of time then. But as a link, what you can tell? However, local bodies suffer from various limitations. Local bodies suffers from various limitations. I'll just sum up once for all in 2-3 lines related to or like. It suffers from various limitations like Pati Panchayat. Various limitations like Pati Panchayat, problem of 3 Fs. 3 F means problem of funds, functions, functionaries, etc. Problem of 3 Fs. Decentralization of corruption. Decentralization of corruption, etc. Now, as an extension of this link, in this context, what can be a solution? Merging of RLBs with ULB can reform local bodies. So we used it as a linking para or linking sentences, whatever, and then we have moved towards merging of RLBs with ULBs can reform local bodies in a way. Now for that, how? Because the question says pros, cons of merging RLBs with ULBs. So what is the pros? Obviously, logically also, if you understand what will be the advantages, first one is what? Synchronized planning or synchronized development for both rural and urban area. You can synchronize development for both rural and urban areas. Especially where? Especially in semi-urban, peri-urban areas, because they are all transforming from rural to urban. Semi-urban, peri-urban areas. So you can come up with a synchronized development. 2. Efficient utilization of resources. Efficient utilization of the resources, including bureaucracy, because when you merge it and make it one type of body, bureaucrats can be moved from any areas to any areas, including bureaucracy. Understood? And what it avoids? It avoids huge categorization of areas. Means urban, rural, gram panchayat, taluk panchayat, all those things, avoids huge categorization of areas into different types of, into RLBs and ULBs, you can say. You can avoid all that categorization of the areas into RLBs and ULBs. So you can make it as once for all, everything is one. Automatically what it leads? Holistic planning, especially for infrastructure development. That means it will help actually, especially for infrastructure development in rural areas. So rural areas will also get better infrastructure is the point. And so programs like Amrut, programs like Smart City, all those things may get the help. Holistic planning, especially for infrastructure development in the rural areas. Now the point is obviously what you have to write cons. They are clearly telling cons of merger. What if you merge? What may happen? Obviously, first major loophole is what? More focus on urban needs. More focus on the urban needs. In other words, neglecting rural areas. So that's a very high chance. Second one, differences in social cultural aspects. So both rural and urban area do not have the same need. Differences in social cultural aspects between rural and urban areas. So their need might be different, urban areas need might be different. You cannot so easily merge. They have their own priority, urban areas have their own priorities. Differences in the social cultural aspects between rural and urban areas. Fine. Next one is what? Urban areas dominate in financial strength. So they will get major priority then. Urban areas have huge financial strength because they collect a lot of taxes. Huge financial strength. Automatically what will happen? Hence, rural areas or rural needs like drinking water, sanitation, might be neglected. Understood? And even who has not even talked about it? Second ARC, Punchi Commission has not recommended it, has not supported it. Neither second ARC nor Punchi Commission nor Law Commission has supported it. Second ARC Punchi Commission has not supported it. Fine. So that's why this is not the solution for us. You can take a stand and tell what? Rather than merger of local bodies, rather than the merger of local bodies, we need holistic reforms of panchayats and municipalities to realize Gandhian dream of Gram Swaraj. To realize the Gandhian dream of. So merger is not the solution. Other than that, or you can also take another stand saying that it will have a lot of impact. So before taking a decision, we need broad-based consultation aspect also. That also you can mention, or you can directly tell, rather than merging, we need holistic reforms of the panchayats and municipalities to realize the real or true goal of Gram Swaraj. Fine. Yeah. Now let's go to the next question then. Look at it. This is more broader. I mean, this I think is relatively easy, because continuously in newspapers you keep on studying about it. Right to, again, look at the subheadings first. Subparts you have to identify. Right to privacy intrinsic to life and liberty, that means Article 21, inherently protected under Article 21. Explain. That means till here is your subpart 1, explain, which is about what? Article 21, right to privacy, what are the components of it. Second part is what? In this reference, discuss the law relating to DNA testing of the child in the womb to establish its paternity. So you have to link to privacy angle, you have to bring the legal angle, you have to bring the whatever Supreme Court judgments is, that everything. Clear? Now let's focus on the first subheading or first subpart is what? Article 21, right to life and liberty, privacy. Clearly they are mentioning Article 21, then how do you structure it? Of course, start by telling what do you mean by Article 21. Article 21 says that no person shall be deprived. Article 21 says that no person shall be deprived of his or her rights to life and liberty, his or her life and liberty, except according to procedure established by law. Clear? Now obviously you have to switch to which one? Supreme Court in, remember it's a 15 marker. Supreme Court in Menaka Gandhi case 1978 took broader interpretation. Supreme Court in Menaka Gandhi case took broader interpretation of Article 21. Understood? And what it took? It said that Article 21 includes anything that is required to live a dignified life. Then comes your privacy. Article 21 includes anything required to a dignified life or to live a dignified life. So that's the key word, because without telling in which case Supreme Court took a broader interpretation, you can't directly jump to what is right to privacy. Took a broader interpretation of the term, or of the term right to life and liberty also, I mean to life and liberty also, you can say Article 21 includes everything that is required to live a dignified life. Here due process of law is not our concern, that's why I am not bringing the term due process of law. So let's directly go to dignified life. Now come to privacy angle. Of course, which case? Yeah, Supreme Court in Supreme Court in case Puttaswamy case 2017 said that right to privacy is an integral part of right to privacy is an integral part of Article 21. It is an integral part of Article 21. Fine. And what it actually did, it reversed, it overruled its own judgment in Karak Singh case. It overruled its previous judgment in, because in previous judgment it had told, previous means long back, 35 years back, it overruled its previous judgment in Karak Singh case. It overruled its previous judgment in the Karak Singh case. Clear? Now what you have to tell, what all does Article 21, especially right to privacy, includes? That you have to clarify. Right to privacy today includes, and then mention that, right to be forgotten. It includes right to be forgotten. Then it includes right to choice. In bracket, it can be related to food, it can be related to dress, lifestyle, whatever. That is right to choice. Fine. Then you can also actually include it to right to gender identity also. In a way, it is also related to it, which is the moment you say that, which case? Navtej Singh Johar case. Fine. That is also in a way part of it. Then reproductive rights of women. Reproductive rights of women obviously is also part of right to privacy. Then now they are coming up with right to personality. Right to personality, right against digital surveillance. Now you cannot write broadly about 21. Within privacy, what all is there, you have to mention specifically. Right against digital surveillance. Now all of them is now broadly part of your right to privacy. Clear? Right to be forgotten, right to choice, right to gender identity, right to personality, right against digital surveillance, reproductive rights of women. Clear? All of them are right to privacy. Now, and what Supreme Court also did? Supreme Court introduced, because that is when you shift to the next one. Supreme Court introduced a triple test. Supreme Court introduced a triple test in this case, or Supreme Court introduced triple test for breach of, or you can say, okay, better is just mention Supreme Court introduced triple test in this case, which is first one is what? Legality. So do you have a law? Second one, necessity, or you can say legitimate aim. Legality, necessity, or legitimate aim. Three is, which we kept telling, which one? Proportionality. So these three criteria if you fulfill, then obviously privacy can be compromised to an extent. Legality, necessity, proportionality. That is broadly whatever we have written is where right to privacy intrinsic to Article 21. What all does it include? Now you have to go to the next aspect. What? DNA testing of the child in the womb to determine the, or to establish the paternity. There, put the subheading. And then you have to keep on linking it to right to privacy. DNA testing of child in the womb to or you can use it as a linking sentence also. That's your way of writing. To establish paternity. DNA testing of the child in the womb to establish the paternity. What is the legal aspects? Or which all laws can regulate it? One, you have Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, and that also there is a reference to it. Second, you have PCPNDT Act 1994, and then in a way now you have the DNA Act, DNA Regulation and Testing Act, I think 2019 or something. These three are the laws which regulates this broadly, the concept of DNA testing of the child. MTP, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, PCPNDT Act, and DNA Regulation Act. And so now again link it to the Supreme Court or the privacy angle. Supreme Court in various cases has opined about, opined means took an opinion about, has opined about DNA testing of child. Of course, you don't have a landmark case related to this. Opined means has took an opinion about. For example, these are all landmark cases. Deepa Roy they tell, or Deepanvita Roy case. Women has the right to reject DNA testing, considering her privacy. Based on her privacy, and then another keyword, bodily autonomy. Women has the right to reject DNA testing because of her privacy and because of her bodily autonomy. Means you can't force. That is Deepanvita Roy case, not a landmark cases. So that's why we don't remember these cases so easily. Based on her privacy and bodily autonomy. In another case also Supreme Court said that, again that is also not a landmark case. You might have seen in so many Ajinkya and then Arpit Roy case or something. Ajinkya Arpita Roy case, or Arjun Ajinkya case, in which again what Supreme Court said, what all aspects you have to keep it in mind. Health of the child, fine. Privacy of women, both should be kept in mind. Should be considered before DNA testing. So you have to keep both the health of the child in the mind as well as the privacy and bodily autonomy of the women in the mind. Again what Supreme Court said, in so many other cases also there, Supreme Court has also said that DNA testing is the measure of last resort. Means you have to do it only at the end. DNA testing is the measure of last resort. Clear? This is Supreme Court's opinion, and that is various laws. That DNA testing is a measure of last resort. Then how do you broadly conclude? What you can tell is, it is, or DNA testing is a complex, or you can say complicated. It is a complicated issue. DNA testing is a complicated issue considering considering the aspects of privacy, bodily autonomy, and health of the fetus, health of the child. And what it has to pass? It has to pass triple test of case Puttaswamy case. It has to pass the triple test of Supreme Court, and better legal clarity is required. It is a complicated issue considering various aspects of privacy, autonomy, and health. So hence it has to first pass the triple test of Supreme Court, and then we need better legal clarity either through Parliament or through another landmark Supreme Court judgment. Clear? So that is broadly the question. Okay, I think this one is relatively easy. So directly I'll just tell the structure. Look at the question. What changes has the government of India introduced in the domain of center state relations? Recently introduced. First subpart, clearly they are telling, suggest measures to be adapted to build the trust between, means how do you improve the center state relations and federalism? That is the point. Now obviously what changes government of India has introduced in the domain of center state relations? Fine. So before that what you have to do? And before getting into that, what you can tell? Just broadly introduce. That I will tell, and then structure part I will just tell you how to, what all you could have mentioned. India is a democratic federal country. India is a democratic federal country, and what they have clearly mentioned, Supreme Court has declared federalism as part of basic structure. Supreme Court has declared federalism as part of basic structure in which one? SR Bommai case 1994. Understood? Hence automatically what is important? Hence healthy center state relations is paramount for Indian polity. Is paramount for Indian polity. This is a broader intro part I am telling you, that India is a democratic federal country and Supreme Court has already declared federalism as part of basic structure. Healthy center state relation is paramount for the health of Indian polity. Clear? Again, if you want to tell, just to stuck, because it's a 15 marker, center state relations has transformed. Center state relation has transformed in various phases. In post-independence era. So there is a different phases in post-independence era. Fine. Today, what are we in? Today, cooperative, competitive federalism is the foundation of center state relations. Today, cooperative and competitive federalism is the foundation of center state relations. Cooperative and competitive federalism is the foundation of center state relations. Now write, what are those recent changes? I will not explain, I will just tell you the structure part. Recent changes, or directly I will make it as another subheading. There are so many, whatever you can recall, recent changes with respect to center state relations. I mean, constitution wise, of course, the major change is what? Constitution angle, if you want to bring. GST is the major change. Of course, whatever major points you can recall, you can write about that. GST, GST Council, Article 279A, fine, GST compensation, this, that, whatever you can write, 2-3 points you can write about GST itself. That is the first landmark change in the federal relation that has happened. Fine. Second landmark change is what? Planning Commission being replaced by Niti Aayog, means one size fits all approach replaced by cooperative competitive federalism. That's another landmark change that has happened. Correct. Then third landmark change is what? Finance Commission. 15th Finance Commission. How much? 41% vertical devolution. So write some 1 or 2 points about that. 15th Finance Commission, 41% vertical devolution. Then another landmark change is rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes. That 1 or 2 points you write about them. Rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes. Fine. Extension of that also you can say discontinuity of special category status. Discontinuity of special category status. That's another landmark change. Then if you want, changes to All India Services rules. Deputation, All India Services rules. So like that, these are some 4-5 major changes that has been brought by Government of India with respect to the center-state relations. Rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes, Planning Commission replaced by Niti Aayog, 15th Finance Commission, discontinuity of special category, changes to All India Services rules. Clear? Now comes your, what changes have they brought? Now suggest various other measures to build the trust between center-state relation. When they are directly telling you suggest various measures, you can't directly go to the suggestion measures. Obviously, first what you have to highlight then? First highlight the loopholes. What you can say, problems in center-state relations. Problems in federalism, center-state relations. And then and there itself you can keep suggesting the measures. For example, first obviously talk about whom? Talk about office of governor. If you want 1 or 2 points you can sum up, and then wherever possible what you keep mentioning? Mention Sarkaria, mention Punchi. Governor itself, you know, so many things. One obviously what? The appointment itself is politicized, functioning is politicized, bills you might have seen. Tamil Nadu example, NEET bill, NEET, so many examples are there. Even if you know the basics, you will get a better idea of that. Is governor aspect. Second is what? Which is what? Dominance of center in. Dominance of center in concurrent list. Example, the NEET issue, NEP issue. NEP issue, NEET issue. For that again, what Sarkari and Punchi Commission has told, that first you have to consult the states before Parliament makes a law on concurrent list. That's a measure. So here itself you write the problem, and clearly they have told measure, write the measures. Write the measures. Before passing law on a concurrent list, what should the Parliament do? Consult the state governments. Understood? Yeah, that's another aspect. Next aspect is what? Obviously, next major issue is terms of reference of Finance Commission. Means it is dominated completely. Who does it? Government of India does it without even consulting the states. Terms of reference of Finance Commission. That's why what is the solution? As suggested by Punchi Commission. Punchi Commission has told that consult the states while drafting the TOR. So states should be consulted while drafting terms of reference. Fine. Next, it's in a way related to governor. This we can say, or we can write it here also, which is what? No time limit to give. No time limit for the governor to give assents. To assent, give assent to state bills, which obviously we know. To give assent to the state bills. Fine. Obviously, what is the solution again? Anywhere time limit comes, what you tell? Maximum 6 months should be mentioned as the time limit. Punchi Commission has also told, more or less everybody has said that. That's another aspect. Then next one, finance commission angle, vertical devolution is fine. Okay. What other major issues are there? Because governor itself we have mentioned, state list we have. All India services if you want, as Sarkar for its with respect to all India services, they were criticized as what? They were also criticized as agents of center, but what? Both Sarkaria and Punchi Commission has told, continue all India services. Fine, bring reforms. That itself is a separate topic, but just we can broadly write that. That's another solution, problem solution. Huh? CBI is misuse, but you have to write link it to the federal angle. If you want to link it, what you can say that in few states have taken back their general consent to CBI. So for that, what you can use as a solution. Hence, government of India should prevent misuse of CBI, something like that you can tell, because Supreme Court in one of the case had told that CBI in Vineet Narayan case, Supreme Court said CBI is acting like a caged parrot of government of India, like that. But when you write anything, what you have to do? Link it to center-state relation, federalism angle. In general, you can't write. And so, if you want to write, you can write. That depends. Not UCC, you cannot direct, whatever you can have to write, link it to center-state relation angle. If you don't link it to center-state, that means it will become a general issue then. That's why I am telling governor, finance commission, planning commission, you can't write it now, or central sponsored schemes, or terms of reference, state list, concurrent list. You have to link always to those aspects. Clear? That is how federalism angles, whatever extra points are there, bring it to this aspect. Clear? Then obviously, how can you use the broader conclusion? Center-state relations is, or you can say healthy center-state relation is, healthy center-state relation is the foundation, for success of, diverse country like India. Diverse country like India. Fine. Then just bring back the Punchi Commission statement. As said by Punchi Commission, cooperative federalism is the dharma of center-state relations in 21st century. Cooperative federalism is the dharma of center-state relations in 21st century. Cooperative federalism is the dharma of center-state relations in 21st century. Fine. Now, let's look at the next one. Yeah, this also you can relatively directly write that. Reasons for growth of public interest litigation in India. Result of this, Supreme Court emerged as the world's most powerful judiciary. Clear? As a result of this, has the Supreme Court emerged? Obviously, obvious answer is yes. For that, how do you structure it? Again, because the question is on PIL, first tell what do you mean by public interest litigation or social action litigation. Briefly try to define it. Understood? So, what is it? It is again I will broadly tell the structure part. It is a tool used by any individual with larger public interests. It is a tool used by any individual with genuine, or you can say larger public interest, to approach judiciary on behalf of affected or vulnerable sections. It is a tool used by any individual with genuine public interest to approach judiciary on behalf of the affected or vulnerable sections. In which case, the moment you write that, PL means the landmark case. Supreme Court introduced it in Husainara. Of course, Jaipur Municipal Corporation case, everything is there. But for us, landmark is Husainara cartoon case. Fine. And then what you have to tell? That it dilutes the concept of which one? Locus standi. Dilutes locus standi. Fine. And where is it? It's nowhere mentioned in the constitution. It's in a way related to what? Article 32, you can make use of it. Go to Supreme Court. Article 226, go to High Court and file the PILs. Because there is no reference about to it in the constitution. 32 Supreme Court, 226 High Court. Now, question is clearly telling you, explain the reasons for the growth of it. For that, first what you have to tell, broadly what we need to understand is public interest litigation and judicial activism share a cyclical relation. So, both are interlinked. Now, write the growth. Not growth in the sense, reasons. Reasons for growth of PIL. It is in a way reasons for the growth of judicial activism also. Understood? Obviously, broadly you will be knowing, if in case you have understood you have read the chapters. First one is obviously what? Legislative and executive vacuum. Means they are not performing well. Hence, people have no other option. They have to approach courts directly. Legislative and executive vacuum. 2. Judicial activism. Understood? Means because of that only the concept of PIL came. Judicial activism. Third is what? Increase in civil society activism. So, civil society is also, they keep on directly approaching. Civil society activism. Then fourth one, Supreme Court's role as guarantor of fundamental rights. Supreme Court's role as a guarantor of fundamental rights. That's another major reason. Then fifth one, moral responsibility of the judges. Moral responsibility of judges. So they have taken the moral responsibility, hence automatically PILs have kept on increasing. These are why reasons. Of course, what you have to tell? Lot of positives, and just mention the cases. Positive impact of PIL. There's so many landmark cases. You can write like what? Remember, Vishaka guidelines, electoral reforms, recall, PUCL case, NOTA, VVPAT. And so police reforms, which is what? Police reforms means which case? Prakash Singh case, civil service reforms, TSR Subramaniam case. Like that, so many are there. You can keep on writing. Environment, MC Mehta cases. Civil service reform, Subramaniam case, environment cases, MC Mehta. Now, those are all positive impact. Now, obviously, they are linking it to which concept? Do you think that has led to Supreme Court emerging as the most powerful judiciary? Obviously, answer is what? Answer is yes. This has led to Supreme Court emerging as, use the same wordings, emerging as powerful court, powerful judiciary. That's why what they keep telling, we have moved towards the concept of what? Judicial. So PIL was one of the reasons that India has moved towards judicial supremacy. PIL is one of the reasons. Fine. Now, because of that, you have to highlight the negative impact, criticisms of PIL. So, mention some 4-5 criticisms that it is not mentioned in the constitution itself. First of all, it has led to what? It has contributed to judicial overreach. Fine. And then misuse of PIL. If you have heard, PIL is also criticized as what? It is not just public interest litigation, it is private interest litigation, publicity interest litigation, all those criticisms you write. So that is a criticism angle. One is what? Not mentioned in constitution. It has led to judicial overreach. It has led to judicial supremacy. It has led to what? Misuse of the PIL by so many so many agencies and all those things. All those things you can mention, and then if you want, write those some examples also. Understood? But again, what you have to mention, way forward is also there if you have heard. Reforms in PIL. Supreme Court itself has given this, that while accepting PIL, check the what? Yes, credibility of the petitioner should be cross-verified. Point number 1. 2. It should be only allowed where there is larger public interest, like environment cases, election cases, police cases. You cannot allow it in commercial angles. You cannot allow it in private disputes. Supreme Court has already given all these reforms. Mention them and then conclude the answer. And so that is how the structuring of the answer should be done. Because we need to end it a little quickly now. You still have 3-4 questions. This I think is again broader question. Look at it. India as a secular state versus secular principles of US Constitution. Just in mind what you have to write about. Indian secularism versus which one? Western secularism. If you can recall, even in the basics also we keep talking about it. Secularism definition, obviously you know. Write that basic definition. And then you can go to what? Indian secularism, French. You know that French or Western. Here you can mention it as US secularism or the West secularism, and recall negative secularism, positive secularism. Can you recall those basics? Strict separation between religion and state. Here it is not strict, it is what? Equal treatment or equal respect for all the religions. There religious symbols are not allowed, religious symbols allowed. No protection or no special provisions for minorities, special protection and provisions for minorities. You know, we have already done all those things. There state cannot get into religious angles. You can get into religious, Shabrimala case, Triple Talaq case. So their state cannot get into management of the religious institutions. State can get into, example what? HRC, Hindu religious charitable ones, Mujrai ilakas, all of those things. There state cannot or state will not organize religious events or ceremonies. State can organize religious events or ceremonies. Like so many events, whatever, Kumbh Mela, or it can be Pushkar Melas or whatever, Mahamastaka Abhisheka, these are so many things that you need to bring. Then you can bring the Indian constitution angle also, that in Indian constitution, where do you find the provisions of secularism? Article 14 in a way talks about it, 15 in a way talks about it, freedom of religion 25 to 28. Supreme Court in Kesar Bommai case told that what? That secularism is part of basic structure. This is a very basic question. Understood? Then if you want few criticisms of secularism, you can tell that secularism has been misused. I mean, sometimes misused in the sense the definition of the term has been misconstrued. Fine. When did they add secularism word? 42nd Amendment to the preamble, all those things. That all angle you need to bring. That's it. It's a very direct question. No current affairs angles, no analysis angle, nothing. Just maybe what they could have, sir, what is this US Constitution exactly? Don't even have to worry. Just talk about Western secularism versus Indian secularism. And so there are few points like First Amendment of US Constitution, everything, but there is no major details again. So it is just whatever we keep discussing, it is the same angle. Now, this one, public charitable trusts, potential to make India's development more inclusive. It's a 10 marker. Directly you can write the answer, even if you know the broader aspect of what do you mean by this public charitable trusts. This is, I think, first time they have asked a question on trust specifically. Fine. How do you structure it? Public charitable trust. Obviously, what is it? First point, it is part of larger concept of which one? Civil society. It is part of the larger concept of civil society organizations. Understood? And what is it? It is a non-profit organization, fine, which functions for or which functions with public interest in mind or public interest as the goal. It is part of the larger concept of civil society organizations. So it functions with larger public interest as the goal. And which act regulates it? Indian Trust Act 1882 regulates it. Indian Trust Act 1882. So this is the landmark act with respect to trusts. Trust Act 1882. So that is the act which will regulate these trusts. Clear? And now comes here, what is the keywords? Look at it. Trusts have the potential to make the development inclusive, and because they focus on vital public issues. In simple terms, what they are telling is role of public charitable trusts in inclusive development. That is the point they are talking about. Fine, there they have used the word called as vital public issue. In other words, simple, what they are talking about, how these people are contributing to education, or how these people are contributing to health, or how they are contributing to skills, how they are contributing to drinking water sanitation needs. Understood? Or how they are contributing to the women development, child welfare. So like that, you need to give certain examples. That's it. For example, you have so many things. Let's say you take education. You have what? Azim Premji Foundation. Regularly in Karnataka itself, we keep talking. Even you can mention Tata Trusts. They all focus on education of the rural underprivileged section. Understood? For health, you have what? Narayana Health Foundation. Like Narayana Hridayalaya, they keep telling that that's what they call it as Narayana Trust or hospital trust or something they have. Fine. For skills, they have this Seva Charitable Trust. Seva means Self-Employed Women's Association. Self-Employed Women's Association. So they also actually in a way contribute to the women development angle also. Then you have Infosys Foundation. Infosys also contributes to women development, even child one also. Infosys Foundation. They also contributed to the child welfare, rural children's welfare, education, everything. Like that, you still have so many. You can keep on searching. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, you have PM Cares Fund. That itself is a kind of charitable trust. PM Cares Fund. To handle what? Disasters, COVID time, obviously everybody knows. This is for disasters. Like that, so many examples are there. You will be knowing other ones also. You can write maybe 3-4 trusts you write. Link it to the vital public issue. They have used a word. Look at it. Important public issues means if you don't link them and just keep writing about trusts, then the answer will not be addressing the core demand. But of course, what you have to write, they will have their own challenges. Challenges of means if you give greater role to the trust, what is the challenges? Challenges with respect to public charitable trusts. Obviously, first one is what? What they don't have? No legal obligation for public welfare. Why should they care about people's welfare? First of all, no legal obligation for people's welfare. No legal obligation for public welfare. That is first major loophole. Second one is what? Lack of financial transparency and accountability. Where are they getting their money from? How are they making use? Are they what black money aspect, whatever, so many, lack of financial transparency and accountability. Broadly, CBA has told this. CBA has highlighted this. And so we specifically talk or keep mentioning NGOs. Third one is what? Lack of regulations of trust, means who are the members, how do they get registered, all those things. Lack of regulation of the trust. Then obviously what? Lack of consistency. They may help you for 1 year, 2 year. So but how do you trust them for the long term? Lack of consistency in fund allocations, because all these education, health aspects need funding for 10 years, 15, very long time. So how do you expect them to fund it so consistently? They may do it for a few years, they may discontinue. What will you do then? So like that, so many criticisms are there or challenges are there. But of course, largely what you can tell, broader conclusion, civil society organizations play a significant role, or you can say civil society organizations, including, because the question is on trust, including public charitable trust, can play significant role in India's development. Again, use the keyword they have used, inclusive development. Can play significant role in India's inclusive development. Can play a significant role in India's inclusive development. However, we need 2 to 4 ನಮ್ದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 2 we need better regulation of public charitable trusts so that it is not misused for okay, so that is broadly the charitable trust point. They should be looked at as what? They should be looked at as a partners in the development process is the point. They can play significant role in India's inclusive development. However, we need better regulation. But I think you got the point. That is one. Now, this is a kind of ethics question also. I'll just broadly again sum up. Doctrine of democratic governance makes it necessary that the public perception of civil servants becomes absolutely positive. That means the question is about what? When you say democratic governance, broadly focus on what? That means the importance of transparency, accountability, integrity of civil servants, people's participation. So these are the key terms where you have to ensure good governance. If you want to add to that, if you have this, that means democratic governance. Now in this angle, what they are telling, integrity of the civil servants has to be absolutely positive. That means indirectly mention, or you can say compromises on with respect to, you can say, integrity of civil servants. Now in ethics, obviously you keep mentioning so many examples of this. So write how it has been compromised, mention about Pooja Singhal case or the corruption issues, or you can say what the violation of the rules, anonymity aspects, so many things. British colonial legacy, superiority mentality, considering that we are the masters of masters of the people. All that is how the integrity of civil servants has been violated many times. Give some examples. Then again, what you have to tell, how it has to be important. Obviously, you have so many cases for that. During COVID time, we have seen how the civil servants handle the, what do you call this, especially the Kerala examples, all those things, or the Ashok Kemka example or Sridharan example, like that, positive examples we also give. Then how to address these things, for that what you need, obviously for 360-degree appraisals it can be, or ethical sensitization programs it can be, or as second as he has suggested, what do you call this, code of ethics, that bill has to be introduced. In ethics they keep telling you all these things, if in case you have attended basic of ethics also, but here what is the challenge, don't make it right, don't make it look like a ethics answer. You have to give a GS-2 touch. Understood? That means you have to mention more about rules, more about bills, more about appraisals, something like that. Don't bring just the ethical angle. Of course, it will overlap, but that is a challenge. This one I think is a more typical factual one. Fine, I don't even have to broadly tell because no analytical point. What are the aims and objectives of Public Examination Act 2024? Broadly, if you know, and then what is second point they're asking? Whether university or state education boards too are covered under the Act. Actually, the Act does not cover them. If you have, broadly, I'll just sum up, if you have gone through the provisions of the Act. First point, the Act is dealing with what? First, it is dealing with the examinations conducted by the Central Recruitment Agency. Understood? Means what? UPSC, SSC, RRB, IBPS, that kind of one, whatever they are covering, that examination is only covered. Then what do you mean by public examination? So they can keep on adding the agencies. So it's a broader term. State exams are not covered under this Act. For that, state governments or state legislature have to pass their own acts. So this is only for what? Government of India public exams, not the state level exams. Who has to pass their own act? States have to pass their own act. And unfair means, it's a very broadly they have defined, almost 15 unfair means they have told. It can be related to the leakages of the papers, it can be related to the technology aspects, tampering, impersonation, OMR, so many things they have broadly defined. And the punishment will be from 5 to 10 years. There is penalties ranging up to 1 crore. Fine, but there is no special investigative agency for this. Mostly it will be given to the same agencies, like it can be CBI or anything. Fine, then they have established a committee called as National Technical Committee, which will ensure that they make sure that the IT infrastructure, IT information technology aspects will become strengthened related to it. And any exam they can keep adding, any agency they can keep adding to the list. Now what is the major criticism of the Act? Major criticism what they are telling is, students cannot be punished under this Act. Only whoever are linked, they have to be punished. Second major loophole is what? That it does not apply to the state exams. Then how do you ensure uniformity in the procedure across the country? Understood? Then third one angle, what they are telling is that the National Technical Committee composition, qualifications is still not clear. There is no separate agency. That means again you have to give it to whom? The same CBI and everything. That means it's already overburdened and you have to give it to them. Then on what basis will you cancel the exam? That clarity is still not given in the Act. And if you cancel the exam, within what time limit will you conduct the exam again? That clarity is also not there in this, because they have all left it to the governments to decide. Does it just go, sir? This is a very typical direct one, and as I told, what is the answer for this? Not covered. That is not covered. State exams, absolutely all not covered. Clear? Who has to deal with them? Do you have to pass a separate act, or states have to take care of that? Understood? That's a very direct question. You just go search, you will get it. Then this one, Citizens Charter, landmark initiative, yet to, in case anybody has attended governance class also, very, very direct. I'll tell the basic structure for it. Citizens Charter question. First, what do you have to do? Structure part. Fine. First, you have to write the definition. That Citizens Charter is a public document which talks about various goods and services provided by the organizations, standards of such services, and the grievance redressal mechanism. Then what you have to mention? Features of Citizens Charter. It's a very direct question. Understood? Where you have issues like what? Multi-stakeholder consultation, setting the standards, value for money, putting the things right, all those things are there. Then comes your significance. What is the importance of Citizens Charter? Then what are the limitations? If you have heard that it does not have a legal there is no separate act for it. There is no legal backing. Hence, pass right to timely delivery of goods and services bill. So they have to reintroduce it and pass it. There is no strict penalty mechanisms. They are not updated frequently. Understood? So, or else most of the citizen charter are a replica of the parent ministry's vision or mission documents. So like that, they have found out that most of the citizens are not aware about it. Multi-stakeholder, it is famously criticized as what? That it's not a citizen's charter, it is a manager's charter. Like that, some 7-8 criticisms are there. Go very basic. This is a very direct question. Understood? So because look at the keywords of the question. Landmark initiative, but yet to reach its potential means limitation. That's why look at it. Factors hindering the realization of the promise measures. So definition, features, significance, limitation, way forward. Divided into 4 subheadings, automatically 15-mark answer is done. Clear? Yeah. So I think they'll continue with probably social justice or IR. Thank you.
Good evening all. Welcome to the discussion of modern India and world history questions. There are just 3 questions. Fine. World history 1 question, modern India 2 questions. So around will require around 20-25 minutes, not more than that. Okay. So shall we start? Okay. Oh, from 2 hours you have been holding back a lot of emotions. Understand? Understood? But hello, itappa. Customer questions akbaro. Questions ako. Hello. Idena? Oh. Namdala idu. Now, to start with the discussion of the questions. Okay. So I want you to actively participate. Fine. So along with the discussion, what were the events that led to the Quit India movement? Point out its results. Ten marker. The first step in writing the answer for any subject, what is it? Identifying the keywords in the question. So what are the keywords? Events that led to Quit India movement. So Quit India movement is another keyword. And what were its results? Fine. So we have to talk about Quit India movement. First thing is, you have to write about the events that led to Quit India movement and also its outcome. The question is not asking you to elaborate upon the events that happened during Quit India movement and all. They are asking about background and also the after effects. Okay. So what we will do is, the directives are very simple. They are asking what were the events, point out its results. Not to just point out, you have to show the result, that's all. Fine. You don't have to analyze, comment, nothing. Very simple, straightforward question. It can save a lot of time. Okay. So what will you write in the introduction part? Bariyade ilva? Everybody knows about Quit India movement. What can I write uniquely? What will I write in the introduction? Okay, it was also known as August Kranti. It started on 8th August 1942 and it was a landmark movement because Gandhi used the slogan, do or die. See, these are the features. We cannot use it in the body because the question is asking for two things. One is the causes, one is the outcome. The features we are unable to use. Therefore, what we will do? The features we will use in the introduction only. Fine. So we can write, it is also known as August Kranti. It started on 8th August 1942. Fine. Okay. So how it started? All India Congress Committee passed a resolution. It passed a resolution giving call for the launch of Quit India movement. Fine. All India Congress Committee, they met in a place called as Gowalia Tank Maidan in Bombay. Fine. And they gave the call for Britishers to quit India. Who was the leader of the movement? They declared Gandhi as the leader of the movement. They declared Gandhi as the leader of the movement. Okay. So this can be your introduction. Okay. So after introducing, the question is asking very simple thing. What are the causes? What are the causes? What do you think are the causes? First and the most important cause, you all know, the beginning of Second World War. The beginning of the Second World War. Okay. So without seeking Indians' consent, especially our leadership's consent, they took our soldiers and our resources to fight the war in England, in Europe. So World War II, and without seeking our consent, they used our resources and soldiers. This is the first thing. Secondly, and there was failure of two important offers given by the Britishers. The failure of Krebs machine, and before that there was something called as August offer. Fine. So they gave us two offers. Indians were not satisfied with it. It failed, and Indians were unhappy. Fine. They could not pacify us, and there was roll off. There was inspiration from Bose. Inspiration from Subhash Chandra Bose. He had went to Germany to seek the support of Axis powers to fight for India's independence, and he has given the call to the Indian masses to rise against the Britishers. That is one thing. Inspiration from Bose. And then now Britishers, they are defeated Burma. They are defeated Burma. Sorry, Japanese, they are defeated Burma, and they were entering into India. So you have to prepare the masses for Japanese invasion. Fine. Was INC in favor of Japanese or against Japanese? Favor or against? Against. INC was against Japanese. Because see, during the Second World War, INC took a very clear stance that they are going to support the democratic forces. They are going to oppose the autocratic or the dictatorial forces. Who were the dictatorial forces during the Second World War? Axis powers, Germany, they were the dictatorial forces. And INC clearly stated that we are going to support the democratic forces, that is elite powers. USA, UK, France, they were the elite powers. So our support was to elite powers. That is the reason, even when the war started in 1939 till 1942, there was no mass movement in India, because INC believed that if at all we start a mass movement, it is going to disrupt the war efforts of the elite powers. The democratic forces are going to meet the setback. So having that moral responsibility, they stopped the masses from launching the mass struggle against the Britishers. Understood? So they wanted to prepare the Indian masses for Japanese invasion. Okay? And the next thing, see, Britishers, they showcased severe racial discrimination while evacuating from Southeast Asia. See, Britishers were ruling many countries in Southeast Asia like Malaysia, Singapore, fine, Burma. They were ruling multiple countries in Southeast Asia, and lot of Indians, they had went and settled down in these countries either as indentured labor or as soldiers or in various other capacities. Fine. Even today, you know, Tamil is one of the official languages of Malaysia. The Prime Minister of Singapore is of Indian origin. Fine. We are culturally very dominant there. These Indians went and they are settled down in these countries. Now Japanese, they conquered these areas. They conquered Malaysia, they conquered Singapore, and they conquered Burma. There were both Britishers and Indians living in these areas. They had settled down there, they were living there. And when Japanese attacked, you have to bring them safely back to India. No? India is a safe colony, which is not under attack. So those people who are under the attack, they should be brought back to the safe areas. So now, in order to evacuate the masses from Southeast Asia to India, Britishers, they created the safe transit route. They created a road to evacuate the people from. See, now the government of India undertakes a lot of operations, no? Operation Rahat, Operation Sadbhavana, Operation Ganga, Operation Kaveri. So what are they? Rescuing the population from conflict region. So Britishers, they wanted to evacuate the Indians and the Britishers who are stuck in these colonies, in these areas. Therefore, they created two roads. One is white road, another one is black road. Again, both these roads will come to India only. White road was meant only for Britishers. It was a secure road, it was a short road, fine. It was a short and secure route back to India. But this black road, no, it traveled in deep stretches of forest of northeast before reaching India. It was unsecure, it was unsafe, and it was a long route. They told Indians, you go into Black Road. They only took care of Britishers, their own population. They discriminated against Indians even in that critical circumstance. Why did these Indians go and settle down there? Because we were serving the British Empire. Fine, we were loyal to them, therefore we had went in various capacities to serve their empire, and Indians were not launching any mass struggle. We were holding back so that it could help the Britishers to defeat the autocratic forces. In that circumstances also, despite us showcasing our loyalties, what they did? They racially discriminated against us, even on that critical situation. So the leadership was angered, and at the same time, INC was holding back the masses since a very long time. The masses were deeply interested. They wanted to launch a struggle, fine, because the last mass movement was in 1930. What? CDM. So there was a lot of gap, the political gap, fine. So NCM, after 10 years, CDM has happened. So after CDM, there has been no mass movements in India. So there was a gap. The masses were ready to fight, and Gandhi himself had prepared the masses during individual satyagraha. You know, 1940 October till 1942 individual satyagraha was going on. So the main intent of satyagraha was to create awareness among the masses against the war, about peace, fine, prepare them for the next mass struggle. The masses were prepared. They were ready to jump into the movement, but INC was holding them back. Now there was no further reason to hold the masses back because of these reasons. First one, World War II, without consent they used our resources and soldiers. Secondly, failure of Cripps mission and August offer to satisfy our demands, and we were inspired by Subhash Chandra Bose and his activities. He was giving call for Indians to start a mass movement, and then Japanese had conquered Burma, and the next target was India. At the same time, we have to prepare our masses for Japanese invasion. What to do if in case Japanese invade? And next one, severe racial discrimination while evacuating from Southeast Asia. And last one, masses were waiting. Fine. So masses were ready to start a movement, and they were pained, deeply pained, due to inflation. Whenever there is war, there will be inflation due to shortage of essential goods or due to wartime taxation. Masses were pained, and they were deeply nationalistic. They were waiting for the opportunity to jump into the movement. So these were the causes. These were the causes. And now the question directly asks you to jump into the outcomes part. Outcomes are the results of Quit India movement. Use the keywords given in the question only. So what were the outcomes or the results of Quit India movement? Question ಕೇಳಬಾರದಾ? I won't, don't worry. ಬೇಜಾರಾಗತ್ತಾ? ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. Okay, what were the outcomes? I know the outcomes. I'm asking you. Sorry? Waiver plan, last outcome, man. Further negotiation. Hey, waiver plan ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಕಣೋ. ಬರೀ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಇವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ outcome. What were its qualitative impact on the national movement? Don't you consider that as the outcome? Fine. The first thing, formation of, you all know, no? There was formation of parallel governments. Formation of parallel governments. Balia under Chittu Pandey, Satara under Nana Patil, Tamluk, Isuru in Karnataka. There was formation of provisional governments or parallel governments. Fine. So this is the first thing. Second one, severe repression by the British. Severe repression. So national movement again will enter into the passive phase for 1 or 2 years because we need that time to recover. Severe repression. Even the top leaders like Gandhi, Chacha and all were arrested. Fine. Chacha was kept arrested in Ahmednagar fort. Fine. They called it as fort, but it was a palace. Fine. So, and then anything else? Heightened sense of nationalism. Nationalism started assuming one clear picture, Indian versus British. Fine. And then erosion of loyalty among the government servants. Erosion of loyalty among the government servants. So there were many government servants without resigning. See, NCM Gandhi told the students to boycott the educational institutions. He told the officers to boycott their offices. He told like the lawyers to boycott the courts. CDM, he did not ask for the boycott of educational institutions, but he told the government servants to resign. During Quit India movement, he told not to resign, remain in service, but showcase your loyalty to INC and the nation. So now there were many policemen and soldiers. They showcased their loyalty to the nation while still remaining in the service. Understood? They did not shoot at the peaceful masses. They did not shoot at the peaceful masses. Jallianwala Bagh, what had actually happened? They shot at the peaceful masses. Why? There was no nationalism among the soldiers. So they were only loyal to the Britishers. 1930, our soldiers refused to fire at Kudai Kitmat Ghats because they were peaceful. Slight element of nationalism. Now 1942, they refused to fire at our peaceful protesters. Fine. So this showcases the rise in nationalism among the troops and also the like Indian servants who were serving the Britishers in various capacities. There was rise of nationalism amongst them also. Okay. And then there is next thing. It also showcased the disunity among the Indian leadership. Because see, political disunity. See, Hindu Mahasabha, Muslim League did not support Quit India movement. Communist Party of India, they opposed it. So the differences among the Indians got exposed. And that gave an opportunity, that created an opportunity for the Britishers that they could exploit these differences. Once the war was over, no? They wanted to exploit these differences. So in order to continue their legacy over India, continue their control or rule over India. Understood? So the political disunity among Indians clearly got exposed. This is the instance. That was also the outcome. Later you can see various attempts to bring the Indian leadership together, like CR formula, Desai Liaquat Pact, etc. That was an attempt to bring the Indian leadership together. You can mention under this point. Okay? Political disunity was exposed and Britishers attempted to exploit these differences to further their rule in India, and therefore Indians put forward the efforts like CR formula, Desai Liaquat Pact, etc. to bring together various political entities. And next point, or like 5 points more than enough. In conclusion part you can write. So after the Quit India movement was over, you can write, there was heightened sense of nationalism among the masses. Though we could not achieve the independence, we could not make Britishers quit India, but there was heightened sense of nationalism, and that made Britishers provide us the further offers like Wavell Plan, Cabinet Mission Plan, which ultimately resulted in our independence. Fine. That prepared the platform for the final round of struggle. You can mention that. Okay. So keep one point, use it as the conclusion. That's all. Wavell Plan and what do you say? Cabinet Mission Plan, Mountbatten Plan. Don't use it in the results part. Keep it and use it in the conclusion. Okay. So any question with regard to this? Any other suggestion you have got? Any other point you would like to add? All is well. Okay, na? So you go to the next question. Bore ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Fine. We'll take up modern India question only, then we'll go to world history. Okay. So next one, how far was the Industrial Revolution in England responsible for decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India? How far was the Industrial Revolution in England responsible for decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India? Okay, fine. So what are the keywords in this question? Industrial Revolution, decline of handicrafts and cottages, and they are asking how far, means extent. How far? So was it really responsible? If it is responsible, how far it is responsible? Did it damage only? Like, did it only have the negative impacts, or were there any positive impacts? You have to explore all these possibilities. Okay. So now, if you look at this, we'll go to the answer part. In the introduction, what can you write? We'll provide some standard data. As per the economic history of India given by R.C. Dutt, or you can mention as per the poverty and British rule in India, authored by whom? Dadabhai Naoroji. India's share to the global GDP stood at 24% before the beginning of the British rule, and by the midst of 20th century, it was reduced to just 3%, less than 3%, clearly indicating the impact of Industrial Revolution and such other British policies, British economic policies impact on India. Fine. Or there is another way. This is one way. This is one way to start using some facts and figures. There is another way. You can write about Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution happened in England during 1750s, starting from 1750s. It refers to the mechanization of the way of production, and it involved numerous inventions like use of steam power, spinning wheels, fine, all these things, etc. Okay. So you can start with that also, or you can write one more way of introduction. Before Industrial Revolution, Indian goods had high demand in the European market, fine, and you can mention a fact. So this much amount of Indian goods were exported to European market. Fine, you can mention that fact, showcasing the greatness of our industries, our traditional artisans, etc. Okay. Now these are the three different ways of introduction. And now what you can do? In the body part, firstly, you have to write about how it impacted, how Industrial Revolution impacted. So you can mainly write about 4 to 5 factors. First factor, it is about their export-import policy. They exported the raw materials, imported the finished goods. Fine. Exported the raw material and imported the finished goods. Second factor, it is about one-way free trade system. They imposed 100-200% taxes on the Indian goods that was imported in Europe. At the same time, they exported their goods to India at almost 0% taxes. One-way free trade system. Third one, unequal competition. Indian goods could not compete with the cheap machine-made goods of British industries, because in India, inefficient. You can draw one, like, what do you say? One small chart of comparison between Indian and the British industries. Fine. So Indian industries, handicrafts, low efficiency, high cost of production, fine, lacks innovation and modern methods or mechanization, and at the same time vis-a-vis India, British industries, you can mention that. Fine. What was their status? Okay. After that only you can start writing the actual answer, the body of the answer. How industrial revolution impacted Indian industries. You can write that. After writing this only, you can write that. Okay. One small flow chart, more than enough to explain the difference between both our industries. Okay. So now, first thing as I told, exim policy. Second one free trade system. Third one, unequal competition. Fourth one, lack of innovation or invention in India. At the same time, they had a lot of invention and they had large scale industries. Skilled population plus large scale industries. And last one, what you can write is lack of political autonomy or political protection. Fine. See, our nation was being exploited by Britishers because there was no native ruler who could stop the British exploitation on India. They were doing one-way free trade system, no? There was no central authority in India who could check these kind of anti-Indian policies designed by the Britishers. There was no central authority and there was no, like, Marathas were not dominant enough. Mughals, you all know their situation. So they were not in a position to check all these kind of practices. See, their industries were making profits because they had a strong government who were ready to protect their interests at any cost. But in India, there was no such thing. And in India, there was no central authority who promoted these kind of inventions or innovations. 18th century in India, you know, the era of scrambles, numerous wars, disunity, all these things. They had stability, they had inventions. India had instability, political squabbles and scrambles. So there was no centralized authority which was meant to protect the Indian industry's interest and prevent these kind of anti-competitive or trade disruptive practices by the Britishers. Because of all these practices, our industries were impacted. Okay. So now, first you have to write the negative impacts or the negative outcomes. Then we will write some 1 or 2 positive outcomes also. So what were the negative outcomes? We wrote down 5 factors. Then we will write down the impacts. So what were the impacts? First thing, deindustrialization. Deindustrialization. Our industries made consistent losses. You can give some examples. Muslin clothes, industries in Dhaka region, they got closed down. Cotton industries in various other regions, calico, muslin, they all got closed down. Okay, you can give examples. Deindustrialization, our industries got closed down. What happens as a result of closure of industries? Poverty and unemployment. Poverty and unemployment. And when you are poor and unemployed, you have to sustain your livelihood, no? What you will do? You enter into agriculture. Fine. Push factors. There is no pull factor. If you are like economic classes are over, you will understand push and pull factors. Here the poverty was pushing the masses into the agriculture. It was not the profitability of agriculture that was pulling the masses towards it. Rather, it was the closure of the industries that were pushing the masses into the agricultural sector. And agriculture, it was already experiencing severe losses. It was already backward. It was already less productive. Again, because of land revenue policies of Britishers. We were already experiencing losses with regard to agriculture. And here, more and more masses are entering into a loss-making venture or a loss-making sector. So what will it lead to? Overcrowding of agriculture, fragmentation of agriculture. Fine. Disguised unemployment. Disguised unemployment. Decline in the productivity. Decline in the productivity. Ultimately, it is a vicious cycle. Overcrowding of agriculture is a vicious cycle that will increase the poverty further, increase the unemployment further, disguised unemployment. Understood? So it is a vicious cycle. That is the negative impact. So what is the positive impact of industrialization? Their industrial revolution in India. First thing, to promote their industries, they required a cheap means to transport the raw material from villages to ports in India, and at the same time transport the finished goods from ports to villages in India. For that sake, what they did? They introduced railways in India. Fine. Railways are the catalyst of economic exploitation in India. They are the catalyst of economic exploitation. Okay. Second one that led to beginning of, that inspired the beginning of some modern industries in India. So starting from 1860s, 70s, you can see the beginning of coal, iron and steel industries, and also the modern textile industry starting from 20th century. All these industries started in India as a result of inspiration of, what do you say, industrial revolution. And in the conclusion part you can write, see, industrial revolution in India led to decline of our traditional industries. But in the beginning of 20th century, we had Swadeshi movement which promoted self-reliance and Atma Shakti, that led to rebirth and regrowth of Indian industries. Understood? And you can link it to the present context also. And ultimately, as a result of that, we are now the third largest economy, overtaking England. Nationalism, conclusion. So, right. ಯಾಕೋ ಇಷ್ಟು zoom ಹಾಕಿದ್ಯಾ? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತೆಗಿಯೋ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಿಳಿ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಬತ್ತಿದ್ನಾ? Fine. Now we'll go to our last question. Fine. Please sit down. Please have your seat. Yes, you can write. See, rural economy already crippled. So you can mention that they migrated to urban areas, rural to urban migration. That is also one of the impact. Okay. Oh, thank you, Raja. Now we'll go to our last question. So what is the last question? How far it is correct to say? See, how far? It is correct to say that First World War was fought essentially for the preservation of balance of power. Fine. So don't start your answer with yes, we can clearly say that, or no, we cannot say that. Don't start your answers with judgments. News debate ಕೂರಿಸ್ತಲ್ಲ ಯಾರನ್ನು. Fine. Through your answer you need to prove how far it was, how far the statement is correct or wrong. Through your answer you need to prove that. You need not state that directly in the introduction only. Okay. So now you all know the First World War. First World War, it is a conflict between the old industrialized countries and the newly industrialized countries. Old industrialized countries means Britishers, France, etc. And newly industrialized countries means Germany, Italy, etc. Old and the new industrialized countries. Fine. Mainly driven by the economic and geopolitical aspirations. Okay. So what are the economical geopolitical aspirations? I'll let you know. But this can be one way. Okay. So now, was it essentially fought for the preservation of balance of power? We'll see some points for that. And it is not essentially due to preservation of balance of power. We'll see some points for otherwise also. Two angles for this answer. Yes, it was for preserving the balance of power. Second one, not necessarily. Okay. So first, we'll take up the arguments that shows it was done to preserve the balance of power. Firstly, after the unification, German unification, after the German unification, Germany rose as the industrial power. Fine. Germany started rising as the industrial power, threatening the dominance of British industries. Fine. British and French industries. They were the two strongest European powers, no? So they were dominating the world. Was Britishers. Chacha was France. Second most dominant power. Fine. So Understood? German unification, they started rising, and this German unification, no, and the industrialization of Germany, it created the scramble for resources and colonies. Fine. Now Germany also industrialized, England also industrialized. All of them require raw material, all of them require colonies to sell their goods. European countries, they have less population. They need to sell it either in Asia or Africa. But all the countries are already colonized by the first world countries or the first industrialist countries. This UK and France, they have already colonized most of this. Fine. Not many areas were left. Now Germany, after it got industrialized, no, it started demanding its share. So even I want colonies, even I want resources. Give it to me. So it started scramble in Africa. Okay, they started fighting in Africa for resources and colonies. And at the same point of time, there was Ottoman Empire, Khalifa, Ottoman Empire, Turkey, based in Turkey. So they had profound influence in Eastern European countries. Now these Eastern European countries, they started revolting against Khalifa. Montenegro, Greece, so all these countries, Serbia, they were all fighting against Khalifa. They declared their independence. So there was a huge political vacuum that was created in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Sorry, West Asia. Eastern Europe and West Asia. Khalifa's power was declining. There was a political vacuum. So who is going to be the leader of that region? Eastern European countries. Fine. The seat is vacant now. The seat is vacant now. Who is going to fill it up? Okay. This is one thing. And then there was formation of, what do you say, alliances, triple alliances and triple entity. Triple alliances and triple entity. There was formation of alliance system. Fine. So the old industrialized countries versus newly industrialized countries, alliance was formed. And once they formed alliance, what is the next step? War. There was arms race. Once they form the group, they will compete with each other. So we are more dominant, we are more dominant. Everybody wants to have more arms, more weapons. Fine. Germany started giving the philosophy of wealth politics. It wanted to enter into world politics. So there was the ruler of Germany. He gave the statement, from now onwards Germany will be interested in world politics. And they also constructed something called as Kiel Canal with the intention to encircle Great Britain. And they expanded their navy very much because they understood one thing very clearly. British has dominated the world with the help of their navy. If you have a strong navy, you can dominate. To counter the British navy, they also had a very strong navy, and they also focused on expanding their fleets of U-boats, underwater boats, submarines, arms race. This is all the examples for arms race. Understood? So first point, as I told you, rise of Germany. Second one, scramble for resources. Third one, political vacuum due to the decline of Ottoman Empire. So there was conflict between Russia and Austria. Russia and Austria to expand their influence in this region. Political vacuum is there. Russia and Austria both wanted to expand their influence through proxies. Serbia was proxy of Russia. Fine. Slav race, Slavs. Russia told all of us, we belong to Slav race. We are Christian brothers. We need to fight against the, what do you say, Islamic rulers. So starting from 1850s, Crimean Wars, Russia had an eye on this region. Starting from 1850s, there was something called as Crimean Wars. Since 1850s, they had an eye on this region. Fine. So they were waiting for the opportunity. Now The decline in the power of Ottoman Empire gave them an opportunity to expand their influence in this region. They wanted. Fine. For that they used Serbia as the pawn, Russians. So lastly, it was arms race and the policy of Germany, that is wealth politics. Wealth politics. He wanted to enter into the world politics because there were only two countries who were dominating the world politics. Britishers, France. Now Germany told, even I am ready now. They also wanted to enter. That increased the further conflicts. Okay, you can say these are all the important reasons why this war was fought, for balancing of powers. Okay, these are the reasons. See, the main intention of fighting this war was to make others becoming, was to prevent others becoming very dominant. Britain wanted to teach a lesson to Germany. Germany wanted to showcase the limits of Britishers. Germany was expanding industrially, economically, politically, militarily. Britain wanted to stop it. Fine. And similarly, Germany wanted to showcase its power. Even I am dominant. I want my due share. Fine. They wanted to rebalance. They wanted to show, Guru, you are not the only pole in the world. Even we are capable of becoming one of the pole of this world. They wanted to show. Okay. So it was essentially for rebalancing the power. Global politics, global geopolitics. It was mainly fought for rebalancing, to showcase the emergence of new powers. New powers wanted to show, boss, even I am dominant. Old powers wanted to show, we are still dominant, and they wanted to suppress the new powers, rebalancing the powers. That was the main reason. However, there are other reasons also why this war was fought. Fine. One of the reasons was aggressive nationalism. Aggressive nationalism. Fine. See, France hated Germany. The genesis is in the process of German unification. Genesis is in the process of German unification. Fine. Bismarck, he fooled France while unifying Germany. Fine. So there were two battles, two important determining battles. Battle of Sedan and Battle of Sadowa. France was fooled. Napoleon III was fooled. France wanted to take revenge against the Germans. They wanted to take revenge against the Germans. The masses wanted the government of France to take revenge against the Germans. That is one thing. Fine. They wanted. Secondly, see, whenever there is war, the people of the nation, they come together, setting aside all the differences. You know it, no? Whenever there is war, the people of the nation, they set aside all the differences. Whatever the domestic issues might be, we'll forget all those things, we'll support the government. That is what usually happens now. Fine. So now, in this situation, in England also, in France also, there were burning issues. There were issues of labours. Labours were protesting against the unjust conditions. They were demanding labor reforms. There was demand for social reforms, especially the part of inequality. They wanted to tackle it because you know about the unequal distribution of wealth. Whenever the nation undergoes industrialization, the wealth will be concentrated in the hands of fewer individuals. Now, there was demands against all these things. Capitalists had accumulated a lot of wealth. So the bottom sections of society, they wanted the kind of redistribution. There was internal disturbances, internal political pressures, especially in France and UK. How to overcome all this? How to bring the people together? You have to start a war. Fine, if the war is started, people will forget all these problems. They'll come together, support the government. Because when the war is going on, if you oppose the government, you'll be seen as a traitor. Understood? So war is one way to instill the sense of patriotism, bring together the people. And see, Britishers, they underestimated Germans. They thought the war might be over in 3 to 6 months. Easily they will be able to destroy. They were the bosses, no, they had that boss syndrome. I am the boss, I can easily destroy. They underestimated German preparations. They underestimated the nationalism or patriotism among Germans. They thought war is going to end very soon. We'll teach them a lesson. In meanwhile, when the war starts, our domestic problems will also be rectified. That is what they thought. That is what they assumed. But the war went on for 4 long years. They never expected that. Fine. And these are the 2 points to show that war was not actually meant to rebalance the powers. One, aggressive nationalism, especially in France against the Germans. Secondly, to take care of internal political pressures. So this war was not essentially only to rebalance the power, it also had these intentions. And now, when it comes to the conclusion part, you can write, what was the treaty that was signed off this war? Treaty of Versailles. Treaty of Versailles. And you know what they call Treaty of Versailles as? Treaty of Versailles, 1919. It is the treaty that led to Second World War. See, treaty is supposed to end the rivalries, end the war, no. But Treaty of Versailles contained the seeds of Second World War. That led to emergence of extreme forces or dictatorial forces in Germany, Italy, etc. And that is what made Second World War necessary. You can write that as the conclusion part. Okay. The First World War concluded with Treaty of Versailles 1919, but Treaty of Versailles did not put an end to the rivalries. Rather, it contained the seeds of Second World War. Full stop. It encouraged, or it, what do you say? It prepared the grounds for evolution of Nazism, Fascism, and Stalinism. Not Stalinism only. Fine. You can write that. And made Second World War inevitable. So this can be your conclusion. Link it to the future events. Conclusion. Okay. So any other things that you would like to add? Any gyan that you want to share? Done. You have been sitting since 1:32. Manjunath sir gave any break? So inhuman. Oh. I want to give you break. But Nikhil sir is here. And Vikas sir is in queue. Fine. Thank you all. Hey, class ಮುಗ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. Next ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. Sir.
Question paper review आता. यार question review. Okay, good evening. So I'll take just 15 minutes, not more than that. The reason is because plain simple. Na, answer how many in how many minutes you have to write? 7 minutes. So ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಬರೆದ್ರು ಏನಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆಯಬೇಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದು. Logical na. So for example, you are doing now reverse engineering. What is reverse engineering? After the exam, if you sit and discuss, you will generate points. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ you are prepared and come. But when you sit in examination hall and read, you can't write everything and all. That is the reality. Simple. Now what questions you have discussed now, it does not mean the same questions will come in the next exam. In next exam, new questions is going to come. So obviously you can answer those questions only in 7 minutes or 10 minutes. And obviously here we cannot say that I will answer all the points which I know. You should be able to answer with what content you have within the exam environment within that given time. So that's what I told. Here discussions I won't take more than 20-15 minutes. Plain and simple. Now look at the first question. The West is fostering India as an alternative to reduce dependence on China's supply chain and as a strategic ally to counter China's political and economic dominance. Explain the statement with example. They've asked for 10 marks. So in 10 marks, how many words you can write? 150 words. Now if you sit and write here in the answer saying that what is China's supply chain, how it is happening, space won't is there. Again, point. Reading is different. When you're reading, okay, you have to know what do you mean by supply chain, what do you mean by China. Here within 150 words, you have to write, currently China has become the fastest growing economy in the world and currently China dominates the global supply chains. For example, China is the largest supplier of rare earth materials. Now, context you have to give. With COVID-19 happening across the world, there is increasing growing frictions of what? Trade war. In this regard, the Western countries are looking at a strategy called as China plus one. You can introduce the concept called as friend shoring, near shoring, means what they're asking their companies to shift into a country which is more favorable, and that country is what? India. So in your answer, you have to tell how that is being done. For example, Apple has opened their manufacturing center in India. Intel have shifted their bases to India. Third, rare earth materials. You can say countries like Japan and US have signed agreements with India in that regard. India is going to supply rare earth materials to these countries. So in a way, what these countries are trying to do, what we call as de-risking. What is de-risking? Reducing their dependence on China and trying to face that India is an alternative. Now you have to tell why India is an alternative. India is a Western partner. India is a democratic country. India believes in a liberal world order. And India does not have global ambitions like what China has. That's it. These are the 4-5 points what you can write. Example I told, Apple, iPhone, Intel, the rare earth material agreement that has been said. But in before you end your answer, just write one point that's saying that for this to happen, India should also bring changes with respect to its domestic policies. For example, India has certain advantages, but India should bring right policies to exploit it. For example, in India still problems are there. Labor reforms have not happened. Infrastructure is not that comparable standards to China. So in this regard, the government of India in recent times have brought Make in India initiative, Skill India initiative. And in this regard, you can say that India can be an alternative to China's market, but it depends upon the policies which bring in the next decade. Got the point? So why I'm telling is that, see now you can sit and read, but that is ex post facto. Like I think Manjana now did parliament, etc. Parliamentary committees are what? Post-mortem. After what has happened, you can do post-mortem. But examination is not post-mortem. Examination is what you write at that moment in 7 minutes. Why you will think now I can write everything, etc. But in real exam, you can't write detailed explanation. You have to be very brief, to the point, to the short. So that is what you can write within 150 words. Second question, if you take, critically analyze India's evolving diplomatic, economic, strategic relations with Central Asian republics. highlighting their increasing significance in regional and geopolitics. So if you break down the question, it is very simple. They're asking you to analyze India's policy towards what? Car. Car means what? Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, this is Uzbekistan, 5 countries are there. And keywords he has only given: analyze diplomatic, economic, and strategic relations. So first you introduce your answer in simple, because again you have to write in 150 words. So if you tell nan katha everything, no chance. Here if you tell I'll explain India, Kazakhstan, India, Uzbekistan, you can't. You have to be more very brief. One thing what you can say, introduction, India takes car or this sentence as extended neighborhood. Okay. And Central Asia is very important in global geopolitics for one reason: its location. It connects Europe with Asia. Second, that region is very rich in resource. It has uranium, it has natural gas, it has oil, it has minerals, and this is very important for India's energy security. So in this regard, what is the diplomatic relations that we have brought? Right, 1 or 2 points. One, for the first time, an Indian Prime Minister has visited all the Central Asian countries. I think the last time it was Narasimha Rao who had visited 4 out of 5 countries. Narendra Modi visited all the 5 countries in that regard. Second one, for the first time, India has engaged direct diplomatic talks with Central Asia. In 2023, they did Indo-Central Asia summit level diplomacy. Third, India has scaled up its diplomatic relation. Today, India is also engaging with multilateral platforms. SCO, you have this Eurasian Economic Union in that regard. So India has now giving a lot of diplomatic importance. Or recently you can write Ajit Doval in that regard. He conducted the National Security Advisor level meetings between countries. Then go into economic. In economic, you can say India has acquired certain mines, what we can say, in Central Asia. Indian companies in that regard have entered into bilateral ties with the Central Asian countries for uranium, these exploration. Third, India is also using Central Asia as a market for its Make in India initiative. India is running hospitals in Central Asia, which also promotes what India's soft power. Strategic, this region is important for tackling terrorism. For example, you can say Central Asia is very close to Afghanistan, and Afghanistan is one of the epicenter for what? Drug trafficking, or what we call as, it comes under the Golden Crescent. Second one, ISIS in that regard, it has made deep inroads into Central Asia. You have East Turkmenistan, Islamic movement, etc. So India through SCO is trying to tackle terrorism problem. But one small paragraph you are going to add, but what is the problem in India's policy? Though India has brought various policies, Look North policy, Connect Central Asia policy, one, India is not able to match China's economic strength, because China's investments here is much more, 5 times than of India. Second major problem, incompletion of many projects. For example, TAPI, it has been in pipeline for a long time. North-South transport corridor has again lack of momentum from India, Russia and Iran. So these regions have hindered India's policy. But nevertheless, for India to become a regional power and global power, Central Asia will be a litmus test. That's what India does here. So again, you have to be able to conclude all things briefly within 150 words, because in exam you don't have extra page and all. Again, point. I think you have the experience of already writing tests. So what happens here is that it's very different. It's like when you buy a car, you can say in tested conditions, the car's mileage might be 25 kilometers, 26 kilometers. But once you get the car into the road, it won't be the same. Why? Because it is different. Same here. Preparation is different. Post test discussion is different. Now you can tell, I can add this, you can add this, I can add this. Example ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ನನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ 7 ನಿಮಿಷ ಬರ್ದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀನು ಇವಾಗ what points I told now, I won't be able to write so effectively. Why? Because writing is different, reading is completely different. And that's what I told. Within the time, what you can write, analyze the keywords. They have asked not what is India's policy, they have asked is critically analyze. So critically analyze why, how, and what are the limitations, what are the drawbacks, what has been done till now. Next question, if you see, they have given a context, they have given. To that context, they have attached a question. The context is that terrorism has become a significant threat to global peace and security. So they're telling what today terrorism is affecting world. It's become a global problem. Like rise of ISIS, Taliban has come into now control of Afghanistan, etc. In this light of this statement, they're asking what there is something called as United Nations Security Council Counter Terrorism Committee. So obviously you have to know about it. Suppose let us say you don't know about it, still you can make up an answer saying that in general what you can say what has been done. So they're asking what the UN Security Council Counter Terrorism Committee and its associated bodies in addressing mitigating the threat at international level. So you need to divide your answer into two parts. One introduction you are going to write about what is this United Nations Security Council Counter Terrorism Committee. So in 2001, UN brought a resolution number 1373, under which they established the United Nations Security Council for Counter Terrorism Committee. This was after the 2001 attack which happened on America, the Twin Tower attack. Now what is the role of this committee is that one, they will ensure countries across the world will work together in streamlining their terrorism policies. Second, it will help in capacity building of the states in on tackling terrorism. For example, giving aid or sending their peacekeeping forces there. Third, there is associated bodies also like Financial Action Task Force, FATF. It largely deals with what? It largely deals with ensuring that countries do bring strong laws in order to prevent money laundering and terror financing. Similarly, there is UN Office on Counter Terrorism, which largely works through bringing coordination with respect to countries about their terror strategies. Then there is one more thing called as UN what is that task force on implementation against terrorism, which actually looks into how these policies are being implemented. But the problem here is what these are all the things that has been doing, but problem is what one, to certain extent it has been not effective. Why? Countries are not able to come onto a common platform in defining what is terrorism. Example you can give, China blocking India's move to declare Masood Azhar as an international terrorist. Second one, many countries across the world sees terrorism in a unique way. Means what? One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So for example, Hamas, you can say you have Israel declaring Hamas as a terror group, but you can say many countries, including India, do not consider Hamas as a terror group. Third, there is very weak implementation with respect to money laundering and terror financing. So you can say Pakistan, unless they were put under grey list in that regard, they continue to sponsor terror. So you can write in conclusion saying that today terrorism is a global problem and terrorism is also changing its form because of globalization, etc. You can say rise of lone wolf attacks, use of cyber terrorism. Hence you can say, as Prime Minister Modi said, that there needs to be a collective effort across the world to fight terrorism in one single voice. That is what you need to write in your answer. Got the point? But that's what I told. If you don't know about this, write general points. What is general points? Okay, how do you tackle terrorism? Obviously, to tackle terrorism, you need cooperation between countries. You need constant reporting about, where terror is happening. Third, sending your forces or giving aid to those countries, because many countries are very weak. They can't tackle terror, especially in Africa. There are a lot of governments which are incapable of tackling the terror groups. In Africa, I've seen there are a lot of terror groups. Ansar Din, which is working in Mali, Boko Haram in Nigeria. So you need to build capacity of these states to fight terrorism. But general points, you write what are the problems, why they are not able to come together. Same way, because geopolitics. What is geopolitics? One country will see sponsoring a terror group. Why? Because it will help them to reach their national interest. Like Pakistan sponsors Al-Qaeda, Lashkar-e-Toiba against the Indian government. Understood? Last question, this is concerning India's neighborhood, Maldives. So you can say discuss the geopolitical and geostrategic significance of Maldives for India with focus on global trade and energy flows. Plain and simple, they're asking what is the importance of Maldives to India. So one, you can say that Maldives comes under India's neighborhood. You can write Vajpayee's quote here, that you can choose your friends but not your neighbors. And second one, Maldives is very important because it is located at a very important place where it is connecting an important trade route. Like 50% of India's global trade, it happens through Indian Ocean in that regard, and that it passes through Maldives. Second one, you can say 80% of India's energy needs comes from West Asia. Again, you can say Maldives is very crucial here because it is strategic location. Third one, you can say now what is the implication here? One, recently in Maldives, there has been a change in government in that regard, rise of the Muzizu government, which came to power on anti-India sentiments, India out campaign. After the Muzi government has come, there's cancelled many agreements with India in that regard, and they are giving more space to China. And increasing China's presence in Maldives will be a security threat to India. Here you can write about string of pearls, where China is trying to surround India through acquiring military bases or naval bases in that regard. Fourth, you can say Pakistan's influence in Maldives has increased in recent times. Why? Because the present government in Maldives have very close relations with Pakistan, and there is growing concerns for Islamic terrorism, which can impact India's, especially because it is located close to Lakshadweep Highlands in that regard. So that is growing security threat to India. So in this light regard, what can India do? One, India should not have any kind of knee-jerk reaction. Second one, India should try to have negotiations in that regard. So recently, if you see, Prime Minister invited the Maldives president to his swearing-in ceremony, which he did attend. India should use Gujarat's doctrine, that is what, giving unilateral concessions to the neighboring countries, try to ensure these countries do not drift towards China. Third, you can say India continues to do joint naval exercise and military exercise with Maldives also, and India is also trying to bring Maldives into its, what is that, Sagar, security and growth for all initiative. And India is acting as a net security provider. Example, India did supply fresh water to Maldives when there was a failure of their freshwater plant under Operation Neer. So hence you can say, India being a leading power today, rising power today, India should ensure that they win over their neighboring countries not through force, but through soft power. So that will be your answer. Now I said, if you look at IR questions, all the 4 questions, plain and simple, current affairs, nothing else. So that's why I told here you don't need to sit. That's why I keep telling now, in IR you don't need to sit and read what has happened in past 19. That is done in a class to just give you an idea. But most of the questions in IR will be always based on what is happening current. So if you read the newspaper for continuously 6 months, 1 year, these questions you can easily answer. Maybe for content part, you can refer Insights current affairs material or any current affairs material, that will be suffice. But as I said, reading is different, writing is completely different. Now if you tell, sir, how do you know so many points? I read and came. Yeah. So how do you know so many points? I read and came. You get a point? Answering a question after reading, answering a question without reading is 2 different things. Now every time what you will feel is that, okay, fine, how does this fellow know so much? Plain and simple, I read about it before I came to the class. But if you say, if they gave these questions yesterday for me to write in exam, maybe I would have not written so many points. But one thing what you can understand from mains is that you have to have the ability to analyze things on the spot. You have to have the ability to generate points. For that, what you have to do, I have to have dimensions. What are the different dimensions? Observing key aspects in question. Yeah, some points you can remember, some facts you can remember. So these are the things that will be required for you to take to the examination hall. You can't take to the examination hall the whole content. You're getting a point. So from Maldives questions, what you can understand, whenever you're reading a country's relation, you can say what is India's bilateral trade. Okay, what are the areas India and these countries are converging. Okay, if you want, you can draw a map also. In Maldives question, you can draw a map and indicate where Maldives comes and indicate China's string of pearls and say what is the significance of it. So these things can be done in these questions. Got it? And that's what I told. Now for practicing, you might take no time limit to think. That is what you say. Practice means what? Develop thinking abilities, not reading. Every time you go and read, you can't read everything and sit. The moment you start developing thinking abilities, that will speed up your thinking process in the examination. Okay, now you might take 20 minutes to think, but if you continuously practice over a period of time, you will be able to think in 8 minutes, 7 minutes, write a decent answer. Okay, so that's what one of the person who wrote mains. So he was pretty astonished because all his friends who have not written mains, they say, easy to paper, easy to paper. ಅವ್ನು ಬಾಬಾ ಗಾಬರಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ, ಸರ್ ನಂಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಅನ್ಸು, ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈಸಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಜಕ್ಕೆ ಓದೋನು ಈಜಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಈಜದ್ ಕಷ್ಟ ಏನಂತ, ಕೂತ್ ನೋಡೋನಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಈಸಿನೇ ಅನ್ಸೋದು. ಸಿಂಪಲ್ನಾ, ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಹತ್ತೋನಿಗೆ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಏನು ಕಷ್ಟ, ಕೂತ್ ನೋಡೋನಿಗೆ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಇಷ್ಟೇನಾ, ದೂರದ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನುಣ್ಣಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. paper is not difficult also, but at the same time paper is not so easy also, because especially I think when Manjana discussed polity questions, these questions you cannot just answer on the spot, it requires analysis in that regard. Same way here IR also, you can answer this question, but again I told the information what is there specific, that has been only added after I've looked into it. It's not that it can be added on the spot. Some things you can recall. Okay, so that's what I told. In reality, it's not that you can write a perfect answer, but you have to write an answer which is more decent enough to fetch above average marks. So that's what I told. Where you can do that, introductions can be pre-prepared, conclusions can be pre-prepared. Some facts and content that you can have it in your paper, that you have to use it in that regard. And that's what all this China question, you can easily answer that first one, China plus one, friend shoring, near shoring, that has been continuously coming in newspaper. So understood. So these are the 4 questions that has been asked in IR, and that's what I told. IR every year they're asking around 3 to 4 questions, and every year if you see, almost it is what are the things that are in news. So anything you read for IR, if you have read from today for next 6 months, that would be sufficient for your next exam. Nothing more than that. Okay. So okay then. Now I think next we have Vikas sir. He will take I think the society part or social justice part.
We'll start. Yeah. Good evening. So we'll be discussing the social justice questions today. Okay. So this time we had only 2 questions from social justice, and the questions are also relatively much easier. So it was not very difficult to attend them. Have you gone through the questions? The social justice questions? Not yet, right? We'll see them. And before going to that, we'll see briefly, very quickly, the syllabus. Syllabus matters very much, not only for social justice, but every subject. Okay. Just have a look at the syllabus that we have for social justice. It basically talks about 3 broad sections, that is welfare schemes for vulnerable sections, and then we have issues related to development and management, specifically with health, education and human resource, and third is the issues relating to poverty and hunger. These are the 3 broad topics that we have in the syllabus. Okay. Now when we come to the questions of this year, the questions were, there were 2 questions. So if you see at the first question was a 10 marker, the question said poverty and malnutrition create a vicious cycle adversely affecting human capital formation. What steps can be taken to break the cycle? So the question is on poverty and malnutrition, and here if you see the topic, it talks about poverty and hunger. A very straightforward question on the topic itself. And the second question is, in a crucial domain like public health sector system, the Indian state should play a pivotal role to contain the adverse impact of marketization of system. Suggest some measures through which the state can enhance the reach of public healthcare at the grassroots level. So this question is with respect to the healthcare system of India, and if you see the topic here, it very clearly talks about the health. So that is one very important hint for us, how to prepare and what to prepare. Once you have a good hold on the topics, just make sure that you are preparing holistically on the topics that are in the syllabus. More or less we can expect maximum questions from the topic itself. The exact demand cannot be predicted. This time they have asked what steps can be taken to improve the healthcare at the grassroots level. Probably next time they can ask what can be done to improve the healthcare system at the secondary level or the higher health sector. It can change what exactly will be asked, but the topics will not be out of the box all of a sudden. So predictability can be more in the mains compared to the prelims. Okay, so have a good idea of the syllabus, that is very important. Okay, so the first question of this year was the question said poverty and malnutrition create a vicious cycle adversely affecting human capital formation. What steps can be taken to break the cycle? So the poverty and the malnutrition question, and also they are interlinking with human capital formation. So interlinking two topics of the syllabus. Okay, and what exactly are they asking in this question? What is the main demand? The steps that can be taken to break the cycle. Okay, so this is the main demand of the question here. However, when we start our answer, we cannot directly come to this point. We cannot directly address this demand. They have given us a context here. They have given a statement. In the backdrop of this context, they are asking us to suggest measures. Okay, so without addressing the context or the statement, if we directly go to the demand, the answer will not be complete. Always whenever there is a statement made, do address that and then go to the main body or the main demand of the question. Okay, so we'll see what can be done or how to address that. So what can be the suitable introduction here? So we have two keywords here, poverty and malnutrition. One way of writing the introduction is by explaining the concept, the poverty and malnutrition. But here it's a question with respect to social justice. So here it will be more suitable to talk about the relevant statistics than defining what is poverty. Defining poverty will be more useful when the question is in society part in paper 1. When it comes to the social justice part of paper 2, it will be more analytical in nature. So more than defining it, talking about the data, the analytical part will be more relevant for this particular paper. And most of us would have come across this, right? Multi-dimensional poverty index. What does this talk about the poverty in India? The recent report by Niti Aayog, the National Multi-Dimensional Poverty Index, gives the data on poverty. Some of the common data we have to know. Without knowing the data, social justice will not be complete. Okay, so always make sure you have relevant data for each of the topic when you are doing it. Okay, so when it comes to poverty, the report says we have reduced our poverty from roughly 29% to 11%. Okay, although this report is talking about the positive aspect, but here we will not talk about the positive aspect because the question is talking about the vicious cycle adversely affecting the human capital formation. So it's a issue based question. So what we will do is we will only take this data saying that the multi-dimensional poverty index released by Niti Aayog points to 11% poverty in India. It is about interpreting it according to the question, the same data. Okay, which is a huge number considering the population of the country. Considering the 140 crore population, 11% is a very huge number. So that is one very important aspect. And then when it comes to the malnutrition, so we have again the report NFHS 5. You would have also studied about the global burden, global index on health burden. Any one data will be sufficient. When you are reading, don't try to buy at everything. Have one data properly. Make sure that you are using that only properly in the answer. We don't have to buy at all the data. Okay, so if you know come across this, that will be more or less sufficient. The NFHS 5 has given lot of valuable data, not only with respect to malnutrition, with respect to multiple other things. So just make a list of the relevant data and make sure that you are revising that multiple times. Okay, so with respect to malnutrition, it talks about two things, the stunting part. So what is the stunting rate? Any rough idea? Stunting percentage in India under 5? Yes? The data. What is the stunting percent in India? It's 35%. Okay, which is a very, we are talking about children in the age group of 0 to 5. Okay, and it also says underweight is 32%. So try to have such important data. It is roughly 35.2%, but if you know it's around 35, that will do. So talk about that data in the introduction part. Okay, so that can be the introductory paragraph. Then coming to the main demand. Now, before going to the main demand, we also have to address the given statement. So what is the statement they are making here? They are saying poverty and malnutrition create a vicious cycle adversely affecting human capital. So they are talking about the vicious cycle, how it is created and then how it affects the capital formation. Do address this before going to the main demand, that is steps that can be taken. So how can you show it? Make sure that you are also able to do some pictorial representations. So talk about the poverty and the malnutrition vicious cycle. So how does poverty lead to malnutrition and how in turn it becomes a vicious cycle? So what is the interlinkage? So can we say that if there is poverty, then it will be low income? When people are poor, they will have less income, and when there is less income, what will happen? Lack of food. And also when people are poor, they will not be very much aware about the nutritional aspects. Survival itself is difficult for them. So knowing about the nutritional aspects and accordingly giving the food for the children and all will be very much out of the box for them. So it will also lead to low awareness about the nutritional requirements. So that is one thing. Then how does malnutrition in turn leads to poverty? When there is malnutrition, can we say that it will lead to poor health? And when there is poor health, can we talk about the low cognitive development? And when there is low cognitive development, low productivity. So that will complete the vicious cycle. It's not very difficult, just that you have to know how to do these things, okay? And these are not something which you can do on the spot. Make sure that these things are there in your notes itself. When you're preparing for the subject, have these things ready in your notes. The vicious cycle for various aspects, poverty and hunger, it can also be with poverty, malnutrition, etc. Okay. So now interlinking this with human capital formation. So how does this affect the human capital formation? When this vicious cycle is there, what is the different aspects of human capital formation? One is education. What are the different components of human capital formation? Education, health, skilling, basic three things, right? So we can talk about that. So how does it impact the health? There will be increased disease burden. Can we talk about the disease burden increasing? When people are malnourished, so they become more vulnerable for diseases. The resistance or the immunity power will be lesser. Then it also leads to increased health expenditure. And when they increase or when they spend more on the health, they again become part of this vicious cycle. They will not be able to spend on the other aspects of the other necessity aspects of life. So that is with the health. Then education, how can we talk about the vicious cycle affecting the education? Low. More than enrollment, we can talk about the quality of education. Today, because of the RTE, free enrollment is there. But what about the quality of education? So the quality of education is not so high in the government schools. So if they have to take schooling in the private schools, they need money. When they are in this vicious cycle, they will not be able to afford that quality education. And when the quality of education is not good, it will automatically lead to dropout. And the education is compromised. And how does it affect the skilling? When health and education is not there, the skilling also will get compromised. So they will start taking up jobs at the very early age. So they will not be in a position to work on their skill development. So that is the vicious cycle affecting the human capital formation. So this should be the first part of the answer, addressing the given context. Then we can go to the main demand, okay? And also these presentations become more important. The question by itself is very simple question. When the questions are very simple, it will not only be about the content that you write, also about the presentation, because every serious candidate who has prepared for the mains will have sufficient content for these answers. So it will not be like only with the content you can make a difference of half or 1 mark. It is with the presentation and structuring you will be able to make the difference of another half to 1 mark, okay? So do try to work on the presentations also when you are writing the answers, okay? So now once the statement is addressed, it becomes much easier. So what measures can we talk about? measures to be taken. So here again, when you are mentioning the measures, do not write randomly. There were two things in the question. What were the two things they talked about? Poverty and malnutrition. So make sure when you are writing the points, you talk about both the aspects. Okay. So it's a 10-mark question. That means we have 2 pages and we have already addressed the given context. So now when it comes to the main body, anywhere if you can write around 6 points, that will be sufficient. So what you can do is talk around, give around 3 points with respect to the poverty and other 3 with respect to the malnutrition. So with poverty, what we can talk about, what suggestion can we give? One, can we talk about the employment? If we can give employment opportunity for people, they will be able to take care of themselves. They don't have to rely on the government. So one, we can talk about the expansion of MG-Narega, because MG-Narega already is there. So what improvement can be done is expansion of MG-Narega, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. And can we also suggest something on the similar lines with urban areas and urban employment guarantee scheme for the urban poor? So we can talk about Mahatma Gandhi the national, on the similar lines of the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, we can suggest there can be a thought on the Mahatma Gandhi Urban Employment Guarantee Scheme. That is one point. Then with respect to skilling, what can we suggest? Can we talk about more focus, like more investment on skilling, and also there has to be more initiatives focusing on the skilling of the people. Then anything else? Can we talk about the social security? So we have seen in the vicious cycle, when the health is not so good, they have to spend lot of money on the health itself. So providing social security in the form of health insurance, providing better health facilities for the people, the primary health care can be improved. So that is one suggestion. So now think about the nutrition part. What can be done? So now, yes, with respect to midday meals, we'll talk about the nutrition security. So far we have been able to achieve food security largely because of the PDS. Now we can talk about the nutrition security, not only achieving food security, going one step ahead, achieving nutrition security. So here we can talk about the effective implementation of the Poshan Abhiyan and also bringing nutrition or the millets under the Poshan Abhiyan, that can help in enriching the nutrition of the people. Then what other things can be done? Can we also talk about the awareness, because people are not aware also with respect to the dietary practices. So any government initiative do you remember with respect to awareness? Eat Right movement by FSSAI. Eat Right movement. So these things have to be Eat Right movement. These things can be suggested, how it can create awareness. Then anything else with the nutrition you can think of? Can we talk about biofortification, which can enrich the nutrition quality, so that we are not only eating food but we are also eating healthy food or more nutritious food. So that can also help in addressing the malnutrition issue. Okay, so that can be the answer or the steps for the second part of the question. Okay, and then concluding paragraph. So what will be the conclusion? Here we can talk about how, if we have to truly achieve our sankalp of Viksit Bharat or a developed country by 2047, tackling poverty and malnutrition will be the key to it. So you can link it to that in the conclusion. Okay, so this is how you can structure the answer. Okay, any doubt with this? Any other suggestion or any point you can think of with the measures? Yes, we'll see the next question. Yes. So the question says, in a crucial domain like the public healthcare system, the Indian state should play a vital role to contain the adverse impact of marketization of the system. Suggest some measures through which the state can enhance the reach of public healthcare at the grassroots level. So if you read this question along with the first question, it looks very similar. This question also has a statement made or a context given, and they are asking suggest measures. The previous question was with respect to poverty and malnutrition, here it is with respect to health, but the context and the demand is very much different. So what is the context? They are saying in a crucial domain like the public healthcare system, the Indian state should play a vital role. So that means they are talking about the role of government. So here when they mean the Indian state, they are basically saying the government should play a vital role. And what is the reason? To contain the adverse impact of marketization of the system. So this is the statement they have made in the question, and this is the main demand of the question. Okay, we have to first address the statement and then come to the main demand. And within this main demand, they are saying suggest some measures through which the state can enhance the reach of public health care at grassroots level. So when we are suggesting the points, it should not be too general. It should be more specific to the grassroots level, that is the primary healthcare center. Basically, we will be focusing on that aspect here. The answer should be more specific to the keywords of the question. Okay. And in the statement, what have they told? The state should play a vital role to prevent or contain the adverse impact of marketization of the system. So they are telling that the system has been today marketized. What is marketization? Yes. Sorry. It is basically more oriented towards the market economy. That is, it is based on demand and supply. So we are talking about privatization basically. When you talk about marketization, more it is about demand and supply, and it is not completely state controlled. It is now privatized. So they are agreeing that it has been marketized, but at the same time they are telling there are some adverse impacts. So that has to be contained, and then in that context do suggest some measures. That is what the statement is telling. Okay. So for this answer, when we have to write an introduction, we have to be talking about this first. So talk about the marketization. How do we justify the marketization in India? Again with the relevant data. So when we are studying the health sector, we would have come across the data with respect to private healthcare. So what is the constitution of private healthcare in India today? Roughly, how much do they constitute of the total health system? We have both the public healthcare and the private healthcare. What is the constitution of private healthcare in the total health Indian market? It's around 70%. So we can talk about that. The private healthcare system today constitutes roughly 70% of the total market, which is a very huge number. So with this data, we will first justify this one, that marketization has happened. Okay. But before talking about the adverse impact, we also can very briefly mention why this has happened. Why has so much private players come into the picture in the health sector? What are the reasons? Why are we seeing so many private hospitals today? The quality of health sector. So we can briefly talk about the reasons. See, it's a 15-mark question. We have 3 pages. So we can address the context little in detail, then go to the main demand, because for suggesting measures, we cannot write 15-20 points using 2 entire pages. We have to first properly address the context, then go to the main demand. Okay. So what are the reasons for the mushrooming of so much of private healthcare in India? Can we talk about the quality? The quality of health care they provide is much better than the public health care. Then can we also talk about the faster rate at which we get the health service? Today when we go to the private hospitals, immediately they will admit us if we have any serious health concerns. But what happens when we go to the government hospitals? Either they will ask us to wait for a long time, or if the facility is not there, they will ask us to go to a different hospital, which is not seen in the private healthcare. Then what are the other benefits of private healthcare? Can we also talk about the advanced technology they have? So today we see so many advanced technologies with respect to the dermatology or the skin treatment itself. We have so much of specialization. when we talk about the surgeries, we have stem cell therapy, and with cancer so much of advanced treatment we have. All that is available only in the private sector, not in the public sector. So mention some of the reasons. Okay, you don't have to elaborate on this, just mention it as a passing reference. It will give a connect to the next part of the question. Okay, so just mention about some of the reasons, 4 to 5 reasons you can just show in a flow chart or a sun diagram. We don't have to explain them in detail. Okay, then we'll come to the main demand here. So that is, the question is saying the state should play a vital role to contain the adverse impact of the marketization. So now we'll talk about what is the adverse impact of marketization. So what are the adverse impacts that we have seen so far? So what has been the adverse impact because of the private hospitals? Yes, cost or expense. It is very highly expensive. Even for a small surgery, or forget about the surgery, even for a normal checkup, it will at least cost in thousands, not in hundreds. So expensive is not a problem. But what is the problem? We lack insurance in India. The insurance penetration is around 70% at present. So many people have to spend out of the pocket. Out of the pocket expenditure is around 47% in the country. So that makes it more problematic. Then can we talk about commodification of health? So what is this commodification? Commodification, in simple, you can talk about equating health into money. So if you pay, you get the service. If you cannot pay, you will not be getting the service. So the altruistic idea of helping or providing facilities for the people who are in need of it is not there anymore in the private sector. So that is one of the adverse impact of marketization. Then any other point? Yes? Less accountability. So we can talk about poor regulation. So there is no proper regulation of the private health system. We hardly have 1 or 2 acts which are regulating them. So there are a lot of issues, lack of accountability or not following the regulations or the rules of the government properly. So that is also an impact. Then can we also talk about unethical practices that are happening? Any one example of this unethical practice? Yes, illegal organ transplants, the abortions, or checking the sex of the child at the time of birth, before the birth. We can also talk about the huge cost they pay. Even if you simply go for a small headache, they'll ask us to go through all the scannings, and they will charge us around 10-15,000. So all those unethical practices are also the adverse impact of marketization. So explain that will address the given statement. Then we can go to the main demand. Suggest some measures. Okay, and when you would have studied the health system, usually we would have studied at the broader level, the overall health system, but here they are little more specifically talking about the healthcare system at the grassroots level. So focus more on that specifically. Okay, so what can be the suggestions? And also when you are writing the points, rather than writing them randomly, try to write them in a chronology. It will also give you a better idea, and also more number of points can be generated easily. Okay, so we'll see how it can be done. So first, can we talk about increasing the expenditure? To how much? Rather than talking about increasing the expenditure randomly, use the relevant reports. So the National Health Policy talks about increasing the health expenditure to 2.5%. The National Health Policy. At present, what is the expenditure? 1.8%. So there is a gap still, and National Health Policy came in the 2017. After 8 years, still we have not achieved it. So increasing is very important. Once we increase the expenditure, what can be done? We have money now. With the money, what can be done? Infrastructure. So providing for better infrastructure facilities. So at the grassroots level, what do we have? What is the infrastructure we have at the grassroots level? PHCs. Now the Ayushman Bharat talks about converting them into health and wellness centers. So we can talk about establishing or providing more health and wellness centers. And once we have health and wellness centers or the infrastructure, what is required for the working of it? Yes, health equipments we can discuss under this infrastructure itself, both the physical infrastructure and the equipments. Now what do we need? Professionals or the doctors. So providing for or increasing the manpower or the doctors, nurses, etc. for the health professionals. Without them, there is no use only of having the infrastructure. So, and that is in fact one of the major concern in India. If you go to any of the rural areas, what we will see is there will be infrastructure, there will be primary healthcare centers, but most of the times it will be closed. It will not be open, or nobody will be there to give the health treatment. So we also need doctors and nurses, especially in the at the grassroots level. So today, not having doctors is not the major problem. But what is happening is most of the doctors are going into the tertiary healthcare because there is more money. So we need more doctors and nurses at the primary level. That is one thing. And not only the doctors and nurses, we can also talk about the ASHA workers and auxiliary nursing midwives, who are not the professionals in terms of doctor. They would have not done the degrees in the medical field, but they act as a bridge between the people and the doctors. So they are the ones who go to the homes of the pregnant women and bring them to the health centers for checkups, and they also are the ones who take care of them, keeping a track of them. So they are also very important. And how can we incentivize or encourage them? If we have to have more ASHA workers or more auxiliary nursing midwives, what do we need? Salaries. So talk about increasing their salaries and facilities. Not only the salaries, money is one thing but not the only thing. We also need better facilities for them, proper sanitation facilities, the creche facilities for them if they have children. So all those also matter here. So that is one thing we can talk about. Then apart from them, this what other points can be suggested? Increasing the how it can be done? Yes, so that we can talk with respect to the governance part. So basically we are talking about the governance. So providing for better facilities for the doctors, reducing the working hours, also increasing the incentives in the form of the salaries for the doctors, etc. Okay. Then so apart from this, can we also talk about the incorporation of the local medicine or the local knowledge in the health sector, which is very important. So community knowledge. If you remember, when we do about the tribes, the vulnerable section tribes, there is a very important committee called Khaka committee. So that committee, when it was recommending about the tribal welfare, one of the very important point they make is incorporating the local knowledge of medicine into the public healthcare. Only then it will also increase the trust of the people. Only then people will come into it, because if you see in the Indian context, there are still lot of beliefs, the religious beliefs, etc. Many people still hesitate to take the allopathic treatment, especially in the remote areas. So if you have to build trust, incorporating the community knowledge or the traditional knowledge into the public healthcare through Ayush, etc. becomes very important. Okay. Then any other point can be suggested? Yes, anything with respect to the grassroots level? Can we also talk about the awareness part as a last point? How can we improve the awareness? One simple way is use of technology, the ICT. We have many apps today, many of the online programs, the e-Sanjeevani, etc. So that can be used mainly for the promotive and preventive healthcare. So to promote good health practices and also to prevent the health issues or the health concerns. It can be done easily with the help of the technology. Giving information about the right diet, how to maintain good health and hygiene. All these things can be done easily with the help of the technology. We don't need the physical presence of the people for that. So those things can be discussed in the measures part. These are more specific to the grassroots level. If you have to talk about the health sector as a whole, we can still talk about lot of other points. But for the grassroots level, we can more confine to these many points. And these are not the only points, you can still add, but this is the rough idea on how you can go about it. Okay. And then the conclusion. Conclusion again is not like a only one standard conclusion, we can conclude in multiple ways. So one way of concluding is we can link it to SDG. What is SDG with respect to health? SDG number? Health? 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. One is about poverty, 2 hunger, 3 is about health and well-being of all. You can either link it to that, or the other way of concluding is you can also link it to WHO. If you go to the WHO homepage, in its charter it says attaining highest health standards is a fundamental right of every human being. So that means WHO is indirectly linking it to fundamental right, or it says good health is a fundamental right. You can also link it to this. Okay. So that is another way of conclusion. And these things you have to do it and prepare before the exam itself. In the exam we cannot think of all this. When you are studying it, if you have all of these things ready, there you just have to structure it according to the demand of the question. Okay. And these are some things which can be done before only. Since we have a very clear mind map, what is the syllabus, these things can be done easily. Okay. Any doubt with these two questions? Yes. So that is with respect to social justice part. Okay. So I think next Umesh sir will be doing. Okay. Thank you all.
Right. Good evening, everyone. Have you had any break? No, sir. It's okay. Life does not give you break. You have to push on. All right, I understand. Don't worry, art and culture is just 3 questions. So it's not going to take so much of time. So all of you come back. Now let's start with the discussion. Let's not waste any time. So did you see your GS-1 paper? I think you have had discussions of few questions as well today. Am I right? Which all were done? Modern India history, okay? Hey madam, paper 1 in the head, bro. Allunu Lakshmikant tartiralva. Lay. Paper 1, modern India history is done. World history? Right. Society? Yet to be done. Geography? Right. You are in for a marathon then. Okay, let it be. So when you look at GS paper 1, I'm going to restrict myself to art and culture questions. Almost every other year, you will have 3 questions. Okay. Now 2 of them will be purely art and culture. 2 of them. One of them will be your art and culture plus ancient and medieval history as well. They ask you 2 questions worth 10 marks. Your first and second question usually is like that. And your 11th question will be for 15 marks. Now when you look at the past few year ka trend, they have asked 1 question from architecture almost every other year. They have asked 1 more question from literature every other year. Understanding? And the third question, it can usually be your music, dance, or it can be something related to safeguarding the heritage. All these things are there. Understanding my point? So 10 plus 10, 20 plus 15, how much is that? 35 marks worth of questions you have. And when you look at every year, art and culture questions are straightforward. There is not much of analysis involved there. Straightforward questions. But the problem with most of the students is this. When they start writing answer or when they start preparing for art and culture questions, they usually read it from pure prelims perspective. So much of factual data to remember, so they just focus on those data just from prelims perspective, and then mains, they leave it to God. Understanding my point? Shiva bande barili, Vishnu bande barili. When they do that, the probability of them scoring in 3-digit reduces drastically. Understanding my point? I've had students who have missed the cutoff by just a few marks. Understanding my point? So please do not neglect even these 3 questions, straightforward questions, and in each question you can score minimum 60 to 70% of the total marks. Take it for my word. You will. I will be discussing it. Before I start discussing each of these 3 specific questions, I want you to know what is the demand of art and culture. When an evaluator is evaluating your answers, understanding my point? When an evaluator is going through your answers, he will look for 3 important things. Following me? What are these 3 important things? Some of my students who have attended OGP classes might be knowing it. For those who have not attended, for those who might be non-OGP, listen carefully. They will look for practical demand. Understanding? What exactly this is, I will explain to you later. They will look at intellectual demand. What exactly this is, I will tell you. Just give me a few more minutes. And finally, you have something called as aesthetic. Aesthetic. So what all comes in this practical, intellectual and aesthetic when the evaluator is going through your answers, either knowingly or unknowingly, they will be looking at all these parameters. If you have just focused on the practical demand without writing anything related to intellectual or aesthetic, you are not going to get many marks. If you are focused only on the aesthetic but intellectual and practical is missing, you are not going to get any good marks. Understanding? You will end up with average 3 out of 10, 3.5 out of 10, like this. Following me? Come back. So what all things comes under practical demand? Listen to me carefully. In practical, you have to keep in mind to write the time period. Time period. Now, when were you exactly born? If I ask you that question, you will be able to tell me. Yes or no? Because every Monday, Thursday, you go to temples and you get your name blessed by your gods. Am I right? Right. Kritika Nakshatra, Rushabha Rashi, not mine. Okay. Come back now. You all know your time period, right? When you were born. Exact time. Very good. I don't want that exact time period associated with your art and culture questions. Just an estimated. For example, if they ask you a question related to Pallavas, understanding my point? I don't want you to tell me which exact year, on which day the Pallava kingdom started. I don't care for it. Even your UPSC does not care. It's just an estimated time. Understanding my point? Around 4th century CE. If there is a question on Cholas, when did they start? Around 9th century CE. That estimation, that time period is important. Not the exact one, just an estimation. Understanding? Come back. Apart from this, what else will come under practical? Geography. Your geography comes in which paper? Paper 1 or paper 2? Paper 1. Art and culture and its growth is dependent on the geography of that particular place. Are you all understanding my point? If I go to Kashmir, I won't start using granite. I will use wood. Why? Wood is easily accessible there. If I go to Madhya Pradesh, if I have to build something, I am going to use which one? Sandstone, because it is easily accessible there. And if you look at your past PYQs, they have asked questions where they have linked geography and art and culture. Examine how geography, how ancient India growth was determined by the geography. Are you all understanding my point? So next time when you pick up a book for art and culture, don't read it just from prelims factual perspective. Keep in mind all these parameters. So you have time period, you have geography, then you have something called as material, technology. Following me? Material, technology. Do you remember bronze image of the dancing girl? All of you. What is the technique which they have used there? Lost wax technique. Now if you go to Chola time period and you observe the bronze images that were made in cities such as Kumbakonam, Swami Malai, Tanjore, what do you think the technique was when they used it there? Same lost wax technique. They want you to know that when you are writing your answers, your art and culture answers, practical, intellectual, aesthetic, all three should be there. Only then you will get 60 to 70% of the total marks. If you are not writing all these three parameters, you are losing out on it. Following me? Come back. Now look at the intellectual. Intellectual means what? Someone who thinks, someone who has idea. Am I right? Come back. Now you tell me, what was the idea behind people writing books, behind people composing poetry, behind people writing novels? What was the idea behind it? What was the idea? Just for entertainment? No. When they wrote something, it was not only for entertainment purposes, but it was also to bring about a change. That change might be within oneself. The change might be in the outside world. That is the idea. Understanding my point? Now when I am going to Ajanta caves, When I'm going to Ajanta caves, there are so many paintings over there. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. There is a painting in your Ajanta caves where you see your Buddha begging in front of Rahula and his wife, former wife. What was the name of his former wife? Yashodha. Buddha is begging as a monk in front of his own wife and his son. Now many people look at this painting and they just don't think about it much. They just let it go. Understanding my point? But when the painter went and painted, there was an idea that he was trying to convey to you. The idea was very simple. Buddha had left his past life. Understanding my point? Buddha had left his past life and then he had gone ahead and became a monk, attained nirvana. Am I making sense? Right? Now he has attained nirvana, he has attained enlightenment. The moment you attain nirvana and enlightenment, all sorts of attachment that you have had in your past life, you have to let it go. When Buddha, after attaining enlightenment, he is going ahead and he is begging in front of his own wife and his son, the painter is conveying an idea to you that until and unless you let go of attachment, some attachments in life, you will never be able to achieve that enlightenment. You will never be able to achieve that success. Following me? That's the thing. There are many things like that. When you go to Ajanta caves, you will see a sculpture, sir. What is that sculpture consisting of? You have your Buddha sitting, all right, in a meditative position. Understanding my point? Buddha is sitting and next to Buddha, you have so many demons. You know what are demons, right? There's so many demons. The head of the demon was Mara. Understanding my point? The head of the demon was Mara. This demon was sent to earth by none other than Indra. Now Mara was told very specifically that you have to disturb Siddhartha. Come what may, you have to disturb him. Understanding my point? You have to prevent Siddhartha from attaining nirvana. That is what Mara was given instruction by none other than Indra. So Mara comes with his whole family and he is trying to disturb Siddhartha back then. He had not attained nirvana. They are doing anything and everything to disturb Siddhartha. But does he get disturbed? No. He is silent. He is going ahead and he is doing his meditation. Understanding my point? He is going ahead and doing his meditation. He is not at all disturbed by all the distractions around him. Following my point? When you go to Ajanta, you see this painting. Following me? So what is the idea that your painter is trying to convey over here? What is the idea? When you have to achieve things in life, there will be n number of distractions all around you. Understanding my point? The foremost distraction is your mobile. Another distraction is this. ನೋಡಿ ಇವಾಗ ತಾನೇ ಜನ ಬಂದ್ರು ಕಾಫಿ ಟೀ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತರತಾನೆ. Come back. Distractions. Understanding? Even though there is so much of distraction, if you have control over your mind and you are focused as to what it is that you want to achieve in life, you will always do it. But if you get in the grip of this distraction, then you will not attain success or enlightenment. Every artwork you take, every artwork. This was just with your painting, sculpture. You take your architecture, you take your music, you take your dance, paintings, martial arts. Everything will have an intellectual idea. Following me? So when you're writing that answer, you are supposed to write what was the idea behind why that king commissioned that. Following me? Idea. Come back. You should also focus on its relevance. Many people have this notion that history is dead. History is very static. It is no longer relevant to the present times. But remember, your UPSC itself had given an essay topic, if I remember correctly. History does not repeat itself, but man does. When you do not understand the importance of what you're learning, the importance of that idea, and you just go ahead and do things in a very passive way, you will end up making the same mistakes that your forefathers did. Did you have international relations discussions? Yes or no? There was a question on Maldives. You think Maldives is doing the thing for the very first time where it is taking on India? Do you think it is the first country? Sri Lanka tried to do it. Nepal tried to do it. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. Maldives did not have the idea to learn. That's why they committed the same mistake. So when you're writing any answer, what was the idea behind them asking about Pallavas or Cholas, or why they're asking about Vedic culture? 2023 also, if you remember, there was a question on Vedic culture. Am I right? Yes. Your UPSC paper setters, they want to test how much of idea you have. Why you think Vedic culture is important in the present time, the relevance, that is what they're asking. Following me? Are Vedas still relevant now? Yes. That is why in your modern India history, you have people such as Swami Dayanand Saraswati who gave a very popular slogan. What was that? Go back to Vedas, not shed. Go back to Vedas. Sorry, na? Good. All of you are looking very serious. Don't be so serious. Go back to Vedas. Come back. Come back. Come back. All of you. You remember your Rajaram Mohan Roy? Very good. Do you remember your Swami Vivekananda? They also had similar messages. Focus on Vedas, focus on Upanishads. In 2023, we conducted a very famous global summit of a major organization. What was it? G20. What was the slogan of that? Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Where have we taken that from? Upanishad. Understanding? So you have to know about the intellectual. When you're writing answers, if you have to self-evaluate, ask yourself, have I met most of these parameters? If you have done that, very good. In case you have missed quite a bit of it, you will not get the 60 to 70% of the marks that you have to get to score 110 or 120. We have had students who have scored 110, 115 in GS paper 1. Okay. These people focus on all 20 questions in the right proportion. Following me? Look at the last one. Aesthetic. Any idea what aesthetic means? It means beauty. Good. Beauty. So when you're writing answers and there are some questions related to architecture. Following my point? You will not just focus on the practical, you will not just focus on the intellectual, you will also focus on the aesthetic. When you visit Pallava temples, what is so aesthetic about it? Beautiful about it. When you visit Chola temples, what is so beautiful about it? Most of you are from Karnataka, am I right? When you visit Hoysala temples, located in the 3 regions of Halebeedu, Beluru, Somnathpura. In other regions also you have Hoysala temples, but why is it that we focus on only these 3? Your UNESCO's World Heritage List, do you remember these 3 places? Halebeedu, Beluru, Somnathpura. So the moment you go to these Hoysala temples, what is it that you find so very beautiful? Sorry, sir? Carvings, sculptural carvings. Yes. When you visit Taj Mahal, what do you find so beautiful about Taj Mahal? White marble, na? Black marble al madidre atirilla. Lay. Huh? Racist fellows. Tomorrow you are going to the interview, you are sitting in front of the member and he asks, what is so beautiful about Taj Mahal? Sir, white marble, sir. Be careful. There are other beautiful things about it. For example, your Pietra Dura. Understanding my point? All these things. So tomorrow if there is a question on some paintings, let us say it is a question about prehistoric or Mesolithic paintings. There should be practical parameters, there should be intellectual parameters, and at the same time there should be aesthetic. So when I observe Upper Paleolithic paintings, I see a lot of naturalism in it. Understanding my point? When I see Mesolithic paintings, I see a lot of stylistic things in it. This is what makes it beautiful. Understanding my point? When I see Chalcolithic paintings, I see a lot of abstractness. Now this is just a mere discussion. I cannot teach you what is abstractness in detail. All right? But nevertheless, if you go and open your PYQs, there was a question which was asked. In what ways does Mesolithic paintings throw light on the life of those times? Question mark. How are Mesolithic paintings comparable to modern paintings? Understanding my point? They're comparing Mesolithic paintings to our modern paintings. How are they comparable? They're asking you this question. What will you do over there? Chat GPT it. Pagdongu gotirala, nodkolada andre. Am I right or am I wrong? But once you start studying all your art and culture from these three parameters, I promise you, okay, most of the questions, 95% of the questions, you can answer with greater effectiveness and efficiency. That much I promise you. Following me? This demand, did you understand? All of you? Yes. Now just sticking with aesthetic for a few more minutes. Okay. In your Mauryan period, there was something called as Didarganj Yakshi. Do you remember her? Didarganj Yakshi standing. Okay. What is so beautiful about Didarganj Yakshi? Her polished stance. Are you all understanding my point? Decorative elements. Have you seen that? Yes. Like this. Her beautiful smile. Don't always look for smile in your heroines. Colgate smile, Pepsodent smile. Even your artistic works have beautiful smile. Do you remember bronze image of the dancing girl? How is she standing? Attention position na. Tribanga elbarili adu practical, intellectual, athwa idralla aesthetical. Like that. Understanding? I tell my students most of the times history is not factual. Okay. History you have to understand, keeping in mind these three parameters, then things becomes easier. Following me? Yes, very good. Now go back to the first question of your GS paper 1. What was the first question? Tell me. I don't have any paper in front of me. Quickly. It was about Vedic culture, if I remember correctly. All right? And that asked you what? The differences which exist between early Vedic period and later Vedic period. Underline the changes in the field of society and economy from the Rig Vedic to the later Vedic period. Rig Vedic to later Vedic period. What are the parameters that they have given? Tell me. Society and economy. Keep these two things in mind. Now listen to me. I have explained to you what are the demands of art and culture. Now you have to write an introduction. Okay. So I was just hearing the other discussion which was happening before I came, and Vikas sir was rightly telling you, you need to have introductions as much as possible ready. Am I right? Not a problem. That's good practice. But how much of introduction will I get ready all the time? It's not possible also, na? Right? So you should have the ability to think on the spot and come out with a reasonable introduction. Reasonable. Following me? For a 10-marker question, you are spending 7 minutes. The first 2 minutes is your brainstorming. If you have done an introduction already and it is already loaded with you, you can go ahead and write it. In case if you don't have, remember this. When did your Vedic period start, sir? Time period I want. When did your Vedic period start? Just give me an estimation. Around 1500 BCE. Okay. Vedic culture started around 1500 BCE and continued till 500 BCE. Full stop. It was centered in which region? You tell me. Was it centered in northwestern region or your Indo-Gangetic plain? No, Vedic I'm asking. Was it in your northwestern or your Indo-Gangetic plain? Vedic, huh? Where was your IVC? Northwestern. Amil Barad Yado. Vedic. That is in your Indo-Gangetic plane. Are you all understanding my point? Please don't get confused. You remember your Pataliputra, Magadha and everything. Were they in the northwestern part? No, na. Then, Yellidna Yell Kalsidro ನೀವು ಲೇ geography people, come back. Centered in the Indo-Gangetic plain. Full stop. And what are Vedas as per you? What are Vedas? Veda means to what? You know this? To know. Veda, the term Veda means to know. Alright? It is that knowledge system which improves the quality of your life. Following me? Your introduction is done. And which was the demand that I used here? Time period, geography. Following me? That's it. If you know what are Vedas, what it means and the definition, you can just put it across. That's not at all a problem. In case if you don't know, this is what you're going to do. Understanding my point? So your introduction is done. Let's go to the body part. In the body part, what demand have they asked? Practical, intellectual or aesthetic? Intellectual, the idea part. What ideas do we get when we look into your Rig Vedic, which is early Vedic period and later Vedic period? What idea do we get about society, right? When we go through your Vedic literature. Here, whenever your evaluator is going through your answers, he is looking for two things, sir. One is structure. The other one is quality of points. I don't like answers where you have written 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points like that. There should be some way of structuring. Are you all understanding me? So the moment you see society, what are the various ways through which you can structure this? You can structure it in terms of what? Religion. You can structure it in terms of Varnashrama. Don't write caste system there. Because in your Vedic period, you did not have caste. Caste is a term which was coined much, much later. Varnashrama. Then you will write status of woman. Understanding my point? What else will you write in your society? What all things comes in your society? Have you heard of something called as language? Yes. Like this, you will figure out few more parameters. Now, when I talk about economy, what was the status symbol there? What was the major occupation there? Following my point? Like this, you will figure out few more parameters. So when I compare your Rig Vedic to later Vedic period, based on these parameters, you learn some answers. What are those answers? In your early Vedic period, what were the kind of gods they worshipped? Indra, Vayu, Agni, Varuna, your nature gods. Very good. But the moment I go to later Vedic period, what were the kind of gods that they worshipped? Trimurti, Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu. Understanding my point? The same thing in economy. In your Rig Vedic period, the economy was basically a pastoral economy. You know what is pastoral economy? Tending to animals. But by the time you go to later Vedic period, what does it become? Agriculture. In your early Vedic period, they knew the usage of iron, but it was minimal. But in the later Vedic period, it becomes more extensive. Are you all understanding my point? In your early Vedic period, they used your barter system. You know what is barter system? Exchanging goods. In your later Vedic period, you had currencies. Right? We even have a term, Nishika. Have you heard of that term? Yes. So you are supposed to write that. In your early Vedic period, Varnashrama, even though it was mentioned in Rig Veda of Purusha Shukta Mandala, it's a chapter in Rig Veda where they have mentioned about Varnashrama. Even though they had mentioned it, Varnashrama was very open, was very flexible. In Rig Vedic times, in a single home, you had a Brahmin, Kshatriya, Shudra and Vaishya all staying together. Because in Rig Vedic period, you had the classification not based on birth, but rather based on skills, professions. Very good, sir. But in later Vedic period, was it open, was it flexible, or did it become rigid? Rigid. Women had a lot of rights. Women could read Vedas. Understanding my point? Who were these women who could read Vedas? There was a name for them called as Brahmavadini. And we have evidences of Apala, Lopamudra, Gargi, Maitreyi. Some of these Brahmavadinis, they even contributed to Rigvedic hymns. Are you all understanding my point? But in later Vedic period, what happened to women? Did they have so much of freedom and flexibility, or were they constrained within the four walls of the house? They were constrained. Even in Rigvedic period, the society was patriarchal. But in later Vedic period, the society became even more patriarchal. Are you all understanding my point? When I am discussing these points with you, am I structuring it well? Society I am writing, under that there is subheading, religion, varna. You can write even more. In early Vedic period, Sanskrit was used more widely. But in later Vedic period, what happened? Sanskrit became an elite language. Only upper sections in the society used to speak Sanskrit. The lower sections used to speak your Pali. Have you heard of that? Yes. Following me? That is what your UPSC is looking for. Structure and quality of points. When I say quality of points, your arguments should be just one line, maximum 2 lines. And wherever possible, your arguments should be justified with examples as well. So when I said women who could read Vedas, did I just stop there or did I mention the name? Brahmavadinis, that I did. When I said in early Vedic period you had barter system, in later Vedic period what happened? Currency, I mentioned it. Following me? In your early Vedic period, how much of cattle you had was basically your status symbol. In later Vedic period, what happened? Agriculture. In your early Vedic period, king was democratic. You know that? King used to listen to the decisions of your Sabha and Samiti. But what happened in later Vedic period? It became redundant. Sabha and Samiti became redundant. King became dictatorial. Following my point? So have I done justice to what is the demand that they're asking? Underline the challenges, the changes between Rigvedic to later Vedic period in terms of society and economy. I've done it. Now ask yourself one very simple question. Why is it UPSC asking you about Vedic culture consecutively 2 times? Even in 2023 there was a question. Even in 2024 there is a question. Right? What is the relevance of Vedic culture to the present times? You tell me. Kai hateli, sir. Adoption of G20 theme. Okay, good enough. Next. What else? Women status. Okay. Right? Other than that, anything else? Only 2 relevance, huh? Come back. Vedic culture and its egalitarian nature in Rigvedic period can serve as a blueprint. You know what is blueprint? Yes. Can serve as a blueprint to many of the issues that we as a country and as a world are facing in the present times. Can I say that? It was for this reason that our forefathers gave the slogan, go back to Vedas. That's it. So when you put all these points, have I touched upon only one thing or most of the things? Most of the things. Are you understanding my point? So the marks will be more. 6 to 7. 6 to 7 you will get. And I'm not saying 90%, 95, 99.99% you will get. Okay. What is the second question? Look at it. Tell me quickly. Pallavas. Right? Estimate the contribution of Pallavas of Kanchi for the development of art and literature of South India. When I started my discussion, what did I tell you? 3 questions will come from art and culture. 1 question will be from another question, literature. Here they have represented that. Estimate the contribution. I like art and culture question because most of the times they will use simple keywords, elucidate, discuss, estimate, explain. Very rarely will they go for something like examine, critically analyze. Are you all understanding my point? So let us apply the same trick here. Pallavas. Any idea when your Pallavas started to emerge? Around 4th century CE, and they continued till about 9th century CE. Following my point? Where was their capital? Kanchipuram. That is the thing. The Pallavas ruled over the regions located near to Kanchipuram from around 4th century to 9th century CE. Full stop. But that is a very simple introduction. I want to add one more level of depth so that I make my evaluator impressed. Understanding my point? South India, we say that we are part of an identity. What is that identity? It starts from the letter D. Dravidian. Pallavas played a prominent role. Right? Pallavas played a prominent role in the emergence of Dravidian identity. Can I say that? Yes. One more layer added. Not everywhere you can make an introduction ready, na? So worst case scenario, if you need an introduction, that is how you can go for. Even though Pallava started from your 4th century CE, if you look at the Dravidian identity, if you look at the contribution, it started from around 7th century, 610, 630 like that. 610, 630 CE. It was because of kings such as Mahendra Varman. Then you have Narsimha Varman. Then you have Rajasimha, also called as Narsimha Varman II. 4th one is Nandi Varman. These were the 4 kings who contributed extensively towards Pallava growth. Why are some kings so good in terms of their contribution? Why? You tell me. This can be your introduction. That is why I am asking you. Pallava kings like Mahendra Varman, Narasimha Varman, Rajasimha, Nandi Varman extensively contributed to the growth of art and culture during Pallava period. What made these kings so good? Education, huh? You know, health, lay. If you open your UPSC PYQs, there is a very beautiful essay topic. Visionary decision making happens at the cross section of intuition and logic. Visionary kings like Mahendra Varma, Narasimha, Rajasimha and Nandi Varman played a prominent part in the development of the distinct Dravidian identity in the domain of arts. What is the key term that I am using here? Visionary. Their contribution started to appear around 7th century CE. Are you all understanding my point? You can go and see any synopsis which is available to you on the internet. Nowhere will you find this. Because you have to develop the technique of thinking there in the worst case scenario. Understanding my point? So your introduction is sorted out. Let's come to the body part. What is the 2 keywords that they have given? Architecture and what else? Literature. Let me start with literature. Now this will be my subheading. Now the first king, Mahendra Varman, he was known by different names. He was known as Chitra Karapoli. He was also known as Vichitra Chitta. He had few more pet names. Let me not get into that. Now he has written a very famous Sanskrit play, Mata Vilasa Prahasana. This is a satirical play. You know what is satire? Satire is a form of art where you are exaggerating things to convince people about their mistakes in life. Understanding? Mata Vilasa Prahasana was written by Mahendra Varman in Sanskrit. So can I say Pallavas contributed to the growth of Sanskrit as well? Now if you go to Pallava period and go to these temples built by Pallava rulers in Kanchipuram, those temples were also education centers. They were teaching all these languages there. If you want, you can mention that also. Sanskrit. Next, apart from Sanskrit, what else did they do? They helped in the development of Tamil. Understanding my point? During your Bhakti and Sufi movement, around your 8th century CE, you see two groups of people emerging. Who are these two groups of people? Alvars, Nayanars. Understanding my point? Both of them wrote devotional songs. And all these devotional songs, they were in which language? Tamil. You will mention even some people. Understanding my point? Appar, have you heard of him? He was a devotional Nayanar saint. Then you have Andal. She was a Alvar saint. Understanding my point? Come back. Look at the third one. Script. When I write Kannada, what is the script that I use? Halmidi Shasana. When Pallavas were ruling, they helped to form a script called as Grantha. Grantha. Now, even to this day, if you look at your Tamil script and if you look at your Malayalam, are you all understanding my point? Both of them have their origin in this Grantha script, which was patronized by whom? Your Pallavas. And here when I am writing Mata Vilasa Prahasana, I am not just stopping there. I am describing it is a satirical play. Okay. In that satirical play, your Mahendra Varman, he makes fun of Shaivism, Buddhism, Jainism. Not fun of the religion per se, but rather how people were following Shaivism, Jainism and Buddhism back then. Are you all understanding my point? All of you. So the description is also there. Let's come to architecture now. Architecture. Estimate the contribution of Pallavas to architecture and literature. First one. How many of you have not done art and culture at all? Raise your hand. Let me see your beautiful faces. Right? When are you going to do? After Kalki comes. 2892. Right? Art and culture does not require so much of prep. Minimal. Do that minimal prep as soon as possible and get it done with. Okay. Since most of you, not most, some of you have not done, let me tell you. When Mahendra Varman was leaving, he started building rock cut temples. Okay. We called his rock cut temples as mantapas. And you found these mantapas in places such as Mahendravadi. You found these places in Sitana Vasal. Understanding my point? You found it in places such as Mandakapattu. If you go and open your 2022 or 2023 paper, I don't remember exactly, in prelims they had asked a question on Sitana Vasal. For those who are very serious to get their name into the merit list, your PYQs will be like a tip of the tongue exercise. When you wake up a Brahmin in the middle of the night and ask him to recite a shloka, a pujari, will he Google, will he chat GPT, or will he start reciting? Because it has become a byparter for him. Yes or no? He has involved himself in it. So when you're writing rock cut, I'm not stopping there. I'm defining it. I'm describing it. I'm putting that aesthetic part in it. Mantapas. I'm not stopping there. I'm giving the practical things. Where was it located? Mahendravadi, Sitana Vasal, Mandakapattu. Like this you have to go forward. Understanding? Next. Come back. Who was the other guy after him? His son, Narasimha Varman. He was also called as Mahamalla. Even he built rock cut temples. His rock cut temples were called as Rathas. And what is this famous Ratha? Where is it located? Mahabalipuram, called as Pancha Pandava Ratha. Following my point? Mahabalipuram, you are going to mention that. And you are going to talk about its aesthetic part. It was Dharma Raja Ratha. Pancha Pandavas, you know na? You have Dharma Raya, then you have Bhima, then you have Arjuna, Nakula Sahadeva, always go together. They're like Hubli and Dharwad. You can't separate them. Fifth one is your Draupadi Ratha. Following my point? It was your Dharma Raja Ratha which acted as a source of inspiration for later Dravidian temples. Following my point? Come back, please. Next, you have your Rajasimha, who started structural temples. Any idea what is structural? When I say rock cut temples, there will be a rock, you're taking a hammer, you're taking a chisel, and then you're carving a temple out of it. Structural temple, I'm taking materials from X region and I'm building it in Y region. When you build your home, is it a rock cut home or a structural home? Structural, thankfully. Okay, come back. Here is where you see all your Dravidian architecture main features, right? Boundary walls. Understanding my point? Pyramidical Vimana. You had some seats in your Dharma Raja Ratha. During Rajasimha, it becomes even more apparent. Understanding my point? Pyramidical Vimana, Cupola. Following me? Yes. So you're not only writing, you're describing. What are the two famous examples of the temples that he built? Show a temple at Mahabalipuram, where you have Shiva as the main god, but even Vishnu is present. Understanding my point? You're going to write this. Why is it important to write Shiva and Vishnu, both of them being present? What does it showcase about Indian society there? Tolerance. Very good. Then you have the very famous temple, Kailasnath temple at Kanchipuram. Fourth one, you can talk about your Nandi Varman, who built a temple called as Vaikunta Perumal. Who stays in Vaikunta? Shiva or Vishnu? Vishnu. You're going to write these things. So have I met the demand? Right? Whenever you're writing, you're not just writing this, you're also giving the features, Dravidian features, which your Pallavas added to it. Following me? Now come to the conclusion part. Come to the conclusion part. What will you write in the conclusion here? Tell me. What will you write in the conclusion here? Which thing will you focus? Will you focus on practical, intellectual, or aesthetic? Aesthetic, is it? What will you write? Pallavas provided a strong foundation for the emergence of Dravidian identity in architecture. Understanding my point? With its own unique stylistic features. This style reached a peak during whose time? The next question is based on that. Whose time? Cholas. That's it. Understanding my point? All of you. Once more. Gottu, I know your energy is low. Okay, don't worry. Just 5 more minutes. Then you will have geography. Come back now. Okay. What is the other question? It's about Cholas. Okay, tell me, what have they asked about Cholas? Right? Where is that 11th question? Right. Though the great Cholas are no more yet, their name is still remembered with great pride because of their highest achievement in the domain of art and architecture. Following me? I will tell you about introduction and conclusion a bit later. Let me focus on the body part. Here they've asked about Cholas. Who are these Cholas? The ones who come in your Sangam age, or the ones who come later, who are also called as imperial. Imperial they're asking. In the body of the answer, they have given art and architecture, right? Yes. So look at this one. When we talk about art, what all will I write here? Forget architecture. What all will I write apart from architecture here in art? Music. What type of music do you think they encouraged? Classical, thank you. In classical, which one? Your Chandan Shetty? No, right? It was your Carnatic music. That you are going to write. They patronized Carnatic music. You have inscriptions issued during your Chola period which clearly says that kings patronized artists, including your Carnatic musicians. When you go to your temples, what kind of dance was performed in your Tamil Nadu temples during your Chola period? Bharatanatyam. Very good. When you go to these temples, you will also find paintings. What are these paintings? Mural paintings. Understanding my point? What are mural paintings? They're done on the walls and on the ceilings using a technique called as fresco. Following me? So music is done, dance is done, painting is done, and you also have sculpture. Kumbakonam, Swami Malai, Tanjore, in all these places, you had a special type of sculpture called as what? Bronze sculptures made using lost wax technique. Understanding? Don't stop here. You have one more heading called as literature. What language, what literary works do you think they encouraged? Sanskrit or Tamil? Tamil. Some Sanskrit was also there. Tamil was predominant. Understanding? The moment you look at a question, you should be able to figure out what are the various subheadings. Understanding? Now, what is the other keyword that they have given? What is the other keyword? Architecture. Look at this. What was the style of their architecture? What was the style that they followed? Nagara, Dravida or Vesara? Dravidian style. I'm going to write that here. Alright, next. What was the material that they used here? Rock or granite? Granite. Come back. What was the size of the temple? Simple or was it big? Big. Understanding my point? Then you are going to write other features. Boundary walls, mural paintings present inside the temple, beautiful sculptural work. Following me? Like this. But when I am writing all these things, I will not be writing only arguments. I will be giving you examples. For instance, if I am writing size of the temples were big, Brihadeshwara temple at Tanjore built by Raja the first. If I am writing mural paintings in your Chola temples, I am going to write your Brihadeshwara at Tanjore where you have Raja Chola in the presence of his guru. When you go to Airavateshwara temple at Dharusaram, here you see on the pillar of that wall a beautiful painting of Periya Nayaki, wife of your Shiva. Who is wife of Shiva? Parvati, right? Come back. The same Airavateshwara temple at Dharusaram, when you go and you observe the bottom part, the base part of the temple, you will find a lot of animals. So when I am saying beautiful sculptural work, I am not trying to be generalistic. I am trying to be specific and quote all these things. Understanding? When you are mentioning all these points along with justification and everything, when you are structuring it well, scoring anything less than 7.5 out of 15 is a cardinal sin. Following me? If all of you have this dream of being part of the merit list and that too with good ranks, cardinal sins like this should be avoided. Following me? Come back. You know that your UNESCO's World Heritage List, it has 3 temples included in it. What are these 3 temples? Brihadeshwara at Tanjore. Brihadeshwara at Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Third one, Airavateshwara temple at Dharusaram. They are included in your UNESCO's World Heritage List under the tagline, the Great Living Chola Temples. The Great Living. Okay. I tell my students, for you to crack this exam, you don't have to be supremely talented. But adana full mistake aagi tagonತಾರೆ ಇವರು. ಸರಿನಾ? ಬಿಡೋ ಓದ್ಕೋಬೋದ ಆಮೇಲೆ. All you have to be is hardworking and consistent. Remember, these 3 temples are in your UNESCO's World Heritage List under the tagline Great Living. In the conclusion, you are going to use the exact phrase. These Great Living Chola temples built by the imperial Cholas are a mirror to the glorious past of the Cholas. Understanding? Another way of writing it, the Great Living Chola temples constructed by these rulers have their customs and traditions being practiced from their inception to the present day without any break. Understanding my point? And it is our fundamental duty to conserve them. Following me? Your conclusion also is sorted out. What will you write in the introduction? The imperial Chola started ruling from around 9th century to 13th century with their capital cities at places like Tanjore and Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Full stop. Their imperial conquest made a lot of money to flow into their treasury, enabling them to contribute richly towards Indian art and culture. Understanding my point? Usually, which one is called as golden age in Indian art and culture? Right? This is not something which is official. Even your Vijayanagara was a golden age. Even your Imperial Chola was a golden age. Understanding my point? So I'm going to write Imperial Chola time period from 9th to 13th century was a golden period in Indian art and culture because every domain of art reached a peak under their rule. Understanding my point? All of you. Come back. Here I have written, last slide, I have written art. Anything else you can think apart from these things so that you snatch another half a mark from your evaluators? I will give you my word. Not everyone would have thought about all these things because in that examination hall pressure irutte. Apart from this, you can also write one more. Tell me, what is this? Ship building. Can I say even that is an art form? Right? Where did your Imperial Cholas go? Maldives go there, Pakistan ga. Let's settle with Sri Lanka for the time being. Your Raja went and he annexed 50%. Your Rajendra went and he annexed complete Sri Lanka. Inneniki bidbeku? Irade chikku country adu. He annexed complete of Sri Lanka. All these conquests would not have happened if these people did not know the shipbuilding art. Following me? 3 questions, right? So in all these 3 questions, how you have to apply those demands I have taught you. Yes or no? Did you learn? Good enough. In case if you have any doubts, right, you can get back to me on my Telegram ID, Umesh199101. Okay? Thank you. Any doubts you have? Masala dosa, coffee, tea, badam milk and beka? Right. Okay. They will let you know what the next schedule is going to be. Take care. Thank you.
question paper is there? Question paper on the screen. Yeah, GS-1. So guys, good evening. I'm audible at the back? I'm audible to you clearly? Loud enough? Clear enough? Well, I guess it's a long day for you. So you didn't have geography, I guess, right? So after art and culture, you're going to have society. So geography will be done probably later, right? So even I was waiting for the schedule clarity, right? And by the way, I'm Dheeraj. So I'm a faculty member of Insights Bangalore. So I'll be handling the session on society questions discussion. Fine. So myself come from a background of sociology. Fine. And I'll also be dealing subjects like history and society at Insights, right? And so today I think it's already a bit late for you guys. Without further ado, let's start with the discussion. Fine. So, yeah, it's clear. Can you max? Okay, fine. Is the screen visible to all you guys? Can you see it with clarity? Yeah. So, well, let's start with the society discussion. So, hope if you have analyzed the paper of GS-1 this year, how much of weightage do you think society carried this year? How much of weightage did we have from society? Yeah, roughly somewhere about, you can say 80 plus, I guess 90 marks. You can say on total 90 marks were asked from society. Yeah. So what you see is actually a significant weightage jump. So since the past few years, we have seen that 75 was the constant trend. They're asking 3 15 markers and 3 10 markers. On average, it was somewhere about 75 marks every year. And this year, they were given, against a significant focus. You can say they have even given a greater boost to society, you can say. Right? In fact, after geography, or you can say almost equal to geography, society has occupied a major role and major weightage. It has even kind of, you can say, surpassed the importance of history to some extent, the various domains of history. Clear? And let's start with, let's say, the first question over here. And before we go ahead, I'll just can say, based on my observations of the paper, based on the observations, let's say I've taken from the paper of, you can say, this year's mains. So, or let me ask you, what have you observed? Have you observed anything? Have you gone through the present mains paper? You got any understanding, idea of the paper? What kind of paper is it? The nature? Got any observation? No observations? Any self-observations? Yeah, nothing much. Yeah, lengthy. Okay, go, fine, lengthy. But still, you have a space constraint. There's a time and space constraint. You have to, let's say answer within or perform within the same barriers, time and space constraints, right? Apart from this. Okay, good. So he's trying to say that, yeah, it has to be more subjective, means there are diverse perspectives too. We can say there can be a possibility, there is a possibility of diverse perspectives too. The question interpretation becomes, you can say, a bit more, you can say, a bit more complicated. Fine. So, or what you can say is, I think what probably, you know, he also tried to observe is, the questions were not, you can say, linear this time. They're not, you can say, in a straight line manner. Means they didn't directly ask out of some textbook or some basic concept as such. Fine. So most of the questions were asked, we can say multi-conceptual, you can say multi-conceptual. So this has been a trend every year, more or less, you can say, since the past 5 6 years. Society questions do come in a multi-conceptual way. They don't in isolation ask concepts, they integrate different areas. Example, they bring the concept of, you can say, patriarchy or women's issues together with some other phenomena, maybe globalization, urbanization as such. They'll integrate multiple conceptual areas. Fine. And the can say the major demand would be to apply them. Fine. You can say you see a more of, you can say, greater sense of, you can say, application oriented, you can say, questions this year. Not only this year, usually they ask, can say, more of applied kind of questions. So you don't usually kind of, you can say, have questions directly coming from your preparation zone as it is. Fine. But still, if you have a clear conceptual hold of all the, you can say, syllabus topics and syllabus areas, you'll be able to, or with enough writing practice, can say, coupled with it, you'll be able to handle and manage questions decently well. Clear? So let's start with the questions and understand more about, let's say, the approaches and let's say the various, you can say, strategies with respect to answer writing as such. How to change the page here? Okay. Fine. So a bit new to this board. Well, let's start with the first question. Let's read through. See, whenever you look at a question, let's say any mains question as such, first focus should be upon, can say, upon understanding, let's say, getting the essence of the question. Fine. And when you take up society questions, identify which key conceptual areas have been asked. And from this question, if you look at, let's say, the question on gender equality, gender equity, women's empowerment, right? So the question is largely asking about, you should have a brief idea about the conceptual areas of equality, equity, and empowerment in the gender context, fine, and also try to address why is it important to, let's say, focus on gender concerns, clear? So after looking at question, after understanding the question, the second most important job is to understand what, or can say how many parts are there within the question, or can say identify the parts, identify the addressable parts of the question, clear? And here it is 10 markers, so can directly hit the questions demand without giving much background or foreground, can directly address the key questions demand, clear? So, and how can we introduce here? Question is understood. Hope you are right through. Do you have the copies of questions with you, or maybe some soft copy or in phone? I think you have your question in front of you. Fine, keep reading the question, and let me ask you, what can be the introduction here? What can be the, let's say, way to introduce? And you have to kindly bear a bit with my poor writing. Yeah, I'll try to make it as legible as possible. Otherwise, please bear with it and sorry. Well, so what can you introduce here? How to introduce? Or how to introduce in any society answer? In society as such, see, largely GS we have some approaches of introduction. More or less they can be applied here too, fine. More or less the approaches, like you can say a definitional approach, fine. We can pick up the, can say the key concepts, can pick up the key concepts in the question statement and try to define them. This one safe and tested and tried method, usually a classical method of introducing. Clear? Apart from this, what else can you bring in the introduction, right? What else can you bring? Any other aspect? Let's say if you have, let's say, any conceptual linkages. For example, let's say if there's a question on let's say women's issue, maybe you can talk about patriarchy in the introduction too, as a conceptual background, clear? As a conceptual, you can say framework, can give us a brief idea. Or otherwise, you can also link it to, can say, any context. So what has been the context? Largely context would be a current affairs context, maybe event or a happening or an issue or burning issue, fine. It could be immediate context, or can say a point of framing the question. So if you're able to identify, if you're able to, let's say, relate yourself to what could be the context, you can also open the question with it, clear? And sometimes you can also include some, can say, statistics, some data, find stats, data, indices, reports, etc., in your introduction, fine. There's various ways, maybe not limited to this, but these are the most, can say, standard, can say, methods. So if you are smart enough, maybe you can converge all of them, integrate all of them, and can still frame a very, can say, outstanding introduction. But you can say at the same time, you can pick any of them and keep it simple too, clear? So you can say the fusion of these methods can be, can say, a later day method. Once you get hold of subject, once you are very strong with answer writing, then you can try to integrate multiple approaches together. In the same approach, definitional, as well as you can say linking with current affairs, and also giving up some, you can say, data relevance as such, clear? This can be one way. And further, I'll also, let's say, briefly talk about, let's say, the approach to body in general. So after the introduction, between the body, try to give some kind of, you can say, a connector statement, a connecting, you can say, analysis, a brief connector, fine, just to make a link between introduction and body. I hope other faculties might also discuss about these ideas, fine. And when it comes to body, so you have to look at the key demands of the question, fine. As I said, you have to break the parts, fine, break the key parts in the question. For example, in this question, the parts could be, for example, the first statement talking about equality, equity, empowerment is the larger, you can say, larger part, the first major part, fine. And second, you have why gender concerns are to be taken into focus, fine. So why the gender concerns are focused. So this is the second, you can say, the second part, why they have to be taken into account into program design and implementation. Yeah, one more observation about this year's paper is they have fused a lot of governance and social justice concepts with society, clear? There is greater overlap than the previous years. Fine, this is another observation you can keep in mind, right? So you should also be prepared in a way, you can say, in the same manner. So what I can also suggest is maybe when you study society, when the basics are done, when the conceptual understanding is done, and when you revise before your exams or test series as such, try to revise society along with the social issues and justice part together. Maybe this will help you to build the cross linkages, interlinkages more effectively. Clear? Collect, you can say, synchronized revision if you take up. You can also build, you can say, sense of cross, you can say, linkages and understanding as such, fine. And further, a body, you identify the, let's say, the key parts. So you can also use the, you can say, the subheading approach as such, fine. So the first part, it's about, you can say, equality, fine, equality, equity, and empowerment. So you can give some brief theme, take the keywords from the question statement itself, and give a broad, you can say, heading kind of a thing to label it. And below it, try to, you can take a pointer format, or also take a paragraph format, write a short paragraph format, not long paragraphs, fine. But yeah, recommendable, most commonly taken up approach is pointer, and your pointer can always be, can say, preceded by, you can say, a subheading. Clear? Identify the theme of the, you can say, argument or point you're going to make, and make it as your subheading. Fine. And further describe the point in, let's say, the subheading idea in, let's say, 1.5 lines, and try to attach some example to it. Clear? So this is how usually can say your points in the answers should look like. More or less, this can be applied to any GS area. This approach can be applicable to almost any other GS area. Clear? Got some brief idea? And then conclusion, what kind of, let's say, how would you conclude? Conclusions in society as such, or conclusions in general as such. And one more thing, don't skip introductions and conclusions. So when you skip them, even let's say you're short of time, try to give a brief introduction or conclusion. Without them, your answer would look like, you can say, a sense of incomplete conversation. See, basically your answer is a conversation between you and the evaluator. He doesn't know you, has never seen you, he doesn't know your preparation background, your intellectual base or knowledge base as such. Fine. How would he get to know you? Only through what you write. Fine. And this communication has to be as effective as possible, and it should not be left incomplete. Fine. So introduction, conclusion statements would act like, or give it a sense of, you can say, proper structuring, and also can say a completeness to it. Clear? Well, and conclusion usually you can talk about, let's say, the salience. You can talk about the salience, significance. Fine. Or also maybe in some ways make it some, let's say, or contemporize the question, or can say if any contemporary examples you know, or contemporary phenomena you know, you try to bring, and can say you can also present there. Got the idea? Or if you don't have any other, can say, any other distinct idea for conclusion, just try to reassert or try to re-signify the overall question, can say, question ideas. Fine. Again, talk about women's empowerment. How can this women's empowerment lead to something greater? Can say the you can link it to the goals of national development. Fine. In general. Fine. Or can say even the aspects of global development like SDG goals, etc. You can link it to. Clear? That can be one way to conclude. So in the society answer. Clear? Let's take it up. Let's take the first question up and go further. So the first question. So the first part, as we understood after introduction. So introduction here, we could talk about, let's say, we could talk about the importance of, you can say, gender equality in general. Fine. Or you can, if you are, let's say, good enough, you can also bring in the concept of gender. What is the idea of gender? Gender is basically a social construct. Sex is biological. Gender is social, means it's built through socialization. Clear? So if you can bring this, it will be actually a very impressive start. The evaluator would understand you have a very deep conceptual clarity. Clear? And one more thing in this question. So when we say gender equality and stuff, don't just restrict yourself to the binary understanding, men and women, you can say male, female. Go beyond. Also address the third gender. This will make it more comprehensive. The evaluator will be more impressed with your broader thinking, broader whole of things. Clear? So usually what might happen is you'll get restricted only to women's issues, women's concerns here, but go beyond and also try to touch upon at least briefly the third gender. You need not elaborate so much, but at least briefly. At least make him understand that you are able to think so, right? So let's start with the differences. Okay, after the introduction, the first body part is the, you can say, comparison between equality, equity, empowerment. Clear? So what approach we'll take here? Let's a structural thing. If you talk about what kind of structure we'll take, will it paragraphs on them or points on them, or what could be even better to represent for you also to, let's say, to present. Yeah, very good. Tabular approach, nice. So take a tabular approach, right? Try to, let's say, take a three-dimensional, let's say three column tabular approach, 3 rows and columns here. Fine. So here to try to discuss and compare between these concepts. Fine. So what is equality about? What is equality essentially about? Yeah. What is equality about? Yeah. Equality. Or what is the concept of equality? Yeah. Access to resources. Fine. Or let's say, where in the constitution you find the concept of equality? Article 14, 15, 16. What do they talk about? They say equal understanding or equal treatment of all. No discrimination. Equality simply says treating, or you can say treatment, treating everyone the same, everyone as the same. Fine, I'm just keeping it simple here. You can talk about ideas like non-discrimination, no discrimination based on gender as such. Clear? all seen as the same, equal application of laws, equal applications of, you can say, any provision. Clear? Got some idea? No discrimination, ensuring no discrimination towards the genders. There should be no gender-based discrimination as such. Clear? And what is equity about? Equity is a bit, you can say, a bit more extended concept, which is pretty much linked to equality. Fine. So equity is about, you can say, equality coupled with fairness. Equality coupled with fairness. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Is this green color visible to you? I think it's not so visible, right? Is it visible? Visible? Not so visible, right? It syncs with the background color. I'm sorry, this board is a bit new to me, and I'm trying to just. Yeah, fine, somehow. Right, better. So equality, equity is equality coupled with fairness. Means, let's say you take up, let's say, some sections of people. Let's say you talk about, let's say, a lower caste, a low caste man, upper caste woman, upper caste woman, upper caste man. Can you look at them equally? Do they have equal standing? No. Do they have equal opportunities? Do they have equal social position? Yeah, no. So when you look from the equality lens and you say, I'll look at all of them equally, will that be justified? Can you treat them all the same for all practical purposes, for policy implementation, etc.? Can you treat them as same categories? They're not same categories. Their challenges, their deprivations are very different from each other. Clear? Got idea? So when you have this, let's say, when you take an approach of equality, even different social positions, members from different social positions are approached as the same, are seen as the same. Fine. Government will give the same kind of support, same kind of policy focus towards the differing sections too. Fine. And equity is about, you erase these differences. You try to erase, means you try to build a kind of, you can say, a balance. You kind of bring them to one level, or give a push to the ones on lower status or lower standing, take them to the level of others. What the idea? You balance, you try to do a balancing act. Clear? Got some brief idea? And for example, what tools are taken up to do this balancing act? Affirmative policies, reservation. Clear? Specific policy, you can say constitutional as well as legal support, legal provisions. Clear? What the idea? What equity is more about, it's more than equality. It ensures a fair treatment. Clear? And give them, can say, give them a sense of, you can say, fair chances, opportunities despite their deprivations. Fine. Give them, you can say, special provisions to rise their social position as such. Clear? This is about equity. Fine. And what is empowerment? I hope this must be well known to you. Empowerment. You know the definition of empowerment? Or can say, how would you define? I can say, we not take a textbook definition always. At least try to, let's say, use your understanding of the concept. Fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So he's trying to say it's about nice. It's about capability building. I can say to enable a particular, can say particular category. In this context, you can say the women category, enabling them to realize their potentials, enabling them to realize their innate capabilities, potential capacities, etc. Clear? What the idea? Empowerment means you give, you can say, the supporting system, you give the resources, etc. to make them realize to make them kind of, can say, put into application the potentials they have, or give them a platform wherein they can kind of, can say, completely realize what is within them in terms of capacities, abilities, and their potentials. Clear? Got idea? Empowerment in general, right? Example, here you can also talk about, you can also bring in some scholars, some ideas, etc. Example, if you have heard about Amartya Sen, the Nobel laureate, yeah, so he talks about the approach called as capability building approach. Must have discussed in classes too. Capability building approach. So that is very much, you can say, a kind of, you can say, a dimension of empowerment. Clear? He talks about building capabilities. Fine. Giving capabilities is giving freedoms, according to Amartya Sen. Fine. So that way you can also build this. You can say the first part. At least you can also give some examples for each. For example, let's say, can you give an example of an equity approach? How can government ensure equity? As we discussed, affirmative policies, etc. I can talk about, or I can talk about this, can say reservation of, you can say, seats for women in the local bodies, etc. Clear? And women empowerment could be, let's say, you can talk about examples like a capacity building, you can say, program, a leadership building program, specifically targeted for women. For example, the ministries, let's say, of Panchayat Raj, etc. They conduct various training sessions for their women leaders. women leaders are given training sessions, or you can say leadership building programs, so that they can up their, or you can say level up their capacities. Clear? What's a brief idea, right? So we have to go a bit fast, otherwise I would have gone into much more detail of things. But let me, let's say, wherever you get a doubt or you can say confusion, please ask me, fine. So I'll, you can say, take a break and clarify. And second, okay, the second dimension here is about why is it important to take gender concerns into account. So why taking them into account, fine. Why taking these gender concerns into account. So why? What are the reasons here? What may be the reasons here? Yeah. What may be the reasons? Why are we taking any gender specific steps? Fine. So all these, you can say, let's say discriminatory aspects, let's say the source starts from across all these sections, you can say various aspects of, you can say, marginalization, inequalities, etc. What has been the major root cause? Why these various categories are not equal? Why we need to give them equity and empowerment? Yeah, because of historical discrimination. Historical discrimination. Fine. Hope you understand the concept of historical discrimination. For example, in the context of women, let's say the patriarchal subjugation. Women have been subjugated to patriarchy since times immemorial, since can say a long time, since ancient times to be specific. Especially you can say since the later Vedic period, the intensity of patriarchy was significantly growing. Clear? Hope you understand, right? I hope you must have discussed your question on Rig Vedic, later Vedic, I think question from the other, can say the other parts of the GS-1 paper, right? Anything else? Why the concerns have to be taken into consideration? Why do you have to take them into consideration? Yeah. Why into consideration? Okay, to understand women's issues better. Good. So we can actually frame it as, you can say, gender sensitization. Sensitization of, you can say, gender issues. Understand, you can say, have, you can say, more a sensitive approach, you can say, towards the problems, the concerns of women, fine, and make the policies more gender inclusive, fine. You can say policy formulation, policy, can say, design will be more gender inclusive, fine. Will be more, you can say, can be more women centric too. Clear? And further, what else can we say about this? Why gender concerns? Fine. It can also include the same regular dimensions, like you can say enabling a sense of socio-economic equality, right? Fine. Apart from this, right? Any other concerns? You can also think from your economic perspective here. You can also bring in some of your economic ideas. Fine. I think you must be aware of the idea of labor force participation rate. Labor force participation rate, wherein there is a skewed presentation. You can say presentation between men and women. Women's representation is lower in the India's labor force. Clear? So in fact, let's say IMF has released a report or study. Even there was this ex-IMF chief, a lady named Christine Lagarde. Christine Lagarde, in one of her statements, even based on the IMF study, what we understand is IMF says, if you equate, means if you make women's labor force participation equivalent to men's labor force participation, India's GDP could grow by, GDP could increase by almost 27%. India's GDP could receive a boost of 27% growth. Clear? That's another way you can also justify the inclusion of gender concerns. Clear? And in the same way, we can also talk about, let's say, briefly discuss about some social aspects, economic, you can say, dimensions. Also think political. Clear? I mean, don't mention here political. Don't say social dimension, economic dimension. Don't make it like elementary answer. I mean, be smart enough. Just hide. That is for your thinking. That is for your point generation. Have a template in mind for generating points, but don't display, can say, explicitly. Fine. Be smart enough to hide your, kind of, you can say, your templates in mind. Right. Right. So, well, apart from this, other points politically, if you think about. Let's say, where are women politically active in India? More politically active, where do we see the women leaders in India largely? In the parliament, or let's say in the state assemblies, or somewhere else? The grassroots, the grassroots. So grassroots, or can say the local self-governance bodies, fine. So what we see is, what we observe is, and what we see in the sense, I'm not giving a common sense observation, fine. So have you heard of a lady called Esther Duflo? Esther Duflo, a very famous lady, yeah? Another Nobel laureate with her husband. She has won Nobel Economics Prize. Who is her famous husband? Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo. And Duflo, with some of other, you can say, colleagues, social scientists and all, they conducted some studies in Bihar, UP villages, fine. And what they found is, I mean, you can just keep it short. What this study has observed is, wherever there were women leaders in the panchayats and villages, those villages have shown improved, you can say, improved delivery of public goods, better quality services, better quality of social infrastructure, means healthcare system, schools, the local, you can say, PHCs, the village, you can say these Anganwadis, etc. They were all effectively maintained. The quality of service delivery, or can say service delivery provision, got much better. Fine, based on their observation, you can say. And even, you know, one of the UN reports also at a time mentioned that as the women's representation increases in let's say in various, you can say, various legislative bodies or in governance as such, as women's representation increases, the report observes that level of corruption might go down. Level of corruption might go down. So the idea here is encourage more women into. We have to take concerns into understanding so that you can encourage more women into, you can say, roles of power, positions of power, administration as such. Clear? You got a brief idea? Fine. So in this manner, you can justify your second dimension with some 5-6 relevant dimensions, you can say relevant arguments here. Clear? I hope. And finally, how do you conclude here? How do you conclude? Yeah, again, please, forgetting about the transgenders, about the third gender. So we can also talk about, let's say, the kind of, can say, extreme amount of, can say, handicaps, the marginalization they face. Fine. So for example, the National Human Rights Commission once observed that, can say, more than 95% of them, they don't stay within their household. They are isolated. They're isolated. They don't have any support system. They don't have proper formal jobs. They don't have formal education. Clear? So this also talks about the gravity of discrimination, the third gender phase. Fine. To make, you can say, so society truly gender equal, you have to also consider their issues into, concerns into, can say, the policy formulation, all stages of policy, can say, formulation to design to implementation, execution. Clear? And you can see probably if you have heard about the concept of rainbow societies, I've heard about this rainbow society concept. So making it truly gender representative, not only two genders, inclusion of all gender identities. Clear? Then you will actually realize a truly inclusive society. Clear? Got some idea? So you can see in the conclusion also can touch upon the ideas of inclusiveness, and also maybe can link it to the goals of SDG. Clear? Can make can say a truly gender inclusive India would be, can say, would go a long way in terms of enabling inclusive growth outcomes, as well as, can say, much more balanced, can say, national development objectives, as well as much more balanced national development outcomes. Clear? What's a brief idea? Any doubts regarding this? Yeah, clear? Let's move ahead. So this board is a bit new to me. I'm taking some time to adjust as such. Yeah, second interesting one. I think, you know, one of my classes recently, 10 days before, I guess, just a couple of days before the exam has taken place, we were talking about caste thing in one of my classes. So somewhere I even guessed that there can be a question this year on intercaste marriages, and I was also pleasantly surprised it has happened. So usually guesswork doesn't much you can say, correlate to the questions as such. Some people might claim, you know, everything comes from their, you know, teaching as such, but, you know, it's a rare occurring. Fine. So the question is, it's not just about intercaste marriages. They also gave another, can say, dimensional focus on interreligious marriages, interreligious as well as intercaste marriages. The question says, intercaste marriages have increased between caste with socioeconomic parity. It's a very important idea here. Just focus upon this. Socioeconomic parity. Parity means similarity, equality. Socioeconomic similarity has increased to some extent. Okay, again, the question itself is saying to some extent. It's not very significant, to some extent. Fine. But this is less true of interreligious marriages. To keep it short, the essence of the question is, to some extent, intercaste marriages are increasing among the ranks, or can say the caste which have similar ranks. Fine. The ranking caste, you can say the similar ranking caste. For example, let's say, if you heard about the concept of dominant caste, you know, dominant caste, or let's say maybe within each varna we have various castes and subcastes. Clear? Within Brahmins also there will be various groups of Brahmins. Within Shudras there are thousands of subgroups. Clear? Well, let's talk about, let's say, this dominant caste group as such, dominant caste phenomena. Hope you must have understood, right? For any of your classes. Fine. So within dominant caste also there are multiple of them. Within each region there will be multiple of them. For example, if you look into Karnataka, in Karnataka we have, let's say, Vokaligas, let's say to some extent you can say the Lingayats. Fine. And maybe if you go to a neighboring state, Andhra, you have Kammas, Kapus, Reddys. Fine. If you go a bit northwards in western parts, we have Patidars, Marathas. Fine. It's a various dominant caste. Though they are different groupings as such, but their position is very similar. Their ranking is similar. Parity. How they are similar? The social position, they are socially dominant and also economically and say more stronger than the other caste. Got idea? They are more closely ranked caste. So within them usually there's a higher possibility of marriages being witnessed. Or can say, okay, let me open the question and I'll make it clear as you, let's say, discuss each part. Fine, okay, I want to go in a structured way. So the first part could be, how do you introduce here? What could be an introduction? Yeah, what could be your introduction here? Will you define, let's say, you try to define what is religion, what is caste and all. That will be too far, too much of a basic, because the question is directly, can say, much more applied. It goes beyond caste, it talks about more, can say, applied dimension of intercaste marriages. Fine. So at least if you want to be conceptual, you can also try the idea of endogamy here. You know endogamy, exogamy. Endogamy, exogamy. You can say that within, let's say, in the Indian social framework, social context as such, endogamy within caste and within religious group is more strictly followed. Fine. In a society prefers more of endogamous marriages, maybe within the same caste group or at least within the same faith. So interreligious means same faith group, fine, within Hindus, within Christians, within Muslims marrying within Muslims, Hindus marrying within other Muslim, sorry, Hindus marrying, can say, other Hindu communities as such. Clear? So well, let's start with understanding here. So what could be the parts here? This question will push you a bit to classify the parts. Fine, it's not so visibly clear. Fine. So what parts will break into? Give me the subheading for the first subheading. Yeah. Good. The reasons behind, or can say the, let's say the factors behind the rise of intercaste marriages. The factors behind the rise of intercaste marriages would be the first major subpart. Fine. Okay. So the factors behind rise, the factors behind intercaste marriages, the rise, factors behind the rise of intercaste marriages. Fine. So what could factors here? What factors can be understood here importantly, right? Have you heard about terms like ritual hierarchy, secular hierarchy? In your society classes, I will discuss about ritual hierarchy. What is ritual? This religious practice, largely in the context of religion, religious practices, religious, you can say, traditions as such, fine, which you perform. Clear? So this religious, or let's say as per the, let's say, caste ranking, or can say as per the Varna ranking, are all the caste do all the caste have same ritual importance? No. Brahmins have, you can say, at the top of the Varna system, or can say Varna hierarchy as such, Brahmins have more purity, or can say more ritually pure. You can say, and purity comes down. Kshatriyas bit lesser than Brahmins, Vaishyas even lesser, Shudras almost at the bottom. Fine. A bit better than the Panchama Varna, the fifth Varna, which is outcasted completely. Clear? So here, what you can say is gradually, less importance, you can say, less importance is given to ritual hierarchy, or you can say ritual differentiation, or can say this, or kind of can say this importance attached to social importance attached to the ritual ranking is decreasing. Fine. So which ranking is becoming important? See, always there are some parameters for ranking social groups. Initially, it used to be purely about religious purity, religious importance. Then it was ritual hierarchy, you can say. But in recent times, in recent centuries, especially in the modern context, which criteria would be or can say is seen as more important? Yeah, right. Economic criteria, or can say economic ranking, economic hierarchy is becoming more important. Ritual hierarchy overtaken by economic hierarchy. And which castes are economically close? Most of these dominant castes are within the same Varna group. You find similarly placed caste who can go for intercaste marriages. Clear? And apart from this, you can also talk about the phenomena of, we can say, secularization, which is also a bit linked to the same idea as such. Secularization. Is Indian society getting secularized? Are we getting secularized? Yeah, it's a point of debate though, but yeah, for the sake of, we can say, understanding here, presenting the answer here. So secularization is gradually increasing, especially in the modern, can say in the modern context as such. Levels of secularization are increasing. Secularization is leading to secular attitudes. People are thinking in a secular manner. Clear? They're not attached to these identities, or can say specific religious social identities as such. They're taking much more liberal, tolerant attitude as such. Liberal, tolerant attitudes have increased among the people. Fine. Especially here, you can also bring actually, you can also link it to the attitudes among youth. Fine. The youth are taking more towards such secular, liberal thinking. Clear? So wherein you see a gradual, you can say, not say gradual, but you can say a trend of rising marriages, trend of rising intercaste marriages. Fine. If you may just take a factual focus. So as per the, can say, about NFHS reports, the NFHS studies, National Family Health Surveys, clear? As per the NFHS 4, the level of, or can say the prevalence of intercaste marriages in India was somewhere about, can say 12%, 12.5 or somewhere about 12.6%, fine. It varies. Census 2011 will say, will give one figure. Some other studies will give some other figure. You can just stick to any of them, but at least mention. So when you quote a figure, quote a specific data, that too a very important data like the level of intercaste marriages, please mention the source. Fine, in brackets you mention NFHS or something, whichever study you take, IHD, many studies, many social studies, IHDS gives reports, etc. Take any one study, fine, and back your point with, clear? And further, what are the other factors behind the rise, right? Intercaste marriages. Think about some syllabus areas itself. Take your answers from syllabus areas, fine. Think about the various syllabus topics in mind, yeah? Secularism, secularization, understood, right? So think about other topics. You'll get dimensions from there. When you are short of dimensions also or points, use your syllabus keywords to link and generate some points. Fine. We have globalization. Can you link to globalization? We have urbanization. Can you link to urbanization? Clear? So try to generate points on the same, can say, same dimensional, can say, link. Okay, I'll explain a brief thing about urbanization. How urbanization, okay, understand globalization, how it could contribute gradually, you can say. Promotion of, we can say, ideas of, you can say, the Western thought, like, you can say, equality, liberty, fine. Similarly, as you can say, as we understand, as we get secularized, globalization is pushing the levels of secularization. Globalization is acting as a force enhancer to secular attitudes growth. Clear? Able to follow, right? I'm just being a bit faster to cover, otherwise I would have been going into a bit more detail, but we have to, let's keep it within the time frame. So we're talking about, let's say, urbanization. Urbanization, or if we talk about urbanism, how is it different from urbanization? Urbanization is a process or phenomena. Urbanism is the value or value system or ideological system which supports or can say which acts as the basis for urbanization. Urbanism means basically the urban values. What are the urban ideas as such? Fine. On what basis you build urban societies, urban frameworks. Clear? So few things if you look into mind. Urbanism is largely based on a sense of openness, liberalness, clear? Sense of equality or lesser discrimination, clear? And more importantly, there's one very important idea, that is anonymous nature. Urbanism is based on anonymous nature. Fine, no one knows what you're doing in the cities. Fine, you come from your hometowns, villages, you do whatever you want in the cities. Fine, along with the coaching, you become anonymous. Clear? You enter into an incognito mode. Fine. So when you enter the shopping malls, no one knows whom you are with, what you are doing there, how much time you spend there, are you doing classes or not. Clear? So all these things. So the idea here is urban life is characterized by anonymity. That's a very central feature. Fine. This also liberates people. I mean, it's positive. Mostly can say it's a liberator. It empowers people because no one asks your identity, who you are. Are you a lower caste? Are you a Dalit? Are you upper caste? Are you a specific, can say, specific faith group or from a specific faith group? So no one can say is concerned about your identity as such. Fine. Identities are, can say, merged. Identities become invisible. So there is also, can say, invisibility. Your identities are invisible. No one cares. No one is concerned about your identity or background. Clear? But if it's the same, let's say same person, if he goes to a rural center, a village as such, everything is the opposite. Identities become very visible. You'll be seen through the lens of your family, your caste, your religion, fine, or the land, the amount of land you own. Clear? And also based on various other, I mean to say, openness, liberties, and all will be curbed. You won't have any free choice. Fine. You got the idea? So this is, as the trends of urbanization is rising, the level of intercaste marriage is also growing. And what you also seen is almost 10 to 15% of intercaste marriages greatly, I mean, can say there's more of intercaste marriages, at least 10 to % more happening in cities than in villages. Clear? Because the villages, what you have is, I can use this term in concise idea, there will be higher level of social opposition. For example, you must have heard of these, what do you call this as, you can say, honor killings. Honor killings, have you heard about? Honor killings, very popular trend, popular pastime for some people in Haryana, the northwest parts, in some parts of Tamil Nadu, in South Tamil Nadu, again, it's a phenomena. Honor killings, fine. When let's say any of these, you can say bride or bridegroom, they violate the caste rules, they get a punishment, a social control, a social punishment by the caste members. Fine. So let's read about this honor killing phenomena, right? So what you can also say is gradually the society is, I can say the societal opposition towards intercaste marriage also is decreasing. Or what you can also say is acceptance is increasing. Social acceptance levels are becoming higher. Fine. So this is leading to more and more intercaste marriages. Fine. If you want to generate, but it's a 10 marker, so to limit our points and dimensions. Otherwise, you could go to many factors as such. You can bring in many ideas. The impact of media, the hypermedia, social media. You can talk about many things which is shaping people's thoughts. Fine. So people see in movies, maybe in some movie it's glorified. So people want to replicate in real life also, and also get glorified by themselves, empowered by themselves. Clear? Okay, that's a different thing. Okay, then about intercaste is done. About interreligious marriages, why is it less? Why is this less in interreligious marriages? Interreligious, or you can also refer to them as interfaith marriages. Interreligious, or this pen has some power, I guess, superpower. It's changing colors by itself, right? So why the interreligious marriages are less? Why are they low or less? Why are they low or less? Yeah. Again, please. Okay, good point he has raised. Very good point, very valid point. Right. So conversions, how do you argue here? Right. Okay, fine. And as we understand recently in several states of northern belt as such, especially on the Hindi belt region, these states are bringing these anti-conversion laws. We are focused. You must have studied in your polity classes somewhere. Anti-conversion laws, fine, preventing religious conversion, not all kinds of forceful ones, preventing forceful conversions. But what is creating is a sense of a climate of, you can say, opposition to, I can say, not only conversions, but in general, you can say interactions with the other communities. Clear? What idea? So this anti-conversion laws in various states are also, you can say, in some way acting as barriers. You can say they're creating barriers. What are they doing is they're placing various barriers to the interaction between the coming together of different you can say faiths in the context of marriage. Clear? And apart from this, so anyways, you brought this legal aspect. You can also talk about the framework which supports which acts as a basis for registration of the interreligious marriages, interfaith marriages. What is the act called as? Very good. Special Marriage Act. I think it was enacted in 1956, if I'm not wrong. So the Special Marriage Act of 1956. It acts as the legal framework for registering your interfaith marriages. Fine. So that is the legal framework. If you can say take recourse of if you are in need of any interfaith marriage being sanctified as such legally. Clear? But the problem here is, so we can say it's all great, all good. We have a legal framework also should be promoted. Clear? But the problem here is there are some legal loopholes, not loopholes, but there are some, you can say, legal challenges a bit, wherein as per the act it says before getting the marriage registered, the couple, once they try to invoke the provisions, use the provisions, they'll have to follow a period of 1 month in which they'll notify this marriage, proposal will be notified, fine, or there'll be 1 month notice period, fine, and after this notice period only there will be, registration, or the formal completion of marriage takes place, formal recognition of marriage happens, fine, and in this 1 month, what all can happen? A lot can happen, a lot of emotions, a lot of actions. Fine. So many, I mean to say, there can be many attempts made to prevent the marriages from happening. I mean to say, this 1 month prolonged period, you can say this 1 month. See, it's not getting immediately approved. It's having a sense of, window period of 1 month for the formalities to get completed. Clear? So it's sometimes done to see that people don't raise. I mean, if there are major objections to this, let's say in cases where there are forceful capture, people kidnap and marry as such. Let's say forcefully capturing someone. So this 1 month is actually supposed to ensure that there is no forceful or compulsive measures taken to ensure this kind of marriage. Fine, but it is used in other way, or can say it is misused. Fine, whereas the families or the groups might try to do all the things possible to prevent them. Clear? Got some brief idea? Yeah. One more thing, just sorry for going back, but in the context of your intercaste marriages, you can also bring in the as we're talking about legal things. It also occurred to me about this another, you can say, legal, not exactly legal, but a state welfare provision. Fine. Several states of India, even the union government, runs schemes which give cash incentives or can say some kind of awards, recognition to people who go for intercaste marriages. Example, there is some Ambedkar scheme on social integration, fine, which encourages such intercaste marriages. I think almost 2 to 2.5 lakhs is given as cash prize, fine. If you need enough money, you know what to do now, fine. So I mean to say, this is another way in which you can say there is a provision for which is encouraging intercaste marriages. Clear? This is about it, and okay, a few more, at least 2 more. Let's talk about 2 other, against couple of major dimensions. We understood some legal, challenges here. Fine. Further, think socially, culturally. Fine. Yeah. Societal, majorly. Go to the concept of social approval. How is the social approval for this? Very low, almost no. Very less amount of approval is seen, or can say higher amounts of, extreme amounts of opposition is witnessed here. Extreme social opposition has to be faced here. Not only opposition, sometimes it leads to, you can say, boycott, social boycott. You can also call it as social ostracization. People will be placed out of the the other committee members won't interact with them. They will be, let's say, they will be, can say, blacklisted in a way. They won't be having any cooperation support from their communities anymore. Clear? They'll lose their support systems in a way. Clear? And further, we'll also talk about, okay, let's come to the marriage context. Fine. So here, let's say, go to intercaste marriages. Let us say 2 Hindu castes are marrying. The rituals, let's say, see, marriage is all about rituals, various rites, kanyadans, all these yagnas, yagas, multiple things will be there as part of marriage, can say, ritual. So every ritual has a sacred importance, fine. To perform rituals, people are emotionally attached to these rituals, fine. So if let's say it's happening between 2 Hindu castes, will there be more possibility of convergence, I mean similarity? Okay, there might be some minor changes, but more or less, okay, the major ritual approaches will be same. Means there will be convergence, means there will be similarity to some extent. At least if they're minorly different, the two parties can discuss or negotiate, and somehow they can come to balance easily. Means, okay, if not this way, we'll do this way, fine. If not, let's say walking 7 times, we'll walk 6 times. There will be some understanding, some what to say, some negotiation done, possibility. But in the context of interfaith, is it possible, or is such negotiations, middle points, middle paths possible? No middle points, no middle paths, only outstanding, only extreme paths. I mean to say, very less possibility for convergence, ritual convergences. The ritual practices can't be taken up, can say, taken up effectively, fine. So this ritual divergence also, can say ritual divergence is also a factor for less possibility, or can also call it as cultural clash, fine. So once we enter a new, completely different faith, there will be cultural clash, fine. We suddenly come to different worldview, different can say, lifestyle as such, clear? So that's another, can say, prevent, I mean, that also disincentivizes, discourages such marriages from happening. So in India, what, again according to the same report, the, what is that, NFHS 4, the same report says, interrelated marriages are only somewhere about, I mean, the incidence is somewhere about 2.6 or 2.5%. Almost you can see this variation of almost 10% between interreligious and intercaste. Clear? Able to substantiate effectively? Clear? Got some idea? Understood? Well understood? I'm sure, because in most of the classes we won't discuss about the interreligious marriage context. Might somewhere talk about intercaste, but interreligious was never expected as such. Clear? Usually in the regular classes may not be much touched. But if you know about the idea of religion, some basic ideas, fine, or some, let's say, if I can even bring you UCC also. UCC, Uniform Civil Code, is not effectively applied. It is also not providing much effective platform for such integration, such social integration. Clear? Had there been UCC, maybe there would have been a better scope for such, you can say, common understanding. Clear? Because the civil codes will be uniform, and marriage is a civil act. Marriage is a civil procedure, right? Marriage is a civil procedure. Clear? Got some brief idea? So how can I conclude again? We can talk about the importance of intercaste marriages, interfaith marriages. No, as their trend increases, can say we can truly achieve a society which is equal, as well as you can say inclusive. Also can say, or maybe you can also give in this question, you can also give, though it didn't ask, you can give some kind of a way forward or solutions in the conclusion itself. Fine. So how can you make it more convenient, comfortable, or can say possible for those marriages to happen? Clear? So promoting, you can say, more social interactions, so can say promoting a sense of, can say, attitudinal changes, fine. So in this, or can say promoting a sense of, can say, ethical, moral education ideas, as the, can say, as such, can try to bring in a broader change, try to persuade them, so you can bring a sense of, can say, larger social changes, which can promote intercaste marriages from, can say, and intercaste marriages, interreligious marriages to happen better. Clear? So we'll just pick a bit of a pace. Yeah. Okay, third, okay, this question is largely from the governance you can say, perspective, largely from the social justice, you can say, linkage here. Fine. We'll just have a brief background. You can say we'll take a brief approach here. The question says, in dealing with economic, you can say, socio-economic issues, what kind of a collaboration between the agencies of government, NGOs, and private sector would be most productive? Clear? So what kind of a collaboration is required, right? Well, let me ask you, what are the can say most what are the most common socioeconomic issues? So what could be the most common socioeconomic issues as such? Clear? Gender inequalities, gender discrimination, caste discrimination, untouchability, fine. Incidence of poverty, inequalities, fine, etc., etc. Unemployment, fine. Lack of inclusiveness, lack of effective participation, exclusion of some communities, exclusion of, we can say, some groups as such, social exclusion of some people. Clear? And let's quickly talk about how do you build collaboration? How do you ensure collaboration here? Fine. What kind of collaboration? And say, what kind of collaboration would you try to envisage? So on what kind of, can say, basis will you build this collaboration? Say, so what kind of collaboration you want? Yeah, quickly, you can use some of your GS-2 governance knowledge also briefly. Clear? So how can these let's say three players coming together help government as well as NGOs, the third sector as well as the private? Clear? How can they resolve socioeconomic issues, right? How can they resolve socioeconomic issues as such? Yeah. Okay, fine. Remote. Okay, say reaching. Or can say maybe you can say, can frame it as, you can say, the last mile connectivity. The last mile reach. Okay, the last mile reach of governance. They ensure that governance, governance, you can say outcomes or the welfare measures reach till the most remotest of section. Fine. Who are remote, isolated also. They'll try to reach. Example, you can say very important step, for example, I can talk about is in policy formulation, in policy implementation, in policy evaluation. In each stage, NGOs are involved. Hope you must be aware. Example, if you talk about the Pratham NGO, which is playing a role in terms of SR report, which also acts as a basis for government to take up education policy design. Fine. There are various such important NGOs, Janagraha, etc., Goonj, etc. Fine. Who studies, for example, this NGO called Helpage India, whose studies and contributions, they are very instrumental in terms of our aged policy, you can say our elderly policies. Clear? So NGOs play a role in all the stages, formulation. So you can break it into formulation stage, implementation stage, evaluation stage, and give distinct examples for each and diversify your points as such. Clear? And in many schemes, for example, in terms of, let's say, your Poshan Abhiyan, MG Narega, such flagship schemes. So NGOs are acting as partners of implementation. Fine. They're acting as partners of implementation of the schemes with the government. Clear? So that can also be one example. If you have any local examples and specific cases also can mention here. Clear? So more or less you can say there has to be effective collaboration between these diverse groups. Fine. And you can also talk about new idea approach. You can say one of the chief ministers in recent times, he has given this idea called 4P approach. Very interesting one. I just thought this can be also used here. 4P means, yeah, you can say public, private, and also people. Also take into consideration people effectively. Fine. So in sense of 3P, or you can say this PPP approach, we have public-private partnership. Here we have the third P is the people, the public, effective public participation. What you can also say is, along with these NGOs or let's say the private sector and governmental sector, you can also actively involve at the grassroots, the local communities, etc. who are nothing but the people, the local communities more effectively in various stages of implementation of policies and governance measures. So that would be, I hope you'll be having a lot of examples in terms of RTA Act, in terms of, let's say, citizen charters. You have various examples to talk about how community participation is going to be transformative, how it is going to be critical in terms of improving governance outcomes. Clear? So this question slightly, we are, not going to, I hope I gave you a whole essence. Clear? You want me to explain anything more about this? Yeah? Clear? We'll be able to address. The essence is understood, the approach is understood, right? Let's quickly go through the 15 markers. So here we come to the 15, yeah, there were 3 10 markers and 4 15 markers here, right? So the question is largely coming from your regionalism aspect, regionalism syllabus area. So every year what we have observed is from regionalism, from communalism, also secularism. Out of these 3 areas, at least one question does come. It's certainly asked. So maybe if they have asked regional, you can say regionalism this year, maybe next year we might observe that out of communalism and secularism, one question might appear. Clear? There are some such patterns which you can probably decode if you take a scrutiny of papers more effectively. Clear? So fine. Okay, good. So again, a bit interesting. See, again, they didn't plainly ask you what is regionalism, why it occurs, what are the problems, what are the solutions. They didn't put it in a straight linear manner as such. They're again trying to add some other concepts. As I said, multi-conceptual questions this year largely. So regional disparity and regional diversity. Fine. So what is regional disparity and what is, or can say, how does it differ from diversity? Clear? So let's briefly, let's say, run into, let's say, the questions, can say, understanding. So what do you start with? Okay, after the let's say introduction briefly, using any of the approaches. Fine. So let's jump to the major dimension of the body, right? Oh, how it changes colors? Okay, right. So so in this first body, what you have to do is you have to, like how we did in the previous context, you differentiated conceptually equality, equity, empowerment. Here you have to do the same with respect to diversity and disparity. Regional diversity, fine. Regional diversity and disparity. What are the essential differences? Fine. What are the essential conceptual differences? Fine. So what is diversity about? What is diversity essentially about? Diversity is about variety. Diversity is about differences. Diversity is about variations, variance. Fine. It's about our heritage, cultural heritage. It's about pluralism. Fine. I hope we have a topic in syllabus, right? Salient features of society. So what we talk about there, largely, almost all dimensions can be understood in the context of diversity. Fine. So each region has a specific socio-cultural, you can say to some extent, you can say economic, political, you can say framework which is unique to itself. Clear? You can talk about any of these multicultural or pluralistic ideas to justify. Or basically, you can say diversity is a very broad concept which involves differences, which involves variations and varieties, which recognizes such rich, you can say unique elements, rich and unique elements, which form the basis for our cultural heritage. Here, what's a brief idea about diversity? And how is diversity different from disparity? Disparity means inequality. Disparity is inequality. Disparity is, you can say, imbalance. Disparity is marginality. Marginalization, we say. Disparity is also, in a way, to some extent linked to vulnerabilities, right? Disparity means not being equal, unequal, imbalanced. Fine. What's a brief idea? So, anything else to talk about? So, what can be the implication of disparity? How disparity has its applications? Disparity promotes, so you can say socio-economic inequalities, gaps, developmental gaps. Fine, various gaps. So you can say rural-urban gap. Fine, regional, rural, urban gap. Or can say in terms of development also we have various gaps. Some parts of India are more developed than other parts. Northeastern and eastern parts of India are very much, can say, far behind in terms of developmental levels. Clear? What's a brief idea? So we can justify with, you can say, basic discussion on the concepts with some examples. Clear? That is about, you can say, the first part we can try to handle, right? And then the second part would be how serious is the issue of regional disparity? How serious is the issue of regional disparity in India? How serious it is? How do you know seriousness? Okay, fine. Migration is a serious problem. He is saying fine. Or let me ask you, when we say how serious, how do you tell something is to what extent it's serious? How do you measure the extent of seriousness? Or if I may ask you, or how do we know how serious are we preparing? How serious is the preparation? How do we get to know? Okay, fine, per capita. I mean to say results. I mean, very good. Impacts. What do you measure? Impacts and consequences. You have to basically talk about here the consequences and impacts of disparity. Fine. Consequences and impacts of disparity. Clear? But okay, before you go ahead, don't you feel something is incomplete? You discussed about conceptual difference between diversity and disparity. Fine. I'm sorry if I'm going fast, just about the time constraint. Hope you're able to follow, right? Able to follow? If you ask me, I can slow down, but yeah, is it okay? Is the space fine? Yeah. And fine. So immediately after the conceptual comparisons, you directly went to talk about the consequence of regional disparity, or can say the consequence of regional inequalities. Fine. Is some link missing between these two, or somewhere do you think something should be told to the evaluator or should be presented which justifies the consequences? I mean to say, before going to consequences, should we also talk about the can say reasons behind disparities? What led to disparities growth? What created disparities in first place? What led to creation of disparities or emergence of inequalities? You got the idea? Or what are the factors behind regional disparities? Do you agree? Is it required? See, one more thing, in you can apply this into any GS paper as such. In especially 15 markers, let's say what I personally use this, you can say notation of, when we talk about parts of question, there will be broadly two parts: asked parts, unasked parts. And asked dimensions, unasked dimensions. Sometimes they'll ask something very explicitly, fine, but some parts will not be asked directly, but they'll be expected. If you give them, you'll be rewarded because the answer will be more holistic and complete, fine. But you can't have this much of liberty to write unasked parts, identify them, write them, not very much possible in 10 markers, possible in 15 markers, fine. And they also leave such scope in 50 markers only mostly, clear? So unasked part here was, what are the reasons behind disparities, fine. So though, as it is not a directly asked part, what you can do is, don't go with wide elaboration, don't elaborate too much, just keep it simple. Simple statements, or if you want to keep it even more, let's say, even more precise, or even more, let's say, concise, just take some schematic, any schematic of, which you have, any schematic model, fine, you try to briefly talk about the factors, fine, the factors which led to rise of disparities. Don't elaborate, just give keywords, key sentences, complete the dimension, clear? That will be sufficient to convey to the evaluator that you understand it in holistic sense, and also you're making a good background, you're making a base for your next part of the answer. As a 15 marker, these can say certain unasked dimensions at times bring, I can say, a sense of value to your answer, and also they make it distinct from the others answers. Here, okay, let me finish it here itself. So what are the problem, or can say what are the factors which led to inequalities or disparities? What led to disparities? What led to disparities? Factors leading to disparity. What created disparity? Yeah. What created disparity? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, fine. Yeah, right. So, but that has to be conveyed or presented in a very neutral, diplomatic manner. Clear? So, fine. You can say some regions were more politically aware and conscious. Fine. So in some cases, there was more political mobilization, political awareness compared to other regions as such. Fine. Or you can talk about, the impact of LPG reforms. LPG reforms, again, has deepened more inequalities. Impact of Green Revolution, more inequalities. Land reforms failure, more inequalities. Clear? Got some idea? So look from your syllabus areas itself, you'll get a lot of answers. Clear? And imbalanced urbanization, more inequalities. Lack of, failure of inclusive growth policies, inequalities. Clear? Just try to justify, let's say, write some as I said, unasked dimension, can't elaborate too much about this. Clear? So keep it brief, key phrases, key sentences, finish off the dimension, then go to the consequences part. Fine. How serious it is. So here you have to talk about various consequential dimensions. Fine. Again, you can, in your mind, you can generate points socially in the sector wise, socially, politically, economically also, but there you represent them as some distinct subheadings or distinct dimensions. Clear? So what could be the consequences? What are the social consequences because of disparities? Yeah, first and foremost consequences, rise of regionalism. Regionalist tendencies have grown, and at times these regionalist tendencies go to extreme forms of secession, separatism. Hope you know the examples. What happened in Mizoram, what happened in Nagaland, to what extent it's happening in Kashmir and Khalistan issue. Clear? They also have, some sense of regional disparity. Okay, Khalistan is a bit unique, you keep it aside. At least you can bring in the, aspects of the Mizo insurgency, Naga insurgency, fine. It was, fueled by regionalism. It was wherein you can say the social unity has broken apart, fine. Or social solidarity. The solidarity was, violated, or solidarity got, it's a broken, or diluted or weakened. Solidarity means unity, nothing but unity. Solidarity means strong sense of unity. So if there are more and more regional tendencies, solidarity will weaken, dilute off. Clear? So use such key terms, social solidarity, social unity, or if you don't know such key terms also, whatever term you know, add a prefix of social to this. So that will become more societal. Then the flavor of, no, I'm not kidding, it will work in the answers. Clear? So that will become, more relevant to the context. Clear? So if you know all the concepts, it's well and good, but otherwise, you have to manage at times. You have to be smart enough to manage answers, right? Yeah. So further, any other aspects of the consequences? Socially, we understood few. Regionalism, can talk about your examples. Secessionism, separatism, describe them. Fine. The social, you can say social fabric. The social fabric gets weakened. Fine. Can talk about this, right? And further, any other aspects? Okay. Now think somewhere politically, politically or economically. Think, right? So what can be the problems? Okay. Politically, we would find briefly some of them. For example, you can talk about interstate, interregional disputes. Fine. Or the interstate disputes, interregional disputes, they won't get addressed properly. Dispute resolution won't happen effectively because of the rising sense of, you can say, this disparities will also create a sense of, you can say, disaffection between regions. They'll become hostile, sense of, you can say, hostility. There'll be a sense of hostility between regions. They'll start to look at each other as, you can say, enemies. Example, a few years before there was a sentiment among South Indians that we are paying more tax but getting less resource transfers from the central government. So for 1 rupee of tax we pay, we are only getting some 60-70 paisa in return. But whereas some other Hindi belt states where they're paying 1 rupee, they're getting much more than what they're paying. Fine. So this hostile attitudes can be, you can say, flamed up, right? Apart from this, any other aspects? Yeah. Politically, you can say, it will weaken these. Can say political platforms like this interstate council, zonal councils, your GS-2 council, they'll become platforms for conflicts, platforms for disagreements. There won't be consensus. You got the idea? Able to understand how we're linking here? In case of regional rise of disparities, there will be such conflicts. These platforms will become dysfunctional. Platforms will become ineffective. Got the idea? Clear? Zonal councils, interstate councils will not become effective bodies of resolution. Fine. Or even interstate disputes will stay for long. There will be long pending. For example, the river water sharing disputes will stay for long. Clear? Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. Social representation also will be affected, right? Maybe some regions, some communities will be more represented. Some regions will have more representation. Others might be having, you can say, a sense of still lesser or low representation. For example, let's say you can talk about the low representation of the northeastern states in various institutions and bodies as such. Clear? And further, any other aspects you can talk about? You can also bring in, let's say, in the social context. I hope you must be all aware the son of soil. Yeah, the sons of soil idea, the sons of soil movement, sons of soil demand. Hope you know the idea. Sons of soil started with largely Assam, spread across other parts like Maharashtra, Bombay. Yeah, to some extent also showing some shades in Bangalore at times. Yeah, so this is about the, let's say, some of the, can say, major outcomes. Any other can talk about economic impacts here? Briefly, economic impacts. For example, you must be aware of this Bimaru concept or Bimaru notion. Bimaru, can say, idea. What is Bimaru? So Bimaru name itself says it is diseased. It has disease, and what it is trying to convey is some states are diseased. Means it's not about having a, can say, a physical disease as such. It's about, being backward, being underdeveloped. Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh. These are backward regions, perennially backward, consistently backward. One good thing is they're consistent. They're backward consistently always. Fine. So that is about Bimaru. You can say these states or some parts of India are still remaining still backward, or can also refer to it as, you can use ideas like vicious cycle of underdevelopment, perpetuation of underdevelopment. Such phrases also can use to describe this phenomena. Perpetuation means continuation. Underdevelopment is not changing, it's still continued. Example, you can also take ideas from your economic surveys recently. They talk about economic curse, fine, or resource curse. Some states of India, like even Jharkhand, Bihar, they have good resources. The Chola plateau, or you have rich mineral belts, fine, but they're not able to leverage, not able to benefit out of them, fine. It acted as resource curse for them. Clear? So these things you can talk about, right? Economically also can give us examples. Okay, just one thing occurred to my mind as a good example for your economic differences. How do you show economic differences? So as we understand FDI, hope you know the concept of FDI. So FDI inflows, what we talk about is FDI inflows are required or significant for economic development as such, fine. But do FDI inflows reach every part of India equally? It's a very important metric to understand the economic, you can say, redistribution. Clear? It's observed that as per studies, the amount of FDI which comes into India, almost, one particular state gets 25% of the whole. Which state can you guess? Very good. Maharashtra. Maharashtra, the most industrialized state. Maharashtra, then comes, you can say, Gujarat, almost some 17-18%, then Karnataka. So these three states themselves, they get somewhere about 60% of FDI. These three states, means three regions of India, three states of India are taking lion's share of FDI inflows. Fine. And what about the other regions? Where would there be capital formation, capital growth, you can say accumulation? Where would there be industrialization? Where would there be job creation, formalization of economy? You can say the various, you can say economic growth outcomes, prospects will be less possible. Fine. The backwardness will continue. Only some regions are becoming, or it's also impact of LPG. If we got FDI significant only after LPG reforms, the post LPG era, economic, you can say redistribution was not effective. Government, you can say we failed to economically to bring in, you can say economically inclusive outcomes and policies. Fine. And you can also add few more states. If you add, I guess, Tamil Nadu and Delhi to us, that will be 85%. Fine. So you can imagine 5 regions getting almost a major share of FDI. Clear? So this is also one way to understand what have been the major consequences of disparity. Clear? And you can also link it to some extent, you can say consequence of disparity. Then you can bring them under social as well as political. The rise of, so what to study in security chapters, internal security, left-wing extremism, insurgencies, terrorism to some extent. They are all again results of lack of balanced development, lack of balanced regional development. You can also bring them here. What idea? So hope you got a very diverse approach to answer this, right? Yeah. So conclusion would be, again, to ensure that, see, I'll give you an idea here. See, regional diversity, when does it become disparity? Regional diversity, when does it become disparity? Yes, it's a linkage between them. When you fail to manage, when you fail to balance, or you can say you don't properly, let's say, take care or nurture or grow or manage diversity, it will lead to disparity. What idea? Means if you don't ensure, if inclusiveness fails, fine. If parity fails, if equality fails, if you fail to give regional equity or equality, fine. If you fail to manage equal policy focus, etc., equal welfare, you can say making them equal partners in your growth story, then they will create more disparity. So basically, disparities emerge out of the failure to manage your diversities. Clear? What's a brief idea? Again, a conceptual link here. So any solutions for this? Any way forward? Balanced regional development. Fine. Any scheme which is very important for such balanced regional development? One very interesting scheme, initiative of Niti Aayog, the Aspirational Districts Program. We are trying to focus on these most backward areas. So that can also be one way to just give some other ideas. More, for example, you can talk about some more regional balanced development approaches in your answers. Clear? That's a brief idea, right? So let's move a bit ahead then. And I think we're all more okay. So yeah. So we are in this context of, okay, fine. Affirmative action, the question is largely about, maybe we'll finish this last, fine. See, the problem here is if we stop, it will be like nowhere. Let's say we'll be left with 2-3 questions. So when is your geography planned? Tomorrow, any timing is fixed? Morning. Okay. 9:30 to 10:30. And after 10:30, you have any classes? Essay class. All of you have essay class? Economy, huh? Okay, so some have some other classes. Or after 10:30, how many of you are not free? How many of you are not free after 10:30 tomorrow? Do you guys come early also, like 8:30 and all? 8:30, you guys, sometimes having classes, right? Right. So I know it is, quite delayed, right? So the start has been delayed, and so we have 3 more questions to discuss. It might take at least half an hour to give a proper focus. Fine. So we'll take a, let's say we'll take a break here. Fine. Continue tomorrow, right? So we'll maybe with geography, before geography or after geography, we'll have a discussion. Fine. So just don't miss them out. Again, they are going to be very important dimensions. Maybe possible, I'll also add a few more elements to what we discussed so far. Fine. Because in a rush we had to compromise here and there, right? So we'll continue tomorrow then, right? So yeah, thanks for being patient again. Yeah. So I know you're all tired. Even I'm equally tired. Yeah. I can still go, but yeah, it's important that you reach your home and have your dinner. Yeah. Good night.